Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Elite League qualifiers here in Western Europe. We've had a couple of other regions already kicking it off today. We saw China starting with some Dota action, and now, of course, we're going to one of the more scary regions across all six. Going to be Aries, joined with Lizard as well. Brother, how are we doing today?
Yeah, doing fine. Adjusting my camera, so I'm your camera is a bit above, shooting you at some weird angle. I'm doing fine. I'm happy to be casting with you, my Aussie gym bro. How are you doing? When's the last time we went on a beach to do some push-ups and pull-ups?
Man, when's the last time we even touched the beach? I don't know. The beach is a little bit... I mean, it's summer right now. We just had like 40-degree weather on a weekend. Like, I feel like that's like maybe a little bit too hot for beach, but maybe even like you could make an argument to go check the beach out. But yeah, I'm hiding the guns. You know, maybe they'll come out at some events. Maybe you can, you know, show us your biceps one of these days as well.
I don't think I don't.
Oops,
I can't.
Sorry, I can't hear you. Just adjusting my headphones. Oops, my bad.
This is how I think. It's just like, yeah, we have some fun games in front of us, right? Like some cool qualifiers coming up. Tell me more. What do we have here? What's gonna happen? What's the first series?
We got actually, you know what? Let's start with the 8 teams and then we can get to this series. Of course, really the first two are probably the teams that a lot of people are expecting to do well, with Anthony and the recent organization rejoining Dota, which is incredibly exciting with MOUZ. You got Ninjas Penguins, Nightshade Esports, then Just Better, MarsBet team. You've got Rest Farmers and GHOSTIK as well. So we had 4 teams come through the qualifiers. So of course we're going to be kicking off with one of the teams in Rest Farmers up against Nightshade Esports. You may look at Rest Farmers and see just no team logo. You may expect they're just going to be like a stack coming through the qualifiers, which I guess they kind of are, but this team has got some really, really formidable players on that roster. As we get to take a look at the bracket as well, of course, it's going to be double elimination, so everyone will get that opportunity to make it all the way through. We've got to keep in mind as well, it is also 2 qualification spots for Western Europe.
Yeah, I mean, besides most of these teams, like Ninja Penguins, I don't think that's like an organization with any... If I open them up on Wikipedia, will I see any sponsors? I will not. Same goes for Just Better, GHOSTIKLENOVO, and Rest Farmers. Nightshade, maybe, but I feel like Nightshade is also just a stack. You know, most of these European teams at the moment, it's not like SCA. SCA, you guys are insane. Like, you have every single stack more or less instantly gets a sponsorship, right? You know why? Because I've been to Kuala Lumpur, I've been to Singapore, I've seen you in real life, even though I didn't know exactly who you were. I mean, but I've seen you. And what I've also seen in Kuala Lumpur and SCA is like every single internet cafe has a tournament going on at all times. It might not be Dota every time, it might be some shitty Mobile Legends or something like that, but still they have tournaments going on. Meanwhile, Dota... in Eastern Europe, it's not like that anymore, right? So it's kind of harder to get sponsorships unless you're really playing in good tournaments. And it's very rare that you get picked up by a strong organization such as MOUZ, by the way. And this is probably a team that I'm looking forward to watching. I'm not sure what to expect from them.
Yeah, well, as MarsBet, we're actually going to be covering them in the second series today, first GHOSTIK. So we'll see how they're going to perform. Of course, they've got some recent additions as well, with Supreme replacing Lorinov, and then Dekalis joining the PSG Quest team, and then Benjin, is actually coming through, which we haven't seen that man in a little bit of time. You know, previously on, I guess really the bigger team he's been on was Team Bold, but he's been MIA for a little bit, so we'll see how he can perform on MOUZ. But that is, dude, this is a huge organization, right? Like, what's going on? MOUZ Esports, you know, they were around in Dota kind of towards the start, then they, I think disappeared for 6 years, and now they're back, and we'll see. This team is like definitely struggled in qualifiers. There was like a lot of expectations with the 3 Southeast Asian boys. I mean, Olnet's Romanian, but of course last year he played in Southeast Asia for the DPC, and there's still a lot of talent there. They feel good enough to bring it to Western Europe, and hopefully with the backing of MOUZ, they can get some good results as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out who exactly formed this team when it comes to these players, and I guess it's Supreme. Maybe that's the one that it all kind of circles around. And at first I was like, wait, they have 2 Czech players, and then no, Force. that's kind of an inverted Czech flag. The Philippines and Czechoslovakia, well, not Czechoslovakia, back in the day Czechoslovakia, now Czech Republic or whatever, just Czechia. I've never realized, like, I know their flags, but I never realized they're just like the same, just inverted colors.
Yeah,
kind of cool.
I didn't know they were that close as well. So yeah, no, we'll see. It's going to be exciting to see how the MOUZ and the boys are going to be able to compete. Of course, that's going to be our second series as well, though. So yeah, we'll be able to pay a little bit closer attention to them. But in regards to our first series, Nightshade up against Rest Farmers. Again, Rest Farmers, this is a team with a lot of really strong players in there.
Yeah, Rest Farmers, basically, it's like some sort of alliance unleashed, the way I see it, right? Like, you have Pablo, you have Hansken. These guys have played together in the past in alliance. They are unleashed from that contract, now playing with Ajantic, Shad, Zibe. Like, wait, was Zibe as well in alliance?
He was, but like
in
a
lot of
while
good
ago.
teams, right? Yeah. He was in some OG Seed as well, Final Tribe. Yeah, I mean, these kind of guys are, you know what, like, actually, when I looked at European qualifier, Rest Farmers included, I felt like this is a boomer qualifier for Western Europe, at least. Like, I see a lot of names that even I have played with, back in the day, or that have been around in Dota. Like, speaking of Rest Farmers, like, you have these players that have been around forever. You mentioned it. At the same time, who doesn't know about Hansken? Like, this dude has been in Dota for a really long time, never quite made it. And I feel like these kind of tournaments and upcoming tournaments will cement the stage for one of these teams to actually become a tier 1 team again.
Yeah,
I don't know. I just have this feeling that we are missing some old school players coming back into the scene. Just better as well, by the way. Like, this, like, we'll get to them, but this is a team that has been around forever, literally.
Yeah, in regards to the players, yeah, of course they got the 3 Greek boys on the Just Better team, but of course their opponents for Rest Farmers being Nightshade Esports. They have 2 people that maybe you would be familiar. Actually, no, they do have a couple. They even have a Czech guy as well, Phil Mini. I know I've seen him in a lot of other stacks playing in Western Europe. Their offlaner Codex is like an upcoming offlaner, but really probably the bigger name is Oteka in the carry role, who even recently played on a team with Zibe in Into the Breach. So they played a little bit together in the previous year of DPC. So we'll see. I will say, like, just if we're looking at the rosters from either side, you would probably give Rest Farmers maybe a little bit of the edge, just seeing the 5 plays that they have. So I'm very excited to see what Nightshade can pull out in this draft. Again, we got to keep in mind it's a double elimination, and the most important thing, Western Europe, they get 2 slots as well. So we'll see who's going to be able to take these qualification slots, and also we got a draft underway as well. Lizard, this is still the same patch as Dream League. Unfortunately, we weren't blessed with a patch as soon as Dream League ended. Also, big congratulations to Falcons too, but we're still going to be playing on the same patch, so we'll see if we get some of the similar stuff that was picked up over there.
Yeah, probably some similar stuff, but at the same time probably something a little bit team specific and player specific, because we have some players here that are let's put it not kindly, that's great for them. They're super young and not really experienced. Like, when you look at Nightshade, they have like some 17-year-old guy playing rich man, right? Like, he's 16, 17. When you're 16 or 17, you just cannot have a huge hero pool, like, to be really good. If let's say you're playing for 5, 6, 7 years, doesn't matter, to get to this level and to excel at a couple of heroes, that's exactly what you have to do. You have to excel at a couple of heroes, not all of them. So maybe we'll see something different from them. And I know for a fact that some of these teams have players that don't play the meta heroes at the moment.
I was gonna add in and say, like, I've heard Quinn and some other people on stream like talking about for people to rise in MMR and to kind of get noticed by some pro players, like you need to be like kind of meta abusers, like you need to be like grandmaster tier on Pango, because his hero's just, you know, he's been broken ever since release, and if you want to climb, you need those 3 really solid heroes in the meta, and then once you get picked up from a team, that's when you kind of, you know, start branching out and, you know, developing all the other hero pool that is required in captain's mode.
Yeah, that's the way it is, you know. I feel bad because back in the day when I did it, people would make you feel bad for doing it, you know. They would be like, why are you spamming Enchantress Phoenix all the time? You're not a real player, you know. And now when people do it, they're like, yeah, you're doing what you have to do. But I really do believe that that's what you have to do, unless you're extremely talented. Some players definitely are, and they just spam whatever and get into like top tier ranks and get noticed. Sure, there are Ana-like players, right? But most of us mere mortals, you pick 3 to 5 heroes, you spam them, you play the heroes that are in the meta constantly. That's the way you raise your ranks, and that's the way you get to even play with players that you want to play with in teams later on. But yeah, Pango and Mars, nothing really extraordinary. I've seen it in Dream League quite often. Lion got nerfed a little bit, but this hero is still pretty legit. Gives you some catch. The shard is still not as strong as it used to be, but still pretty damn annoying.
I guess the one thing that maybe surprises me a little bit is just the emphasis that Rest Farmers put on the supports ban. Like Undying, Venge, Techies, Enchantress. I mean, these are all like some of the best supports at the moment. Yeah, well, yeah, okay. I mean, sure, let's add the Terrorblade there too, because I know there's been a lot of rumblings about this Terrorblade support. I have not seen it. I know it got played. I know DY played it at Dream League. I didn't actually get to watch that game, but yeah, I know there's a lot of talk about TB as a support at the moment.
No, it's stupid. I'm spamming it.
Okay,
Pubs.
okay.
It's just stupid strong. Like the moment I saw it, I love to play stupid things. You know, that's the player I am. You told me you're playing chess, right?
Yeah.
You know, there are these players, I don't know if you met them, but there are players that always play the normal standard openings and you kind of know what to expect, and you play fair chess. And then there are these morons that just throw like 3 figures for some Jerome gambit, you know? They're gonna throw the queen and 2 pieces to like lock you in some weird situation, and you're like, what the hell is happening? That's I compare Dota a lot to chess, like in general, specifically to Bullet. And I do think that like, these kind of things, they're more about catching the enemy off guard and catching him out of place, because you can't do the normal opening. You can't go, I'm gonna go now, I'm gonna pull, I'm gonna destroy your sentry, when there's some TB with an illusion and hitting you for 150 damage. He doesn't have HP, and if you figure that out and you get some nukes, then he's kinda useless. But until you do, the first 3-4 games are gonna be rough. And that's one of the reasons why I think TB is really strong. It just catches people off guard.
Well, I'm very excited then. Hopefully we get to get a Terrorblade game that I can pick your brain and see kind of how you've been enjoying the hero and the struggles you've had, you know, playing the hero as a support as well. Unfortunately, we won't get it this game though. Nightshade, of course, getting that banned out as respect potentially against them. We're going to see a Jakiro though. So of course, there's a lot of synergy with the Faceless Void inside the Chronosphere. Relatively strong laner, but why is Jakiro not getting picked? What are the weaknesses that you feel like Jakiro currently has?
I'm actually seeing way more Jakiro in my games, at least recently, than I have ever seen in the last 5 years. I feel like the last time I've seen this hero picked up as much was when Liquid Fire was absolutely broken and you were taking towers on your own, even as offlane or position 5, whatever. Right now, I think the Shard and Eggs are pretty solid, so he's being picked up a bit more. His weaknesses were always the same. He's this super immobile, I jump him and I kill him even though he's tanky as hell because he's useless. He has like, he moves like a Crystal Maiden with one leg, you know. It's really hard to position yourself, but when you have something like a Faceless Void, like a Pango in front of you, it all becomes a bit easier. You have a perfect setup for your spells in the Chronosphere, even though, you know, like people say Jakiro Faceless Void, the great combo ever.
Radiant team
decent
back.
at best. You know, it's like
Whoa.
dot damage. Yeah, you like that?
I don't know. It's a phantom assassin. I'm just. When was the last time PA was picked?
Dire team
Oh, it's
back.
picked quite a lot. Come on, Ares.
What?
God damn it.
Is
yeah,
it?
she's actually she's also pretty strong at the moment. There's this stupid build with Remnant Brooch. Basically, you don't even have to go for the Remnant Brooch build, but
10 seconds
with it,
remaining.
I hate it because most of the pubbers that build it lose with it
5
because
seconds
you
remaining.
build a Remnant Brooch and suddenly
Dire team
you could
back.
have at least 10 strength stats in that, you know? And usually it replaces something like a Satanic. And Satanic is foolproof. For fools. Like fools can use Satanic. They jump in, they're out of position, they pop Satanic. Remnant's Brooch, you can't.
Radiant
However, with
team
Remnant's
back.
Brooch and stuff like that, what it allows you to do is just destroy heroes in one hit. You pop that bad boy, you jump on a Void, Pango, whoever, you just insta-kill them. I've seen Centaurs insta-die to PA jumping them. So the hero is in a very interesting spot as long as you're not
10
daggering the
seconds remaining.
Tormentors.
Yes.
Because, yeah, you've seen that one, right?
Yes, I've seen
5
that. I was
seconds
going to bring that up as well. So you
Yeah.
can, you can kill supports, but apparently you can kill yourself as well with one dagger. So yeah, we'll see how careful Shad's going to be. And I mean, this is something you brought up before about maybe the weakness of Jakiro just being pretty immobile and very squishy. Lion, I feel like definitely goes into that category. Maybe a little bit different because he's a blink dagger builder, but PA and MOUZ, they're going to eat them alive. And I'm almost certain Adzantic is also a super high level on the Tiny. If that's who, if you want to put Tiny mid, you've also got some really squishy supports. I'm
Radiant team
a little bit hesitant though with Tiny mid because I think that here is very volatile as a core. But we'll see what route they want to go down for Rest Farmers. What do you feel like they're lacking currently on Radiant?
What do they even need? They need like a position 4, right? And that's it. They could get some catch versus the Pangolier. Oh, actually, it's not the 4. It's a 4 tiny then, right? With Primal Beast being your mid into Pango. So you're gonna Primal into Pango. You're gonna put Tiny Mars off lane.
You may now select your heroes.
Now the Brew is picked. Brew is pretty strong versus PA.
Yeah.
Like overall, it's good versus Primal too. You get some dispels, you get some cyclones. I do like the Brew. I feel like it is player specific, like something that Codex is probably he really enjoys playing, so that's why they picked it. But I do like Brew. I feel like Brew is all right currently. You're also a vessel builder. If you want to build vessel, you can just stop on the urn. But it's also good with Vessel Midas. Takes down towers really easily. If I could pick like the draft to play, I do think that Rest Farmers are stronger as players, or at least more known as players. But Nightshade's draft is pretty damn good. I like this stuff. I feel like everything kinda fits into place.
Do you feel like Rest Farmers have like a little bit of like too much of the same thing, where you have a Mars, Tiny, and Primal Beast that's a lot of your initiator and just super up in the face, and then it just seems like they kind of fulfill the same role and they have that multiple times in their heroes. Is this a concern?
It could be kind of a concern, but if you imagine how the fights are gonna happen, or if there will be any team fights, it's like you have this Tiny with the dagger, Mars with the dagger, Primal Beast jumping in, PA jumping in as well, and you don't even see her. And Nightshade, they want to slowly and steadily build these fights around Primal Ult, about Chronosphere. I feel like Rest Farmers can easily, I don't know, just poke and prod, jump in, assassinate the target, kill him off, dodge the Chrono, go in again. It's very easy for them to outplay the Radiant draft. At the same time, if Radiant have an advantage, they become like this, I don't know, they become unstoppable, Just this avalanche that's gonna eventually suffocate you.
I guess maybe one of the weaknesses Radiant do have though is like how you're going to be able to take towers. So, and I heavily agree that they have this capability just to consistently run at die. This is the big thing about having multiple heroes that can initiate and gap close. But How are you going to be able to open up the towers then? So we need to pay some attention to Adzantic and how active he's going to get on the Primal Beast and some of the first catapult timings as well to potentially help out Radiant with this. This is a bad position for the Pango. I don't think anything that he levels is going to matter. What? Are you okay? He got out? Are you serious?
Nice.
And now they land a Ravage on 3. Now Pablo is in a lot of trouble. That Jewel Breath is going to rip them apart. The spell casting from Dire is going to prove to be a gigantic issue as they'll find a double. Another double stun from the Lion as well. The level 1 from Dire is just incredible. All the AoE spells they have in combination together. And Phil is done. He wants more. He's like, boys, why stop with the 3rd? Go for the 4th. No one wants to dive out of the tower though. What is this?
Okay, they do take the ward in the end as well. So there's your 4th. By the way, when I said avalanche, this is exactly what I meant. It's like they're so bulky and ugly and strong, and they jump you, and if you fight them 5-on-5, of course you're gonna be dying and losing. That dual breath there with Cinder Brew, with Impale, I believe there was a blood grenade as well. There was just nothing Radiant could do. They wasted most of their spells just to try and catch the Pangolier. Yeah, this is rough, man. Like, that's 2k advantage starting him. Like.
It's not just that. It's your mid laner is 2-0-1. He's got a bottle and 200 gold as well. Like, this is just... Wow. Like, what is that advantage? You could not have asked for a better start for the boys on Dire. Like...
Oh, that's the 16-year-old as well, or 17-year-old. He's their midder. So that's really cool. Like, he gets a huge advantage. Let's see if he has the experience to use it. By the way, I have to say one thing, which I've noticed, like at least in most games, actually, not only mine, in pro games as well. Like, you see this mid, and he gets a first blood. I've spoken to some mids as well. It depends on the mid hero, of course, but sometimes it just feels bad buying a bottle. You know, like you get the first blood, and you're buying this bottle. It isn't really doing a lot in the first few waves anyway, you know. Of course, you're gonna get to the next item a bit faster, much faster in his case, but it's not like it's gonna change the lane in the first few waves. You won't be able to. Imagine if you, of course, he couldn't do it here, but imagine you buy Orb of Corrosion instead, something like that. You know, like suddenly, oh shit, this guy can't even lane properly anymore.
Yeah, or some like stat item for a safe laner, or even an off laner.
Yeah.
You know, if your GB one gets first blood and goes like Bracer or whatever to help out with the CSing. Yeah, no, I completely understand. It's just, I guess, the weakness with the Pangolier. Like, this hero is very, very strong, but you have a super cookie cutter item build. Like, you cannot really make any changes, even from your big items like Diffusal and Scepter to some of the smaller items in the lane as well.
Yeah, and he's doing quite alright so far on the mid lane, and also this isn't an easy lane for him that much, you know, so getting some advantage early on is pretty solid, helps him out a lot. Speaking of bracers, that's what Codex did, my regional Chodex, my regional player, Serb, on the Brewmaster. He already bought one bracer going in for the next, and this is what's really annoying. Like, you're whatever carry you are, you see this offlane, like you mentioned Mars with the bracer, yeah, he's also one of those. So you see this Brewmaster suddenly has 1, 2 bracers, and you're a PACM. Like, this lane is already done in my eyes, unless they make some big mistakes. This Brewmaster should be over.
Yeah, so like those mistakes need to come through from the rotation of the Pango, right? And potentially Pablo going through the portal, or however, if he wants to try and tip it down. That's an aggressive time walk from Oteka. Pablo's still without level 2 though. He is, what, 618 experience away from hitting 2, so unfortunate timing with not being able to toss Oteka back onto the tower, but we're seeing they're even kind of struggling up top as well, which maybe just goes to show the weakness of the Tiny, especially, I know a lot of people have said like Tiny's laning stage is a little bit better now, going for like tree grab level 1, but Pablo, you had to have Avalanche for that first blood fight.
Yeah, that's one of those really rough decisions that you make very often. Like you skill something you don't really want to skill. Pablo, by the way, he's being Doven, but the way they're playing top lane is just stupid. But Pablo might even die.
We got another. Oh, he's alright. You see how aggressive they're playing though? Like, it's just super up in the face, using aggressive glyph even, and it was a blood grenade under the tower to try and get that kill on Pablo. So, yeah, see top lane's not going very well at the moment. And still this net worth lead is holding strong for Dire.
Yeah, even though they're playing aggressive, maybe it's not
Dire's
like
middle tower
the
is
best
under
thing that they could have done, because I feel like with the advantage that they had, maybe they could have opened up the hard camp and then pulled. But it is what it is. CM bottom lane might die here. Let's see. No, she's fine. She's fine.
So with a free lane like this for the Brewmaster, we've seen recently, I think 33 in particular, really likes just rushing the Radiance. Sometimes it's double Bracer and then Brown Boots Radiance, which is actually something that Codex just queues up now. How do we feel about the Radiance this game here for the Brew?
Oh, it's really good. You're playing into a PA, right? So having that Radiance early on, I do like the item. Allows you to farm very easily, boosts your damage quite a lot. The Lion might fall here as well. Let's see who falls first. Lion has Wand and Healing Lotus.
Dino's here though. Yeah, alright. I mean, so they're going to be able to get the kill on the Lion. They might even be able to put some damage into Codex as well. They missed the Earth Spike, and still Lion will go... Oh, shot. Aggressive jump onto the tower. No hope of them getting the Brew. Meanwhile, top lane now. Jakiro, Filmini in some trouble. Looks like with Oteka acting as a bit of a bodyguard. They might not turn to Pablo as well. The slows are ridiculous. No boots for the Tiny. You got time dilation, dual breath level 2, some bashes as well to fly out. So it's like Nightshade going to be able to get a couple kills in their safe lane as well.
Yeah, too many slows right there. By the way, on bottom lane, we did talk about Brew having a free farm, free lane, and yeah, he is, but P is also farming really well. It's not like they're pressuring her out of control, which is pretty solid for rest farmers for the team on Radiant.
When is the... Is there any other differences with the item build on the PA? I know you brought up the Revenant's Brooch. Well, we'll actually hold that because looks like there is a bit of a Rolling Thunder usage inside the river. Unfortunately, it's going to be a haste rune that spawns down bottom. But Xantic in some trouble, man. I mean, Lion, yeah, he's gone. Lion comes all the way from bot to top with the haste rune. Zibe's still only level 4 as well, so no arena to be able to fight back with. They'll get the kill on Filmini. At least with his dying breath, he drops the ice. And now look at Oteka. I mean, the Void's here as well. This time dilation's been nerfed, but it's still strong enough to be involved in some early fights. And Nightshade playing a really solid early game in game 1.
Yeah, that's 3 kills for them right there. And they managed to refill the bottle for Richman. Lion will secure the Wisdom Rune as well for himself. The only hero that suffered through all of that was bottom, Panda, and he might right now. Let's see if they manage to kill him. He's got the wand.
Oh, that's a big kill if they're going to be able to find it though. And the threat of the TP down will not continue with the dive under the tower. So it looks like Codex will be okay.
Yeah, he uses the Storm Roller, gets some evasion, runs away. Unfortunate for them, because that's another rotation that Agentic has made that didn't really do anything, and this hero does tend to fall off if he's not getting some kills. Some rotations at least successful. So far, 0, right? Everything that he's done. I guess you can attribute the Lion kill on bottom partly to him, but he didn't even get an assist for that.
Look at the Tango. Just really no fear for him at this stage of the game. Should be able to get Pablo as well.
Yeah. Oh.
Might go for Jibe instead. Still Chrono and Rolling Thunder if they're even going to need the ultimates. It doesn't look like it though.
Oh, Pablo!
Oh, no way. He got him! Oh, no.
No. I guess he was lining up to try and maybe have a toss the Mars away or something like that. And he was even far, but
bottom?
Swashbuckle. Yeah.
All right, they'll get him this time. This is a much needed kill. It's all or nothing on Shad now. Like, I suppose Exantic's still doing fine. Some of his rotations haven't paid off, but you are just praying that this Phantom Assassin gets ridiculously farmed.
Yeah, but you know what the problem is? Even though she is doing fine, she's having a really decent lane. There are still 2 dire heroes above her, and she's still a hero that kinda needs time. She's not going to be making any space. Mars, Zibe, should be fine, right?
I wonder if Pablo is... dude, this is a T2 tower. Primal should be able to get some revenge, but he's in a really awkward position if there's anyone to follow up with the Pango Rolling Thunder. They're starting to rotate the Jakiro, but they actually thought otherwise. So yeah, this Pango actually has to use the last duration to escape. And now this might give an opening for Zibe if he can close the distance with the arena. Unfortunately, it's not fast enough. They want to turn it though. It's still a little bit spooky. Oteka finds a jump in. It's a great corner, but the Masker Man is already 9 minutes in. He's got this item, but it's not going to matter in the end. The freezing field is even better. Hanskin finds 2. They are the kills they need to bring themselves back into this game. And now Shad, if he can get some lucky crits as well with the dagger back up, they should be able to find the line. And they will even turn for a +1 Filmini to add to the chopping block as they are back in this game.
Yeah, they're super back. That was... I could see what they're trying to do. Like they're pulling them backwards on that bait on Pango, and they have Chrono, and the Chrono was amazing. He catches all 3 heroes. But it's like in that situation, do you really have what it takes to take down these big boys? Like you don't. Even with the Chrono, even if you proc all the stuns, are you really killing the Primal Beast? Are you really killing the Mars or Tiny if you turn on them? Like, probably not. They got punished for it. Like Crystal made them nice ult. Yeah, mid lane, Richman should be fine.
I think very unfortunate though that Pablo wasn't involved in that successful fight for the boys on Radiant. Still level 4, and I mean with these 5 deaths, his net worth is non-existent. So this is going to be a super late blink for him, but I suppose that's also the benefit. If one initiator has a really rough time, you got MOUZ and Primal Beast and potentially PA that can fulfill that role.
It kind of does feel bad though. Tiny is definitely one of those heroes that you want to give him farm early on. He wants to have a good game. Like if he doesn't have a good game, like you mentioned, no dagger early on, it just becomes a very sad hero. One hero that also wasn't involved in that fight mid was Brew. I don't blame him, like he was just chilling on his lane. Maybe he should have TP'd to tier 1 a bit earlier to join with Primal Split. But the fights right now are just way too fast. Like, he doesn't have time. And you mentioned 3-3 and how he plays. If this guy likes 3-3, if he's copying him at all, he'll be doing the same, and that's farming a bit, getting that Radiance first.
Very greedy. I'm a little bit surprised at the Bruise level, just hit level 7, about 15 seconds to that 12-minute mark, so I guess with that though, you have supports at a very high level, and their ultimates are going to be incredibly impactful. With the Macropie, with the early damage, you got plenty of stuns to help out, and it might come into play now as Zibe. He's farming really aggressive. I guess he does have this Observe Ward on the cliff. And he's got some Radiant boys nearby as well. Smoke's going to pop on the low ground, so they'll run into Exantic, who, with the opening of the arena, actually gives him an opportunity to get the kill into Lion. But now they should be able to get the turnaround as well. Multiple ultimates used in simultaneous fashion as Exantic will go down. He's still able to get a couple spells off before his death. But still, Hanskin once again with the ultimate. It's just ripping them apart. Back-to-back fights. Hanskin's level 9, dude. This Crystal Maiden is almost solely turning the fights back in Rest Farmer's way. But it looks like in the end, it's not going to matter. Do they have the damage for Zibe, though? They do have the Fusel Blade up in a couple seconds. Even the Lion's back alive as well with Finger of Death if required for the damage. And yep, he'll zap him from afar. So we got a lot of action in this game. We might not stop just yet as well. I don't know if Shad's going to be able to find the opening, though. They still going. All right. I mean, dude, Exantic's back. Why not look for the kill into Codex? But yeah, really, again, the big thing is also Dire. They're about to respawn as well, and they've committed. They jump into the river. Is this gonna end? Are we done? Pablo, they see free kill shot. Finds the Pango. Now they're gonna jump over to Codex as well. This Phantom Assassin is 5-1-1 and getting involved even with a Battle Fury.
Yeah, you know, like you were talking about this PA, she's gonna be able to do it, and I said she shouldn't join the fights this early on, but it looks like he will. He's joining the fights extremely early on, 5-1-1, realizing that he needs to, and really making a difference. Meanwhile, Nightshade, they pop their ultis and they continue chasing, continue fighting afterwards. This draft would, once you get Radiance on Brew, like that can happen. You can actually start doing that. But before you get the Radiance on Brew, keeping on the fights is just, when all the towers are alive, like look, tier 1 mid, so many options for Radiant to respawn and TP2. They're gonna get punished. This is just not the best course of action at the moment.
Does look like T1 Towers are going to take a little bit of a beating. Will we go straight back to the fighting though? We've got power in spawning the next 10 seconds. Those look like either side are going to keep some numbers nearby. Try and help secure this.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Will be an Arcane Rune for Adxantic. So with this, they're going to look to rotate top. They've already got Jibbe and Shad nearby to be able to secure their first tower of the game. Let's see where they want to go off the back of this though. Hanskin, let's have some smokes to potentially help this Primal base get across the map.
Yeah, they're just chilling a bit now. You do have some big items coming up for Radiant. PA, how far is she from Kanda? Well, kinda far. Meanwhile, you do have Yules on Mars, so can catch. The one big thing that you don't have is any sort of initiation still. You talked about, no, speaking of items, you talked about Crystal Maiden level 10 CM. Literally, I do the same thing every time when I have a good CM game. It's drums, and it's like Glimmer or Force, you know?
What a bounty!
You're just unstoppable in these fights.
Which is crazy to say, because there's so many stuns on Dire as well. But the fact that Hanskin's had so much impact with these freezing fields, so... yeah, we'll see what he's going to be able to do.
It's even the frostbites, you know? Like,
yeah.
You've seen some... You've seen the Chronos, right? Void goes in, Chronos, he gets frostbitten and he's just chilling there. 3 seconds, like, duration is insane, so... can't really do much about it.
Did have that big item completed though for the Brewmaster, so Radiant's now done, and you have the Blink as well getting delivered for the Pangolier as well.
He has no TP. So if they smoke, they either need to smoke to him or wait for a TP to be delivered so he can join them. He's showing bottom, so yeah. Basically, he'll push this lane, go into fog, and TP mid. I expect that.
Radiant are scanning.
Looks like that's exactly what he's going to do. Radiant are posturing very aggressively around mid though. Zibbe is not currently with the team. He's been very impactful throughout some of these big team fights with those arenas. Even though he's 0-4, the KDA doesn't really showcase how much the arena has really helped them in some of these fights. The Spear as well. So it does look like the smoke from Nightshade is not going to be on the mark. I mean, Filmity will run into Pablo, but that is that first blink reveal and was to be used to get some distance away from the Jakiro. So it looks like we might go to a bit more of a standoff over the next couple of minutes. But Radiant the ones with the net was sleep for like 4K, and this Phantom Assassin, Shad is skyrocketing up. 5-1-1, really close to the Kanda now.
Yeah, I'm not sure who's... like, you have the Spear on one side, right? And this is the ultimate carry, sure. But on the other side, you do have Void, you do have the Brewmaster. I'm not sure if I would be super comfortable just chilling and waiting the late game if I'm Radiant. We're nowhere close. Filmini? Oh, Pablo. Not having his best tiny day. He has a ward even, like he sees exactly where the Jakiro is.
That's going to be really nice for Radiant to potentially take some fights around mid though. Hanskin gets a pretty big D ward and now sets his own ward up as well through this northern jungle. So This is probably the next objective I have to imagine for Radiant is trying to be able to somehow find an angle to be able to take this tier 1 tower mid. Maybe Shad will get involved once again now. So kind of getting delivered. Let's see if they're going to be the ones that maybe pick up the pace a little bit.
Radiant are scanning.
Like if you're Radiant, you see they have Chrono, you see they have Brewmaster ulti. Would you want to fight? Probably not.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you'd be like let them, let them farm, let them do whatever. Let's wait for the BKB on PA, and let's wait for its 6-slotted PA. If they don't want to fight, we don't want to fight. That's a problem when you see these big ultis against you.
I guess that's the question then. Like, is a 6-slotted PA enough to get them over the finish line? Because Dai, you would definitely say that team fight is probably superior to Radiance. And if this game goes on, then you're going to have that advantage compared to what the boys on Rest Farm as well.
Yeah, this is where it really comes down to execution. You know, it comes down to the way these two teams play the game. It does have a lot to do with the draft, obviously, but both of these drafts have win conditions late game if you execute them properly. Like, if you manage to chrono the PA, it doesn't matter. You can be 10-slotted. If you get chronoed, you die later on. But if you don't, if you manage to dodge that, maybe give Mars to get chronoed if you turn to the PA. Let's see if they can they kill him before he swaps? Before he
they saw him.
ultis?
He had enough time to react though. Like, the TPs are coming through. Exantic's trying to try and hold him down. Filman is already using Iron Pass, so they won't be able to cancel off the ult from Exantic, and now it's no Primal for this team fight. I mean, you're still going to be playing around with the Chronosphere. It's okay though, onto a Crystal Maiden and the Primal, but they're lacking the damage at the moment without the Macro Pyre. Meanwhile, Pablo on the backline along with Shad creating the chaos they need, and now they should easily be able to catch up to a Taker as well. The triple kill for this Phantom Assassin, still 8-1. And we just saw, I mean, the TPs were fast, but when you use that Ice Path, instead of just to cancel off the Pulverize, and you're always going to have difficulties with keeping this Brewmaster alive.
Wait, what happened? Where did he, did you see where he used the Ice Path? Because I did it.
I saw he use it at the starter. I don't know, I think it was maybe on the Tiny initiation?
Yeah, that, I don't know, that makes very little sense. I believe I do see the BKB on Primal, but while he was using Pulverize, he didn't have it still, right? Like that, he wasn't BKB'd. So if you look, if you have two supports that are able to disable with Hex, with Impale, with Ice Path, like that had to happen. Your Brewmaster needs to your Brewmaster just has to use his ulti there. If he uses ulti there, the team fight is completely different. I believe Radiant gets stomped in that fight, but okay. Pablo will die now.
Yeah, but this is 4 heroes bottom for that. You even have your 5th hero nearby as well on Otaka, and like you see what they're getting out of the map.
They can rush maybe that's the solution here, because they just fought and they didn't use ultis.
Can they?
Didn't use. Let's see. They didn't use Brew Split, right? So Void isn't joining them though. He's still farming. So even if they, I believe that was the plan, that was the idea, but Void was too far, and now they're kind of stuck waiting for him.
Shadow's got a BKB now. So this Phantom Assassin has already been problematic inside these team fights, and it's gonna get worse now. Like, they're gearing up for a smoke.
Yep.
I mean, you're right. They're going for Roche, and they're just a bit too slow though.
It's like I can understand their reasoning. They just lost the fight and they think this is the best course of action to come back. Is it right? Let's see. They have Chrono in 9.
Pablo.
Smoke
pops, they're all grouped up though. Avalanche gonna clip out a couple of heroes. This time they will have the Brewmaster ulti. They might just lose all the Brewlings though. Look at the AoE damage! Codex, he gets his ultimate off, unlike last fight, but it will not matter. This time they have such an overwhelming amount of net worth lead that Dire just get ripped apart before they can even have a hope of their spells. Like, Otaka doesn't even think about the Chrono. He's out of that fight, and now Radiant, they've got an Aegis on top of that.
Yeah. mean, I can see where they were coming from, but it just wasn't good enough. No BKB now on Void, and you reached this point in which, like you're saying, overwhelming like advantage in gold. Like PA is hitting way too hard with the BKB. Now you have to chrono her. Before, like this was an optional play. Do I chrono her? Do I chrono someone else? And we deal with the PA with Cyclone and whatever. Now I feel like you have to. You don't have an option. Also, they were just out of position. Like you're hiding in the trees, but Lion is for some reason the first one, even though he has a blink. And you're all clumped up, and you're playing versus Tiny and Mars. I just don't feel like their positioning was correct. Also, no vision in the area that they were being approached from. Like no vision from the north. Maybe they just needed to start with some primal ult. Like you ulti with Brewmaster, primal split, and then you give some vision. Hard to say. Rich man?
Man, very close to getting caught with that avalanche. Just makes it away. I mean, perfect timing, you got to say, with that smoke popping though for the boys on Rest Farmers. Now they've been able to accumulate gigantic lead, 11,000 now. We've got T2 Tower getting beat into from Shad, so it looks like they're just going to give up this bottom tower. And they will get top. They will also be able to shove some of their other waves as well, but you see this game is what started incredibly well for Nightshade. We got to keep in mind what it was, 3-0 with the D ward and multiple bounties. You know, 2 of the first 3 kills going to the Pink lead. They had a 2,000 net worth lead to start this game. And now it is completely swung to Radiant with 10,000.
Yeah, it was an incredible swing, really, from Rest Farmers. They kind of blundered on Nightshade. I don't know. I know a couple of blunderers here surrounding me. Nightshade. There's also this Ares guy I hear who likes to hang queens.
What's going on? Why am I getting roasted? I just haven't said anything. Why am I getting dragged into this?
You're just catching strays, man. That's the meta right now.
What's going on? Alright, this how we're gonna be, alright? Yeah, fine. We won't bring up that we won't bring up that you lost a bunch of Blitz games yesterday. I don't even know if you did, but I'll start making shit up now.
No, I lost so much I stopped playing. It's fine. I gave up. PA almost has that brooch, by the way, that we talked about. Wow. So Voodoo Mask, yeah, really not far away from it. Once she gets this, no one is safe. This Brewmaster can actually fall before he pops ulti, just to the PA. And yeah, like you look at Nightshade and you see this Autocurve Void. He's keeping up kind of with the farm. He's got the BKB now completed, but isn't enough.
Is he dead?
Maybe.
He farmed this lane for far too long. And now they just have too many stuns to make sure he doesn't escape. They're even going to get... Are we chronoed? But is it going to allow him to TP up? The pulverization cancel? Oh, no. It... Oh, just when he thought it couldn't get worse.
Yeah, that's literally like the worst case scenario. And if I'm Void, he's probably feeling salty. The worst thing is, he wasn't alone. So he's probably feeling salty about this Jakiro, you know? You know, at least if he was alone, it's like his own fault. But Jakiro was kind of hiding there, waiting for the perfect ice bat. And he's like, bro, can't you just ice bat? You know, even though it's not really Jakiro's fault, it's not really his fault. They're both at blame. They were trying to split to get some time for themselves to wait out this Aegis. But what are you really waiting out? Sure, you have the BKB now, but she's got the breach. Good luck.
They got another one. Plus back into the pulverize. Lion does a pretty decent job to cancel the ulti, but he's just going to put himself on a platter, and they'll still kill the Pango anyway. So it doesn't matter that you save him momentarily. It just gives another kill for the boys on Radiant, and now an objective as well.
Can I just say something? Ghost Scepter is not the play, Mr. Lion. Like maybe in the old patches it would be. but you're playing versus a PA. Also, Shad didn't.
Yeah.
Like, I noticed that he as well kind of hesitated. He was like confused for a bit, but E-Blade and Ghost does not work versus Remnant. Still hit through it.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's
Aegis
top
is gone,
tower is under
so
attack.
maybe. Do they have Chrono? They don't. Void, they don't have Void, of course.
Looks like they will pay some respect though. And rest farmers, so potentially waiting for that next Aegis. Of course, it's going to be quite some time, but this will allow them just to gain firm control of the map, potentially get towards this next set of items as well. They've still got a T2 tower mid to look to claim if that's the case.
Yeah, and they can pretty much pick and choose where to fight as long as there's no Chrono. It will be up for the next fight. It's still a level 17 Void though, with Mask of Madness and Maelstrom. He's not even hitting that PA too many times in the Chrono. I guess it's not on him, it's this Finger plus Radiance Burn. The magic damage needs to get rid of Shad. Nice DP attempt.
Oh, Nemo going towards Antic though. So with some of the space actually curated from the death of Jakiro, does mean Otake is going to be able to find a double Chronosphere, but again it just takes them too long to get the kill. It means that Zibe swings over, lands the arena, that enables Shad. They're going to look to try and deal with the Brewlings first. Codex once again forced to pop out. This is a heavy investment, multiple buybacks, and with the BKB on cooldown from Shad, this is their one opportunity that they've had in quite some time, and they will capitalize. Very nicely done. Dire, can they get more though? Again, I mean, a heavy investment. You get the godlike streak given over to Oteka, so he's pretty happy with that. He's going to be close to the Skadi now, but that was 2 buybacks used, one for the lane along with the Pango to come out on top.
I wish he went for Mjolnir, by the way, instead of Skadi, but sure, it's fine. They might catch him here. Let's see. He's playing into this tiny, so Skadi makes a bit more sense. So just so he doesn't get soloed easily. That fight was pretty good, and that's one problem that I have with Revenant Bruges that we talked about during the drafting stage. Like, you get this item, yeah, sure, you can solo heroes kill many.
Pablo's going to find a pretty nice combo onto 2. You still don't have the Phantom Assassin, do they need to be worried on Dire? They are also lacking some spells. Pango's starting to swing on over from the south, Rolling Thunder with the ready. I mean, it's a pretty good position as well to find multiple stuns onto the wall, and Xantic and Oteka. Oh no, they missed the stun. The chain control wasn't perfect as Xantic had an opportunity with the BKB. Now they'll turn to Zibe, but importantly, this PA is back alive, so they've really got to evaluate how long they can take the team fight before Shad gets involved. Arena's going to stall them down. They'll secure the kill and instantly get out, but unfortunately, Codex will not escape. They'll have to feed him to the walls and be happy with what they've gotten.
Yeah, I don't know if you noticed, but during the fight, one of them used the scan on the tier 1 mid. That's the closest place where PA can TP to. At the moment they saw that scan connect, they started pinging it like, guys, it's time to go back, PA is coming. It's time to run!
I mean, that's some big macro stuff. Little thing that very difficult to do in some fights to even have that in the back of your mind, but I suppose your Shatters with 14 kills is always going to be on their mind with how annoying he's been for a lot of these supports and pretty much anyone this game for the boys on Nightshade as well. But you have 2 fights now that they've actually clawed their way back. That was, resembling a decent success in that previous fight as well, but it is still a long road for them to make this an even game, and unfortunately it looks like they're probably not going to be able to contest this Roche as well.
Yep, Bruch does have an ulti, but he's still dead, and you know that this PA is taking Roche really quickly, so can't really go and fight that. One big item as well that I wasn't really thinking about earlier, but is very obvious, is Pablo's Wind Waker. He's got that queued up. Once he gets the Wind Waker, then you can even present the PA to be chronoed. She gets chronoed, Wind Waker, so There are multiple ways that now you can deal with what Nightshade is bringing to teamfights. Hex is well queued up, by the way, by Mars, so it's gonna get that soon. Another item that's really good versus the Void, versus anyone, of course, but especially versus the Void to catch him easily.
Smoke.
Smoke. Yeah. Eggs, by the way, as well. On Shad.
They will not find anyone by the looks of it. They're going to be able to juke up to this northern hemisphere side of the map. And Filmin is actually doing a pretty decent job as well to keep this top side shoved in too, so... It's like they're actually even going to smoke themselves on Nightshade. So how this going to play out? Smoke on smoke. Taker's going to run into two. Pablo, a little bit late on the reactions. Meanwhile, Pango tries his best to disrupt that BKB. Ooh, not what you're hoping for out of the Faceless Void. And now he's in some danger. They're going to be able to cancel the Pulverize. Gives him some time for the spell casting. It's really messy on Dyer. You lose the Lion off to one side, and now you might lose more as well, as Codex hoping that he's going to be able to get the Brewlings out. Xantic wants some heroes instead. We'll hold down the Dino. Pablo's got another round of the spells as well. Should be able to catch up to Filmini. Shad will do just that. So these are two heroes without buyback as well.
Yeah, you talked about like what the problem with Jakiro was, and it's this, right? Like if he has no mobility, this is usually how it looks like. The moment your team starts retreating, you're usually the meat left behind, and you can't really escape. But like you said, peculiar item usage and spell usage. You smoke up without really a plan, I feel like. They just went in hoping to catch someone with a... But who? Like,
oh, let's see her take it down bottom. They're starting to TP in. Looks like he should be able to escape unless Pablo just... Yeah, too late anyway.
Gotta go fast. Who were they planning to chrono, though? That's my only question. Like, who can they actually kill? Like, at this point, who do they kill? No one. They need prolonged fights. That's how they fight on Nightshade. And they need the Sages to be gone.
That's going to be a concern as well, right, though? Because Dyer, like, kind of committal where you're really relying on big ultimates, like your Primal Split and Chronosphere as well. Like, you have maybe a little bit of burst that might help out with this Scepter on Filmini. I'm actually surprised at how close he is to it.
Oh, PA
this
might go on
could be
that.
really bad. A fight around the Tormentor, I was kind of saying maybe it gives an opportunity for Shad just to kill everyone, but
or
I guess you expend the Rolling Thunder. Yeah, sure, get more himself.
I actually think that could have been a decent fight for them. They could have taken the Aegis down, but they didn't have enough info on who was there, who wasn't, so they decided to back out instead. And I love that you mentioned, yeah, they're basically based around these big ultis, and it's strange that they need prolonged fights still, but they do, as they need these BKBs to wear off on Radiant. There's Hex now.
Gonna have to lose a couple heroes if you want to try and stall this game out. Doing a really good job. They will see Brew once again going through the portal down bottom with this nice Observer Ward. We saw them TP to the outpost last time. That didn't work. This time they're going to try and TP to the T2 tower, which should result in them getting a pretty big kill onto Codex. Who, I mean, he's got a buyback. Wait. Oh, what? Hang on. What's happening on the other side? Might we get the Faceless Void? Chrono use, Finger of Death is at the ready as well. They're going to have the damage to at least get some revenge, but Xantic finds a solo kill while the rest of the team were also cleaning up the Brew on the opposite side of the map.
By the way, he didn't only find the solo kill, he also found the Tormentor. They were doing Tormentor S3, they all dropped low, he went in, he killed one and the Tormentor. Now this PA has the Shard as well.
Wow.
Yeah, that's worst case scenario for Nightshade, but I guess at least they got the Primal Boost, that's something. Not great, but it's something at least.
It is something. We'll see if it's going to matter, though, with this Siege. Aegis is about to expire. But you've got no Chrono to try and haul up. I guess Pango did just get enough gold for the buyback. But maybe they'll just give up the full set of barracks down bottom, especially with that Chrono still being on cooldown.
Jakiro even afraid to go in and use a spell. Which is weird. Like, the PA can jump you, but maybe from the trees you could have done it.
Barracks has fallen.
Or at least like macro pyre, but maybe you don't want to use it, wait for the chrono to have full.
Maybe they're gonna go now? Nice force staff, gets him out of the macro pyre. And now Codex as well, opposite side of the wall. Looks like they're a little bit hesitant though. Shad's gonna reposition. They'll also give an opportunity for Jibe to be able to duck out to the bottom set of barracks. And they're fine. They're happy with the damage they've dealt.
Yeah, they can wait for the top lane to be pushed in. Shad also getting really close, really damn close to level 25. 24.5 after the Wisdom Rune. The shard can be taken as well, given to... Who's missing it though on that array? No one, right? Okay, it's only Primal Beast. PA? Woo! BKB. Yeah, he saw Duratio, you know, he saw that game. He's like, I'm not dying like this.
Is he actually going to get this rapier? He's had it queued up since the first ages.
I'm not sure. I think he has enough damage, but why not? Like, if he wants to buy the rapier, I guess he can. It is a bit throwy. It is. Yeah,
I was gonna say, like, come on, like, did you really need this item? I feel like it's a 28,000 net worth lead, and this could be that one opportunity to actually bring them back into this game.
I guess you buy the rapier, you just Stifling Dagger and kill them all with the Remnant's Bridge.
Dude, you gotta hope if that's the case he doesn't get caught, because Pablo's actually scaling. He's not going Wind Waker. So if they see this, and they see Rapier on Shad, you could just be like, let's Chrono, let's Macropire. Keep in mind, that's a Scepter Macropire, and then finger him. He probably dies through that. Like, it's not an overly tanky PA.
It's not tanky at all when you put it that way. But he does have one thing, by the way, which has to be... we don't see it in the inventory, but he has Agnes. So he has got that Axe as well. If he gets a kill, he can refresh his blur and everything, get away easily. I mean... Look, I'm all in for the rapier. Just let me see some. Let me see some throws. You know, I live for that shit. I see some teams lose.
I mean, that is the heartbreaking way to lose as well. You know, rapier picked up when you have a 31,000 net worth lead, and you throw this game. All of a sudden, you're shaking your head in a qualifiers to a really big tournament for a new team as well, and. So we'll see. I mean, we'll see if this is the route he wants to go down. Still hasn't decided just yet if the rapier is going to be the call or not. They will actually look to try and smoke though from Radiant. They have got some pretty good vision nearby, but if they do retreat to the low ground, Radiant will have a ward that scouts him out. They're going to do just that. They're going to smoke under it as well, in fact.
I don't know. I see this magic wand. You're so close to the secret.
It's antique. An aggressive jump in. Gonna try and get some reactions, bait them to clump up so Zibe can land the arena. No one wants to go though. Arena wasted. Now Penguin with the backline looking to try and create some chaos. A little bit far away from the roll. They've isolated the Phantom Assassin. Hey, no wait. Are they gonna be able to kill her? Oh, Shad's gone. Shad's gone. At least he didn't buy the rapier. But that is your main damage source. And now it's antic. I mean, he used BKB at the start of the fight. So this Primal Beast, he's going to be killed off as well. They had such an overwhelming amount of net worth lead, and they didn't even need Chrono. And now Codex, he might be able to get Jibe as well. 5 seconds left on the Storm Panda. Yeah, he's going to get him.
Yeah, but
so they're gonna...
Can they catch him actually?
He'll blink, Yeah,
he's got blink.
Never mind.
Yeah, like one thing that
never should happen. What? Yeah!
Boss, man, I respect him for this. He just realized how he can die, so he's not gonna die again like that. He bought himself a rapier. Nice. I love this. Yeah. I mean, it is the build for PA. You get the rapier almost every game, but this game, man, like, he can die very easily. There's a refresher now on Faceless Void too, so... That's 2 chronos that you have to worry about, not 1.
I don't know, man. Is this like... like you said, we're both for it. Like, this rapier, sure, like, this adds a little bit of extra spice, but... Like, you just saw how you died last time. Your Tiny still has a Daedalus queued up. Jibe hasn't turned to like a Wind Waker himself. And now they're going to get Roche as well. So this Refresher Shard, Aegis, shitty Roche's banner.
Dire's middle tower
But
is under
yeah, they're in an okay position, Dire.
Look, man, you're some PA that is on top of the network charts, 10k above the void. You know, like if you don't buy the rapier, how are you gonna get up next morning and look at yourself in the mirror?
So
Or
this
in
is
his case, how is he gonna look into his mom's face when she brings him dinner? You know, while he's playing the tournament. Are you winning, son?
So this is about being a man. This is what it is. This is showing the, I mean, how big his balls are on Shad.
I still think it's not a bad item. It's solid, even though it looks rough. I mean, what's gonna change if you go for some statish item? You're still gonna die if they catch you. It doesn't really matter. Your only option is to utilize this Aghanim's to the fullest, and to utilize the axe to the fullest, you have to kill people. So, get the rapier reverence. Get another rapier. Remove the Kanda. Let's go.
All right, let's do it, Shad. He's got one queued up, and first aggressive smoke though onto Radiant's half of the map. Nightshade feeling strong. Refresher Shard in the backpack for a taker. Or Refresher Orb, I should say. The Shard's actually on the Pango. Wonder if they want to keep that, or maybe think about giving it to the Brewmaster. There's a lot of options for that Refresher Shard for them this game. Unfortunately, Smoke is not going to connect.
Here's fear in your eye.
Of course, this bottom lane is always going to be a bit of an issue for them as well. I mean, you've got, of course, the Brewmaster that can easily shove it out. Boots of Travel can look to rejoin. It's always something they have to keep in the back of the mind. They've got a great ward to play with around the secret shop. They will see some members starting to funnel over. Unskin, along with Xantic. They'll look to get the quick and easy kill onto the Crystal Maiden. But of course, they will not find anything else. As soon as they jump in, it's a bit of a beacon for Radiant to look to evacuate away.
Yep, the smoke has been used. Kinda successfully, not really, but at least they keep the vision. Top lane, Pablo.
Radiant's middle
Can
tower
he
is under
he's
attack.
probably not gonna get caught. Pango, no blink dagger here too. Maybe with a lucky basher there. Didn't use the swashbuckle though. I'm not sure, like, if I'm looking at this game, sure Radiant has a 20k advantage, but I'd rather be Nightshade. Like, I'd rather be Dire at this point. We've reached that super late game we talked about, in which you have 2 chronos to worry about, you have Blue ulti. I still think that if PA is unchecked, she will be able to just like destroy everything, the Brewlings and the Void. But he didn't demonstrate it yet. I need to see it.
He's like the ultimate X Factor, right? I mean, Shad has been that for the entirety of the game. 17-3-3. He's had an incredible performance, and a big reason with a lot of the early involvement we saw in some of the team fights and how they could call this game back. But like he needs to continue to put the team on his back into some of these late game fights.
I know what the difference was. Like, he didn't have as much pressure earlier. Like, those fights where he was owning early on in the game, like first 15-20 minutes, they were really scrappy. Like Nightshade as well, they were too confident. They were taking these scrappy fights in which they overcommit, then they get caught running back and PA cleans up. Do you think they're still as overconfident? I don't think so.
Say that again. Who's overconfident?
No one. Pablo just dying. It's fine.
Classic space creative, right? 9 deaths. It's all for the cause. Don't worry, brothers. Hey, I mean, Filmini's got 10 deaths instead, so Pablo hasn't got the most just yet.
Do you like that he didn't buy the Wind Waker in the end? Like, he's going for Daedalus even with tags?
I don't know. I trust Pablo. I would have liked Wind Waker, but understand. Nice bash from Pango. Gotta love a little bit of luck. Not too difficult when you got an ability like Swashbuckle. And now they're gonna get a kill into the MOUZ as well. So bleeding kills across the map. Maybe? Are they? Zibe? Blink up in a couple seconds. Again, Penguin's gonna be there to be able to stop him short. Oh, dude, even He even just refreshed the shot as well. He thought maybe there was even a chance that the MOUZ would have escaped. Unfortunately, it gets another Aeon disc procced as well, so we'll actually put it back on cooldown.
I love how he's always like 1 millisecond away from blinking out and he gets hit by something on that Mars. Like, he was almost out, then gets caught. Almost out, gets caught. Like, heartbreaking for him.
It's a win probability. Huh? 25% for Nightshade. Got a fight going on? What's happening here? Jump in. A little bit messy. But actually able to activate the BKB. Zanti cancelled the ultimate. Oh, and now he's going to find an opening for the Chrono as well. And without the BKB to cover him, he's going to actually use the refresher Oteka. Gonna be cautious about some of the mana usage inside this fight though.
Yeah, Shad used BKB by the way as well. They went on him down bottom while that was happening mid. But this probably isn't the way you want to use your first refresher, but then again, maybe you can turn that into taking a tower or two. There's no BKB on PA.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Tier 2 tower's gonna go down bottom, so it's first tier 2 of the game here for Nightshade. And you're still gonna have a 4v5 for 30 seconds. I mean, there's a Crystal Maiden that's dead.
Can you
See, regardless.
Radiant's middle tower is under
can
attack.
you do me a favor?
Yo.
Count how many Aeon discs there are in Dire.
Okay, one sec.
Radiant's bottom tower
I
is
see
under
3,
attack.
4. Never mind. Yeah, okay. 4 on this.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
That's it. I guess that's the solution to the PA, right? Like you just buy all the Aeon discs.
Aeon Disc Enjoyers? Have they got any aesthetic caps as well? No,
I think one on.
caps. I think Radiant's got one.
Yeah. Someone had one for sure. I saw it.
It's Antic, yeah. Well, this game is in a very interesting position now. I mean, 14,000 deficit, but still happy with what they've been able to get off the back of that third Roche. Of course, they don't have any of the components left. No Aegis, no Refresher Shard. They will turn for their Tormentor. Radiant are coming, though. And that is a bit of a signal for their exact location. Some want to retreat to the base, and some want to go back out on the map. As Pango's the sole person away from the team currently. They won't continue to the right. Instead, they'll look for the Lion kill. And this only protects him momentarily. Taker's even considering about finding an angle to jump back in, but is this really the fight you feel like you're going to be able to succeed in? Zantic tries to stand strong. Chrono's going to be layered down. Taker's going to be able to deal with the Crystal Maiden. You've got to be cautious about Shat. They need to somehow find this Phantom Assassin in the backline because the daggers are really starting to sack up the damage. It's not going to matter though. You get those big kills inside the Chrono. Shad feels hesitant to jump in. And once again, Nightshade, another successful fight. And it's starting to feel almost impossible for Radiant.
Yeah, even. Okay, now I have one extra question. Do you think it's starting to feel impossible because they don't have enough damage, or because they have too much damage in this Rapier and they're not using it? Because I feel like maybe if he didn't have the Rapier, he'd be joining fights a bit more freely.
Yeah, I think this. He seems hesitant. He's very, very cautious, which is not how he's playing the early game, right? Like you were jumping in, playing really up in their face. I mean, you have... Look at their tanky heroes. Your Primal Beast has 5,000 health. Your Mars has 3k. Your Position 4 Tiny has 3,600. Like, these boys are beefy. They're going to be up there, creating the space, tanking spells. I don't know. Maybe you're just a little bit hesitant because this Rapier pickup. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel so too. But... I'm thinking if he didn't buy the Rapier, they probably could have traded some fights in which he goes in, Maybe he dies, but his team wins.
Wait.
Now he's just waiting for the perfect opportunity, and that opportunity will... I don't think it's ever coming your way, sir. There's just too many Aeon discs, if nothing else. They did kill Lion, though. Pablo?
Pablo? They just picked up again. Another Refresher Shard. Chrono's still currently on cooldown for a Taker. It looks like they're just going to sack Pablo, though. I feel like this is a team fight that is already lost.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
does have a buyback, so
you make mistakes.
nothing terrible there. But now a butterfly completed on Faceless Void. So he has that plus 20 backtrack talent, and he has the butterfly on him. Oh, my Serbian friend with internet problems. Let's go. I've been there. Classic.
Dude, I just looked at Butterfly. I haven't seen this item in such a long time. I had to go back in patch notes to see when they added the base bonus attack speed. This took me by surprise. I didn't even know this was a thing on the item until now. But it's like they added it in the main 7.35 patch.
Of course they did. How don't you know? I'm kidding. I kind of neglected that one as well.
So item's dead. Well,
Yeah.
like, why this instead of like a MKB, which has always been your classic PA counter?
I'm not even sure. Like the attack speed is pretty good for you because you're gonna have time lock, right? And the time lock is already kind of good to proc against the PA in the chrono. Now you have that, and you have Massive Madness. I feel like some interaction between those two was probably the reason.
Ah,
It's
yes.
getting to-
You can nerf it all you want, but still this primal split to be able to siege is very goddamn annoying.
These brawlings are just dying. They're dying to the daggers. Like he needs to go back. Can't. Oh, Agentic? Yeah, that's fine. You saw how he only had one brew left. And he even took, like, I waited for him to get in real form to check his talents. He even has the plus 1200 Brewling's health talent, and it still doesn't matter.
I think this is going to be a really impactful item throughout these late game fights now with the Wind Waker completed for Jibe. This is something that we were saying. You maybe Pablo's re-queued it up as well, feeling like he's happy with the Chrysalis and now wants to go back for this item. So at least Jibe's got it, which maybe he's going to force Otaka to go for something like a Nullifier instead of the Satanic. We'll see if he continues to have this item queued up or not. But yeah, Wind Waker's inside these team fights. It's going to be really impactful.
I feel like if you went for... Look, he has this Mask of Madness, so I guess because of that he wants the Satanic. They're gonna smoke up here maybe. Let's see, do they have a smoke?
One in the backpack of the line.
Yeah. I feel like if you went for an old fire straight up, you could end this game. Right now. Like, you could actually force it. But forcing high ground is always dangerous. You don't know if she has a buyback, which she does on the PA. The only thing is, are you worried about this PA? Once that buyback is used. She won't have rapier, she'll still hit hard, but...
Agentic out of the base, like, maybe you force a BKB? And try and just poke him from afar. But, yeah, let's see if they can siege and how easy it's going to be. I mean, last time you had to use the Primal Split. Is this the route you want to go down once again? Because Pablo is ready. Maybe they're going to look for that toss back inside the base. They won't be able to get the opening before the Primal Split. They'll try and deal with the Brewlings first. Oh, what? Otaka! Oh, that's a huge corner onto 3. Sets up for the Earth Spike. Double Earth Spike as well. That is a perfect way to start. But can they convert on a successful team fight? Radiant playing off the buybacks. Meanwhile, Shatter's getting some big daggers. Otaka finds a time hook, gets some health back, repairs the damage, but Zibe still able to play around with the arena. That's going to cut down the Jakiro. Do they have enough spells for the second round? Otaka's still going to BKB, and another Chrono. Multiple heroes getting caught inside the bubble. These heroes, they're going to be tied back as well, but Shad finally, he mans up, he jumps into the middle. Shad should be able to deal with the Brewmaster as well. Speared out of the base. They're going to get Lion as well. Finally, we start to feel the impact of this rapier. Shad was waiting for that moment to jump in and deal the damage they needed.
Holy shit, man. Finally, I see the speed. At this point, I'm like getting nervous, waiting for this guy to actually do something. He was doing a lot with Stifling Daggers, but was never really joining in. He waited for that second chrono to be used. 2 chronos were used by Nightshade. They kind of let their guard down, forgot about the PA. or at least stopped caring about the PA, and the moment you do that, she goes in. Yeah, nicely done. If you are Radiant right now, you need to force some buybacks. Can you do that? Maybe you can force out the Brew buyback. If Void buybacks though, he still won't have the chrono. So this is a rough position to be in. Let's see. It is dangerous for Radiant because they used some buybacks themselves as well, right? Like, who used it?
I think Mars Tiny Crystal.
Mars Tiny Crystal. So if you could get those 2 or 3, that would be huge. Shad's still in.
This is Megas though.
Yeah. They didn't want to use the buyback on Blue, and because of that, this is Megas, like you said. I don't know, man. He has 10,000 gold, I think. Okay, Megas aren't as important as they used to be, but with 10k gold and Refresher being queued up next, like you could even buy back and buy that Refresher. His buyback, oh, okay, his buyback is a bit pricey. It's 3k, but still maybe could have been done.
That win probability goes all the way back up to 81%. So Dire were so close. I mean, you dragged this game all the way back. We are now 2 minutes away of T5 neutral items as well.
Yeah, they truly dropped the ball. Like, the way the teamfight was fought was way too over. I feel like this Dire team is really good when they're not in front. Like, they play much better when they don't feel confident. Once they feel confident, they start making blunders. Some players are like that, some teams are like that. They're just much better to come back than to actually keep the lead.
Well, let's say being behind again, if the comeback kings can find a way into just this game 1. I mean, it's still just game 1. I know, I mean, something about Dream League that a lot of people was mentioning. Patch, well, I should say games are going super long on this patch, and looks like we're going to start off these qualifiers in similar fashion as well. So, I mean, Pablo, we're saying he was going Wind Waker. He was able to get that and go back for the Daedalus as well. So, I mean, you got Ida. Yeah.
When's Rosh? I guess 20 seconds and he may respawn, so that's the minimum time. Maximum is 3 minutes and 20 seconds, so who knows, this might not be the best place for Dire to be in. The Rosh is gonna respawn bottom anyway.
The big commodity, right, is just, it's going to be the buybacks for Radiant. So we'll see if they have that timer. I mean, the fact that you used those 3 buybacks in that previous defense, you kind of, that is your only advantage right now that Dire are really playing with. But they might not even have an opportunity to really force that. We could just see Radiant play super passive, their side of the map, and just wait for these buybacks to come back up.
Exactly, that's the problem. Like, if you're Radiant and you're in this position, you have mega creeps and you're just pushing them in and waiting. And that's why I thought that Brewmaster buyback was maybe good. If he uses that and they defend or they fall back because of his buyback, the game is still gonna go into stalemate. You know, because the Radiant doesn't have 3 buybacks, you don't have them, but no one has mega creeps. Megas are not like a huge advantage for Radiant, but it's easier for them to play the map. Maybe go for Rosh once it respawns.
Well, see, okay, I was going to just keeping tabs on the Pengo if he was going to be fine. We got some interesting T5 neutral items though. The Force Boots, I think, well, definitely the Desolate is more the interesting one for Shad, but I just want to bring up the Force Boots on Zibe because it looks like he's selling his Phase Boots and maybe going Nullifier? I mean, I can't imagine anything else really this but the Helm on what it can do. Really the big one, Pirate Hat for a Taker as well. So we are definitely getting to that territory where, you know, this Faceless Void late game, double chrono now with this extra attack speed can be you're even scarier than a potential double Rapier on a Phantom Assassin.
Yeah, a ton of good items. I think 2 Force Boots, by the way, on Mars and on Primal Beast. Tiny as well. Triple on Radiant. 3 Force Boots. 3 Force Boots, Crystal Maiden with Book of Shadows. That's actually ridiculously good here, right? Like you're playing into Chronosphere. You can just Book of Shadows the PA if she gets caught.
I guess like the only issue is the cast range, and maybe that's why he's going for 8th ones next. We have seen often Hanskin in some of these previous fights is being caught by the Chrono or at least someone else.
Yeah,
Both sides know though, like look at this, we got Roche up shortly, so everyone is starting to try and pivot their attention down to bottom and get some vision set up.
Yeah, the only problem is if you die, you have to start now, because your creeps are pushing in. So if you're dire, you actually can't. This is the issue that I see with not defending Megas. Now you're forced to fight. The Radiant can just chill, they don't have to. Just wait the top and mid to be pushed in and then fight. Then go for Roche.
Smart.
So strategically, yeah, much easier to play.
And we're going to see that come into fruition now. You reveal yourself. I think, did they double smoke or just single smoke on Dire? Regardless, whatever it was, you have to smoke down. You got one ward dewarded, you potentially might lose another as well if Jebe moves further up, and yeah, you lost your positioning now to potentially set up a defense for this Roche. So this time, yeah, we've seen previously it was 2 Roshans with the shards, refresher shards going the way of Dire. This time that's not going to be the case. You get Aegis. Shad's actually going to pick that up, and it looks like Zentik will get the refresher shard as well.
I feel like you can even give it away to someone at this point, maybe even to Mars. Yeah, he's good. He's got it. He gave it to Zibe. He's gonna have a nullifier too, so double hex, double BKB, arena, nullifier. Just we're in a position in a game in which, yeah, anything can happen still. We have these crazy items. By the way, what did Filmini get in the end? Seer Stone. Yeah, that's pretty solid. Like Seer Stone on Jakiro. These ice pads are. Check the range on the ice pad. It goes.
Jesus.
It goes beyond what I can see on the screen.
I know if this was the previous patch, Lion with Seastone as well, you're mentioning that about the stupid mana drain. So maybe not as much because Pierre can just potentially one hit you, but yeah, of course, mana drain's been nerfed a little bit as well.
Still pretty good for the Hex, for the Cone Earth Spike. AoE Hex and AoE Earth Spike. Like, these fights are so crazy now. Anything
Pango.
happen.
Okay. But importantly, you know, these buybacks are back up. Every single hero in our game 1 is going to be playing with a buyback. And we are just going to continue to have a standoff, so hope you guys, got some popcorn, got some drinks nearby, because, yeah, this is it's potentially going to be a long one. Jump in. Never mind. They're just going to start. All right. See with the Rolling Thunder turnaround what they can provide. All eyes are going to be on Shad and the opposite carry being Oteka. Aeonta's going to protect the Crystal Maiden. Oteka finds a third now with a refresher use. Of course, they got the Wind Wakers in the arsenal. Is he going to have the damage to be able to deal with the Dino? Shad finally wants to jump in, trying to deal with Oteka, but the bashes aren't enough. Now Shad is going to find an opportunity to jump over to the left side, but it is messy. Radiant, they're out. They've had enough. Can they retreat, though? I mean, Codex is on the prowl. They might be able to get the Crystal Maiden instead, so not the most valuable kill they were hoping for.
Oh, that's a dieback.
Still sticking around it, and we've got to keep in mind, on a long drawn-out fight, these creeps are going to start to get inside the base, so you need to make the call soon, Dire. Do you continue with the fight, or do you look to go back? Because they are well and truly inside the base now, and you don't have a glyph as well. No Chronospheres for them to work with inside. Oteka, frostbitten up and blown up. Shad, once again, showcasing the damage from the Phantom Assassin. They need to go back. They'll do that on one, but it means no one's with the Pangolier. And he's not going to be able to escape. And actually gets a blink away. Nicely done. Finds an angle to escape. Jibe, can he catch him though? Refresher used.
No mana.
Almost think he was just lacking the mana at the end.
No mana. He used refresher, couldn't hex, couldn't Wind Wake. Unfortunate for him, but not very fortunate fight regardless for Radiant. PA still has that Aegis for 2 minutes. You need to buy back with Void here, or they are ending the game.
Oh, Chad, out of mana. Hang on, a bit of an opportunity for them to actually kill Shad the first time. Of course, he got ages though. And what have you got for the second life? Still no chrono. You're gonna have to do your best to avoid Shad, who's got a BKB. Can they really be able to lock anyone down though? Azantic tries to deal with her taker. Instantly gonna be able to cancel the pulverize, but what? What? Where did he go? Was that a crit? Oh my god. Otaka gets blown up, no Faceless Void, and no victory for Dire. There's just nothing they can do. There's no damage, there's no big team fight spells. As Shad and the boys, they're going to be able to find game one. It took them a hell of a long time. But in the end, 67 minutes is what they need to be able to take game one. A 23 kill performance from the Phantom Assassin as well. I mean, he might be able to get more kills as well. A lucky crit. Philmany almost gets one hit. They've got buybacks. They'll use everything they have, exhausting their last option. But it does not matter in the end. What an incredible game. Shad's going to celebrate. Why kill the throne when we can get more kills? Pad the stats. They know this one is well and truly in the bag. Throne will go down. Wow, what a wild game one.
Yeah, absolutely insane by both of these teams. Like, of course, this is what you expect from a close qualifier in Europe. A bit of scrappiness coming from both of these teams. I feel like it was back and forth so much. I don't even know. These two teams, they had the game in the bag multiple times, and then they kind of made some blunders. I think one defining moment of this match was definitely the PA buying the Rapier. Once she got that Rapier, everything had to be slowed down so much for Radiant. In the end, it looked like it was the proper decision, at least later on, because she was able to kill off the Void before he managed to do anything. The dieback, I believe he reversed time walked. Like, I was watching, he time walked away, and then he reversed time walk into a crit. So he went back in and then got crit. Yeah, unfortunate. Overall, though, some nice plays. You can definitely see that Dire, like, when it comes to individual skill, they're on point. When it comes to decision making in the game, there's a little bit of work to be done to clean it up. It could be the nerfs as well, so let's see. Maybe game 2 is much better from them.
Yeah, let's see. You know, you started this game in incredible position. You were able to continue that as well with some of your rotations across the map, but we got to keep in mind, like, it got to a stage where really the turning point, at least in the early game, like very, very early game, was when they dove under that tier 2 tower with like the Pango going very deep, and then we saw Rest Farmers be able to rotate, Shad getting very involved with the Phantom Assassin, which I think is one thing that I've always been impressed by him as a carry, where even on a hero you might not expect on how active the hero can be, he'll always look to show up in some of these early game fights, and I think without those Phantom Assassin rotations, his game could have had a very different outcome. So Res Farmers, you know, in the end, I mean, it took them a long while. We've got to keep that in mind. It took them 68 minutes for them to get there. Nightshade made this an incredible game. You know, some really big chronos. I think everyone else had, you know, some decent team fights as well from Nightshade. Going to be a bit frustrating though that they weren't able to get this victory on the board, but you know, nonetheless, pretty good game. What do we want to look for a little bit differently out of Nightshade going to game 2 though?
I'm not sure. I want to see a very similar draft from them, with maybe a little bit of a better execution. That's it, because they had good early games, some comebacks like you said from PA, but overall this draft, I feel like it suits them. A little bit of cleanup maybe on position 4 and 5 when it comes to positioning and team fighting, but besides that, everything looked nice.
All right, well, let's see what they're going to be able to do heading to the second game on Nightshade. You said just maybe clean up some of that execution issues, and if they're able to do that, then you know, potentially we could have a full game through. We're going to keep in mind as well, you know, these are best of 3s. We are, you know, in that qualifier, you know, maybe with a lot of the Dream League action going on, you know, people early on in the tournament might think it's a best of 2, but this is not to be. We are already in bracket play so far for the qualifiers, so Rest Farmers is going to be one game away from being able to move on forward in the upper bracket, and with a loss here, Nightshade will go down to the lower bracket. But of course, it is just game one. Was back and forth. Very exciting 60-minute affair. Let's send to a break, though. And when we come back, we're going to have game two here for the Elite League Western Europe closed qualifiers. We'll see you guys soon. All right, Breast Farmers come out victorious in game 1. Took them a while to get over the finish line though, so hopefully, when I sure for them as well, they're going to be wanting a cleaner and faster victory as well. We'll see what Nightshade are going to be able to do in response to that though. We do have our draft getting underway here for the second game. We're going to have Rest Farmers on the Radiant side playing with second pick. We've got Nightshade on the Die side with first pick as well. Some of the bands looking pretty similar.
Yeah, not really that different beginning, but we do have a different first pick. Straight up. You like this? You heard it, right? Like, or you saw it. The guys that are watching haven't yet, so we'll keep them in the dark. Another hero that is very popular at the moment has been drafted, so not really moving away from the meta quite a lot. And the team that has picked it also has a very young player, so maybe he's gonna be the one playing it. Same like Amar the fucker. Like maybe they will be just copying him and putting it on Mr. What's his nickname again? I forgot. The rich man. Yeah.
Sure, there are a lot of Amar enjoyers out there, so I have to imagine we've already been able to guess potentially which hero it is. It has been picked up from Nightshade. So if anyone has guesses, we'll get a pat on the back if you are correct once we do get into the draft. But we will see though some of the bands that changed a little bit. There's some respect banned. You see the Primal Beast was banned out, so no Xantic Primal Beast. And Rest Farmers actually get rid of the Pango and also the Brewmaster as well. So there you go. If you guess Timber, well done. Pat on the back. And you see Rest Farmers, interesting response, which is one that we actually see somewhat often from some teams. There's they feel like the Pugner is a decent way to deal with the Timber. I mean, Netherward can be always a little bit frustrating, and just a hero that offers like nuke potential is really definitely a big one, and sometimes you can have difficulty getting that. And yeah, so Pugner's kind of nice as a response for Rest Farmers. Doesn't really reveal too much as well, right? So just hero that they can keep some strats secret with.
Yep. I most likely it will be that support, right? But it has been played on mid in the past, so maybe that's an option for them. We will see. I do like the pickup overall. It feels that Rest Farmers are gonna switch things up a little bit. The moment I see this Pugna, I do think it's gonna be Pablo playing it. I don't know why. Just some annoying for Pugna Pablo. His Tiny has been banned out as well. We get the deck rep into Finger now as well, so some a shit ton of magic damage, I should say, versus Timber, and you get the Mana Drain as well versus him. He's not gonna be a happy boy, no matter what in this game. I feel like it's not one of those free Timber games.
Awesome, like very squishy the supports that need people to make plays though. Like you're not really playmakers yourself. You kind of like to be paired with other people. I do think that's where I think in a lot of teams for Xantic, he's kind of taken that role as being like the tempo playmaker. So of course we saw last game with the Dino. So of course we'll see what hero he's going to pick up for them this game. But see what Nightshade going to probably respond with. Last game, there were a lot of supports that got banned out. This one,
yeah. We'll need something in front, definitely, but it's kind of difficult to pick something like that when you see Timber on the other side, right? Because most likely you will shy away from these big, bulky, strength frontliners when you see a Timber. But yeah, usually that's what I do. At least if I see a Timber, I don't want to play a DK, a Primal Beast. These kind of guys, Tiny as well. Most of them banned at the moment, but still.
Dire team pick.
I'd rather have myself like some, I don't know, carry Ursa or Monkey King. I feel like Ursa is pretty good for Rest Farmers at the moment. Even versus Prophet, like you get to build Battle Fury to get rid of the trees. Another option is maybe something like Alina. Timber Nature's Prophet is an ugly combo, by the way. Whirling that plus Sprout, so much damage in every rotation if the two of them are involved. It's stupid. Like it can... basically, you can solo heroes with with Timber if you have Prophet with
5
Sprout.
seconds remaining.
So very strong laning supports on Nightshade, like Undying and Nature's Prophet. Of course, that +1 as well for NPs has always been a pivotal factor on why people are even still considering about drafting this year.
If I if I didn't care about Timber, I would instantly pick something like a PL here for Rest Farmers. You know, the hero is pretty damn strong at the moment. You have this Undying you're playing against. You have this Prophet you're playing against. Both of them hate playing against you. You get a Tombstone Destroyer. Instead, they go with a Void, which is fair, right? Like, you've seen what Void can do in that last game. He was pretty strong. They snatched up. You get away. I guess time dilation versus Timber is solid. The lane itself is also not too
5
bad.
seconds remaining.
I think so if you... Sorry, go.
No. I was just saying maybe you're also stealing the Void from them, but that's it.
I do wonder how they're going to set up the lanes though, because I was kind of wanting the Pugner to lane into the Undying now with just a little higher movement speed and your attack damage is a little bit better with your intel gain. But then like a Faceless Void Lion lane sounds very punishable.
Yeah, well, with Prophet and Timber definitely. Like you can easily wear them down, but you know, maybe a couple of lucky bashes, a stun on the Prophet, Faceless Void can get on top of him easily. This is overall, I just like the Prophet. Like the hero looks stupid strong at the moment. Like he's been strong for even after the recent nerfs. Like he's still just as strong. He TPs in, he gets that bonus armor, bonus damage. You just can't trade with him. Sprout later on is also stupid. His Aghanims is stupid. His shard is good. Like everything is looking great for him. Undying as well, by the way, has been picked in Dream League, and I think this hero isn't picked enough. Like almost untouched, but just feels really good to play him.
Man, I'm trying to work out what they want to go for their off lane. You're definitely going to save your Exantic hero. Like, what does Zibe actually want to play in this game? They're going to Viper. Okay, so some flex, of course. You can potentially put it mid, which makes it even more difficult for what hero you want to draft for Nightshade. They instantly go into the Puck, so they're going to reveal it. Regardless, so with the Viper, of course, this is going to be a ranged hero if you want to play into the Undying, and your ultimate for the Timbersaw just absolutely destroys him. So there's already a decent amount of value for the Viper.
10 seconds remaining.
You can see the way they're thinking about this game. Like we talked about these,
5
you wanted a
seconds
frontliner. I didn't want anyone strength based, so they pick up Viper. You still get the frontliner, but that doesn't really suffer against Timber. So you get the best of both worlds. Before they picked Viper, I was thinking about something like OD maybe, but he doesn't really fit the same category as Viper does. So they get him first, which is nice. Puck was an instant answer to anything, I feel like. Whatever they picked, they would have went Puck. Most counters are banned out, like the Kunkka and Tiny. There is something like a TA left in the pool. And if you Rest Farmers, that's an option. I don't know if it's the best one, but it is an option. Like you could play Faceless Void and TA, with TA going for something like a Blink Dagger and being super active early on, and then you also do extremely well versus Puck in the lane, so maybe something Nightshade might ban.
I think another option, if that does get banned, is maybe you're looking at like a Void Spirit potentially. Because that is definitely one weakness where you just don't have ways to start. I mean, I know the Puck and Void Spirit matchup has gone back and forth. Some people, like individual-wise, like the Void Spirit. I know XM does to respond to the Puck. It's just you don't really have much initiation, and Nightshade don't have a lot of control as well. So if you get to last pick and you don't have that TA available, then you know maybe this is something that Exantic can also look at.
Yeah, sure. Like you said, depends on the player. Depends on the player preference. And also the meta, like which hero. Like Puck for me, like right now feels a bit stronger. The Void Spirit gets banned out, so nice shout. For me, Puck right now is a bit stronger because he's going for this just right click and that's it. And the Lone Druid, okay, I see.
kind of surprised that banned the Void Spirit then if they wanted to lone Druid. Druid absolutely destroys like absolutely every single Spirit hero. So yeah, regardless, they want to cover their tracks.
10
And
seconds remaining.
I mean, let's see. But what are you picking a lone Druid? You do not have a lot of time.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, this is definitely catching them off guard a bit. Let's see. Okay, this is
Yuck.
yeah, this is really strong into both Puck and Lone Druid. Actually, Smokescreen is incredibly annoying to play against. So this is going to be Ricky mid. It has been drafted.
What into the Druid is it? I haven't seen this matchup before.
No, if you're a Lone Druid, you hate playing versus any heroes that silence you and get on top of you easily. It's like Ricky is annoying historically, Weaver is annoying historically. It's about like not the lane itself, of course, they're not even gonna lane into one another. By the way, this Puck set looks, I don't know, what the Puck is this? Like,
Do you like the new one? You know, like the dragon looking one?
I mean, I don't know, Puck looks just weird to me right now. I don't know, some very thick eyeliner with leaves all around his head. I like it though, it's different. I do think Rest Farmers have a decent draft, but it's very similar. I feel like Nightshade, even though they didn't execute perfectly in that last game, their approach to the game is very similar. They have this like type of a draft that can run you over if you play everything right. Otaker is playing his lone Otaker, whatever. He's playing his lone druid, so you have that going for them as well. They can win this game early on if Lone Druid gets, you know, whatever he's going for. I don't know, maybe some Harpoon and Dezo. Like, you can end this game very early on with Diffusal. But if this game goes late, once again, I'm all in on Rest Farmers. If it goes just a little bit later.
Are there enough counters for the Puck this game? You feel like, you know, Ricky and Lion are enough to be able to deal with Puck? Because we've seen at Dream League, like, this hero goes past like 35 minutes and Puck would just solo win you the game. Like, this hero is in a pretty crazy position currently.
Yeah, I think it's enough.
Okay.
Like, what's enough if that isn't? You have an AoE smoke for silence, and you have this hero that is the best catch in the game in the form of Lion. So, is it going to be enough? I'm not sure. It depends on how they play, but on paper, this is exactly what you need versus the hero.
Alright, well, let's see how this mid Ricky goes for Adzentic. Definitely something out of left field. And, you know, also a little bit as well with the Take a Lone Druid. It's not a hero we actually see too often. If we get it, it's mainly the off lane. You know, really, the only person I see playing it kind of recently is Ace in particular. Like you said, if they... Yeah, go.
Yeah, I'm spamming it safe, actually. I feel like the hero has a couple of decent builds that you can go for. Obviously, my games aren't the same like these games. Not anymore, at least. But I do overall think that the hero has a place in the game. If the Lone Druid player is good enough, you can... Look, the meta is the game either goes 70 minutes like the last one, or it finishes around 30. And I feel like Lone Druid is the perfect hero to end it around 30. If you have this like Puck in a good game, with Prophet rotating left, right, and center, you could be knocking on the high ground very early on.
The battle begins.
What are those item builds that you're mentioning for the
on
for
Lone Druid? I feel like there's quite a few. I like the Corrosion into Diffusal into Harpoon. Some games I also like Orchid. I think this isn't a bad Orchid game as well on the Bear. You don't have to rush it, but like second item, Diffusal Orchid. You can catch Ricky, you can catch Void. It's also decent until they get a couple of good items. But I guess you will have Silence and catch from Puck, so you don't need it.
We've seen previously, I know Ace has gone for the Diffusal Harpoon. He's also, some games he likes this Radiance build. Is that something that you're ever considering as the carry druid, or it plays a little bit different in this role compared to a 3?
I think it's also doable. But like the Fusel Harpoon is solid for me. I'm not sure if I'd go for Radiance instantly after.
Yep.
That's maybe the only difference, because I'd rather have some more oomph on my position 1, you know, than some Radiance that's kind of just doing damage over time, being annoying.
Sure. Alright, well let's see what the item build is going to be for Mr. Oteka here, who had a pretty decent game overall with the Faceless Void, and he should be in a pretty good lane. I'm very intrigued on how Jibe is going to be able to perform. As we even see like Pablo, of course, on the line, goes for the boots very early on to try and drag the wave, and Nature's Prophet actually just TPs into the face and makes sure Pablo doesn't get like any free gold nor experience. So this is going to leave Codex, I mean, solo down bottom, but I don't think this is any concerns for a Timbersaw.
Usually you want to leave him on level 3, actually, because that's when you get level 2 reactive armor. He can be bullied a little bit this early on, but so far it's all good for him. The lane is actually even pushing in, so no reason for Prophet to be helping him.
I do want to go back and touch on mid as well. Zantic is botting this lane, and it's not going to change, right? Like, sometimes the one nice thing about the puck is just ranged and being able to really slowly, like, whittle down your opponent, but Ricky's just got ridiculous HP regen, so that's not going to be a factor, and also you just have such an overwhelming amount of damage, so puck is always going to have difficulty with CSing.
Yeah, regen and armor, by the way, on Ricky. You have 6+1 armor at the moment. Like, under the tower, 10 armor. Puck is literally... Like, he regens more than he gets damaged per hit, so it doesn't really matter. This is a losing lane for Puck.
And I was going to say, there was a lot of talk at Dream League on, you know, maybe this being one of the ways to address the Puck. You can try and go for some late game counters, but once Puck gets to that stage, it seems like he can almost be unbeatable. But you know, his early game has always been one of his weaknesses, though, with just the lack of damage that is there from his spells.
Yeah, you can definitely mess him up like this early on and then keep him down. The problem is once Puck, it's not only about this build that Puck goes for, the right-click damage, it's also the fact that Ricky suffers against Puck once Puck gets levels. Not because Puck will kill him alone, but because of the casualty he brings. Filmini? Dying? Nice tombstone.
It's a great tombstone. I mean, they're going to be able to trade lives here. Zibe actually not going to get the finishing couple of right clicks onto the tombstone. So it looks like we got first blood.
It was Prophet, I think. Yeah, Prophet. Zibe couldn't fight the Prophet because Prophet was hugging the tombstone. And he's like, yeah, if you want to fight me, you need to fight the tombstone as well. He also uses the tombstone to farm the medium camp a little bit, get some more gold. We'll have his urn completed very soon on the Prophet. Level 3 as well.
Do you agree with the early game read they've had of trying to shut down the Viper instead of enabling the Timbers early game and slowing down Shad?
I think I do. I think Viper is one of those heroes that just completely sucks if you don't win the lane. If you don't do well early on. It's very difficult for him to come back. It's very difficult for him not to be constant food if his lane isn't going well. The question only remains, did they succeed at shutting him down? You know, because he still is having a decent chunk of farm. It's not like Lone Druid is doubling his CS or something like that. Considering they're tri-laning the Viper, he's doing alright.
And now we're going to get to a stage where we can compare versus Codex, who, like you said, you know, when you get these 2 points of reactive armor, he went that Wraith Band as well, is very survivable. But they will be able to put some pressure on him. You know, we're potentially looking at time dilation is always a big issue for the Timbersaw. I don't know how impactful Ricky's rotations are actually going to be. I guess, I mean, it's Antic, he's level 6 and is actually potentially going to get a kill, especially with Pablo's rotation. So very nicely done. It's a nice counter rotation, though, for the Nature's Prophet, who should be able to get a rebuttal. With Pablo's been able to step out. They want to jump back in, though. Cell to be able to maybe try and get an Earth Spike before he dies. Unfortunately, he's going to last long enough. So it looks like they'll be able to get the kill on Pablo. Zantic doesn't get any revenge.
Yeah, but he's thinking about it though. He's being pinged. Yeah. He basically he couldn't do it before because Prophet had the TP buff on him. The moment the TP buff is off, maybe you can make a rotation, and Ricky's doing that. He's going in now.
This could be a nice bait potentially. Looks like they're a little bit too slow to be able to move on over to be able to protect him. So you get the kill. Puck's coming over. With Pablo back alive, let's see how cautious they have to be on Dire. Puck's going to still jaunt on forward. They're going to be lacking some of the sentries to continue following this pesky Ricky.
Yeah, if you're rich, man, you're hating all of this because you're missing last hits made. You instead of just TPing and getting back into the game, you're trying to catch some. Oh, if he, but yeah, again, you know, this is all. If it works, it's great, but what just happened is he got his range creep denied again, you know, so he misses that that experience. It's rough.
Let's look like we had a bit of a fight for the Wisdom Room. Gonna be 1-1 apiece though. Bottom Hanskin was a little bit too late to stop the Nature's Prophet when he TP'd in. I don't know who's gonna win this. Hanskin. Oh. No, unfortunately not gonna be enough. Blow Grenade won't take him out. So we'll send the Nature's Prophet back to base, but of course Hanskin has to TP as well.
Yeah, this is rough. Level 7 Ricky has his Blade of Electricity already. Is there a 6 on puck? Still not. Like 5.5. This is probably the biggest issue that they have on Dire at the moment. On the upside, the Timber is doing really well. He is keeping up with the CS, and he's been solo laning versus the two of them. And Lone Druid as well is doing well, of course. He's level 6 now versus level 5 Viper. This is a stage of the game in which he might even pressure or try to go for a kill on his eBay.
Maybe with that rotation for the Nature's Prophet. He's a little bit ahead of the Lone Druid though. Zibe no Quelling Blade too, so not going to matter actually in the end. They actually close the distance and up the slows. Not going to be able to get the finishing blow. They want to deal with the Tombstone. Should be able to do so with ease. They don't have the damage to really punish them from turning their attention over, and still, it's not going to matter though. I mean, both sides bring some numbers. You get the kill into the Tombstone, but regardless, that is it.
Yeah, a little bit disconnected there from Nightshade. Like, they had a chance to kill the Viper, but Otaker kind of... If you looked at him when Prophet was TPing in, he was just kind of running up and down, up and down, up and down. Couldn't decide to go or not to. Kind of undecisive, and by the time... I think he thought Viper had Quelling Blade. And Prophet knew that he doesn't. So Prophet was like, we can get the kill. Meanwhile, Lone Druid was like, yeah, we can't. But one of them was playing with misinfo. It seemed to be the Lone Druid.
Rich man. Oh, wow. Just so much damage, and this is still without Diffuser Blade on Xantic.
Yep. You asked if they have enough catch, and I think that question is answered at the moment. For now, at least.
Yes, for now, you just have to continue this up. So... it's going to be really nice as well. You got the Pugna to be able to offer some tower siege, which is something they're lacking. And once you open up this map, then where are you going to be able to play? Like, you've got a pretty greedy support in the Nature's Prophet who wants a lot of farm. Your Puck's going to need a lot of catch up. Timber kind of occupies a lot of the map, and this can really enable the Ricky just to sweep from lane to lane.
Is there a way to make a triangle of suck between Lion and Pugna and someone else? I think there is.
Only you would want that, brother. No one else wants to see something like that.
Come on.
Right. Yeah, I don't judge. That's all good, brother.
What is there to judge? I just like nice shapes.
You can't improve.
Triangle is a nice shape. I like geometry, and I think you can make a triangle of suck, but only if one of you is on the opposing team. You can't all be friendly. So you need to have one enemy in there. Then Lion can aggressively and defensively suck.
Who am I missing? Lion, Pugna, and who?
I don't know. I don't care. Whoever, because the only two you need is Lion and Pugna. They are.
Yeah, but
they are
you're saying a triangle. Who's the third?
Exactly.
You need 3. You need 3 points. Who's the third hero?
Just choose someone. It doesn't matter. He's just there for his body to be, to be used.
Oh, so you're not saying you want a third person that also has the...
No. Because Lion can do it for 2, right? Can Pugna do it for multiple? Pugna
Yeah,
can
with
do it
Shard.
With Shard,
Yeah.
yeah, but
It's not maybe like a perfect triangle.
yeah, but then it's the Nether World, right? It's not the same.
Yeah.
Anyways, stop with these. What the hell is wrong with you, Ares? You always start these crazy conversations with Lion, Man, and maybe Triangle. What the hell? Anyways, so Lone Druid. Oh, do you notice that he went for 2 levels of Spirit Bear and 4 levels of Spirit Link? That's something I'm doing wrong. I'd always go maxed out Bear first. Interesting. Is there ever a thought of holding a skill point with the bear? Because you... Wait, hold on. Oh, there's no way. Is he just going to kill him inside the silence mid lane? Oh my... I mean, he did use double blink strike. And it actually doesn't matter. Wow. Oh, that is so much damage. Now bottom as well. I mean, Timber committed under a tower. And maybe with Chrono and Zibba's Viper Strike, they're just going to be able to kill him. Have fun with your break, especially if Pablo's got a stun. This early game is looking incredible for Radiant. Otkar is thinking about going bottom, like he's actually chilling by the Twin Gate, thinking about it, but they need to rotate everyone in, and I don't think they will. So.
I don't know about you, I kind of just wanted to get this Diffusal Blade then go. I know the recipe's a lot, but like, if you go a little bit too early, then your strongest hero all of a sudden is not gonna, like that real oomph impact that we're expecting out of him could fall a little bit flat.
Yeah. I don't know how big of an move that really is going to be, because this bear is strong, but he's usually strong because he bullies and he's kind of in front. He's not in front this game, like he is even behind in comparison to the enemy carries. Enemy cores, that is.
They've smoked up multiple heroes. Even Richmond
Maybe
looking to try and get involved as well. Shad would be a perfect target. And they should get him.
Killed.
Yeah. Coil, they won't even fear him away. He's going to even snap the coil regardless. Chain control, it's all going to be there. They are coming though. And they used a lot. That's coil, that's Tombstone used. So if a fight breaks out away from this Tombstone area, it should favor Die. It's going to be the first time they're taking a fight into Otaker's Lone Druid though. So we'll get a true test of how powerful this hero is.
Pretty dangerous, like he has a greater healing Lotus as well. Great healing Lotus, that is. So if they go on him, he might survive. They don't have a finger yet.
There we go, jump over the top. Zantic. Oh, this is a really heavy commitment. It's Zantic. You've got a big streak here, and if you give it a Rich Man, this puck is going to be licking his lips. Well, it's a rough lane, but that is a big kill, and just that's a measly Undying. That's a position 5.
Yeah, that's not what you wanted. And now this Lone Druid actually is free to go bottom. And maybe go on Z-Bay. Let's see. They were aiming for Timber.
No way. They got a bash on the chain. Is it going to matter? Viper Strike's about to expire. Shad still actually gets the kill. And now it's just going to be Otake that hunts down Shad. He's going to be praying for some roots, for some RNG to go his way. But Shad is able to juke over to the left side. I mean, you bring both supports down bottom. Actually, it's Richmond along with the Undying, but yeah, Shad's fine. Crota back up. They actually are thinking about going back in.
Yeah, pretty big mistake there on the bottom lane. I mean, not on the bottom lane, story on top for Ricky to die, and now it kind of all spirals out into Nightshade's favor. Not huge favor, of course. Ricky is still doing fine, the team is still doing well, but they had full control of the game, and then they just forced it a little bit on that top move. It's fun, like I love these 2 drafts because they're so much fun, like looking at these heroes. You know, the last game as well, but you definitely know what kind of a game to expect from Void PA. Meanwhile, this, you know, like this is.
He's got 4 stuff queued up, man. Like, yeah, alright. I see my Pucker first item 4 stuff. Yeah, we got some issues.
Yeah. It's not only him. Like, you have this Prophet as well. I'm actually queuing up Atos instead, never mind.
Zibay top lane. Really cute use of the summon there from Roteka. And now Hanskin as well. They're going to be able to kill off this Pugna. And Radiant is starting to slowly TP some heroes in, but it's just one by one. And that was really, really cool. Roteka, I believe... Savage Roar doesn't dispel, right? No, without the shard?
Not without the
so
shard, yeah, it doesn't.
I think he leveled up the bear, which broke the Viper Strike? Actually, can't be dispelled. I don't know. He did something. It looked cool. I think it broke the poison attack.
I leveled up the bear,
And then
yeah, leveled it up. That was it. It was still level 3 bear.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, it's playing through a taker. That's what they got to do. I mean, this man is incredibly farmed. Codex as well, 2 deaths, but he's got Kyra and almost Blink.
Denied.
So these are your strong heroes. We need to see the supports play with him, and somehow Puck also connects sometimes with Coil.
I feel like if you're Puck, just hide, man. Don't show yourself on this map. Don't be anywhere. Hide where the medium camps are, farm around the triangle, I don't know. It's bear zoning.
There is earning. Meanwhile, Xantic almost going down to Codex as well. Definitely think we're going to start to see the Timber looking to get active. Unfortunately, it always feels nice after you find this T1 tower down bottom, but it's still left standing. It's going to be a Maelstrom now completed for Shad, along with this Mask of Madness, so... I've been ready for a big team fight to try and open up the map here on Radiant. You really want to... This is Ricky. Big question is like how this hero is going to be able to scale this game. You know, like you said, it's got a very good matchup versus the Puck, but you do have some issues with keeping up in farm.
He's got the DD, by the way. If he picks it up, and whoever he goes on is pretty much dead. Let's see. I think he'd rather have a taker. Let's see.
They're going to have the damage for him, though? I mean, we saw last time he committed too heavily and then paid the price, and looks like it was a little bit hesitant. It was going to be the case this time as well, so... Whenever you see Tombstone laid down, it's just an all-out retreat. Codex is...
Stuck.
Never mind.
Yeah. He has a blink, so he can get out. I like this blink, by the way. Sprout plus blink into Whirling Death, insta-kill on someone like a Void. Almost insta-kill. Some more damage and he's gone. Yeah, double damage Ricky didn't really use it. The moment he saw the bear go into true form, he was like, yeah, I'm not killing that. Too much armor and HP. He is being hunted down, by the way. Mythos is there. Oh.
Is he looking for a TPR? Oh
Yeah,
my god. Okay, he got it.
Yeah, nice. Smoke screen, right? Can't catch him there.
Middle tower is under attack.
No root has to be so unlucky.
Well,
Like,
keep in mind that there's a 75% mischance on smoke screen. So if he gets caught, it's unlucky for him, I guess. As
yeah,
well.
yeah.
The percentages were on his side.
Oh, it's not fair. Maybe we'll see the Puck also die on the opposite side. 5 deaths. And he is committing for the 4-staff. He has the Staff of Wizardry queued up. Sorry, already bought.
Would you do it? Like, if you were in a situation such as this one, do you... This is like capitulating, right? Like, capitulating. You're done. You're like, yeah, I can't win this. Just give me a force.
It's a shit position to be in. It's just like... You feel like... You're pretty much sacking your game going 4-staff, but also if you don't go 4-staff and you die a couple times on your way to Witchblade, which you already have, so you die some more, then you're... I mean, the Pugna's about to have more net worth, and I honestly wouldn't be surprised if potentially his Nature's Prophet takes over him as well. I
think that's exactly what's gonna happen. Like, this Prophet will become a secondary core, and Puck will be used solely for Dream Coil. And that's what he needs to do. He needs to have good Dream Coils into the Faceless Void. The rest of it is on his team, because realistically, he got countered really badly in the lane, and sometimes this is what happens. It's hard to make a big impact in the game if you're being pummeled 24/7.
Middle tower is under attack.
Would have been lovely for the Puck if that Arcane Rune spawed down bottom. Not going to matter though. At least they're going to be able to find a T1 tower. So we do see Otake is starting to get a little bit more active here with the Lone Druid.
Radiant structures are fortified.
His bear might die.
Best. Yeah, looks like it definitely should. And Zentik got the gold. Instant resummon though. So
They want to go.
Shadow's still got TP. They're not going to have the T1 tower to be able to join to a lot of AoE damage. Shad will start to make the rotation, but it might be a little bit too late with the Faceless Void. They've already lost the Viper. Hanskin, nice force up to the high ground. He's still going to die. That's a huge chrono. Connects
Amazing
onto
chrono.
4. They got the finger as well for Codex damage. Shad again. We saw it last game with the Phantom Assassin getting involved earlier. In this game, they needed it drastically. And if they can get the resummon on the bear, that's going to be huge to be able to help suffer a take. They even land the Earth Spike onto 2. Filmini, he'll go down trying to tank up the spell so a taker can survive, but that was a massive rotation out of Shad.
I feel like it's the same for Nightshade once again, like in game 1. When they feel confident, they usually lose the fights. The fights that they excel at are the ones where they get going on and they're responding. Needs to be said though, this fight was played well by Nightshade, but even better by Rest Farmers. Hanskin, he died I believe first, but he did so much work there, helping Agentic survive for the majority of that fight. Then he was fine on his own, like using Life Drain on him, pulling him away from Timber. Then Timber couldn't do a lot because of the smoke screen and he was blocked in the trees around Ricky. Like really nicely done to save him.
Hanskin on a dewarding expedition. Might even get Pablo killed as well. Looks like Pablo's okay. Yeah, they will lose the Pug now. My Puck has got a 4-staff completed though. Hanskin's not ditched yet apparently. Why not just...
Man, he's still alive.
Dude, what?
Yeah.
It's a nice path from Codex. Might be able to get Pablo. Zantic actually does connects, but yeah, no one was close enough. Okay.
He was hoping for maybe that dust to connect. Nice smiley face.
Oh, Shad actually. He's in a lot of trouble down bottom. He's already used that timer because the TPs are starting to come out once again. They need to get a little bit lucky here, and Otake will now land the route, but it's way closer towards Radiant's half of the map. They're still going to pay some respect with people coming through the portal.
I feel like they could have killed... Yeah, they could have killed the bear, but probably... If you go for that, you get punished. Where will they go? What's gonna happen? Are they setting up for some rush action on Dire, or are you afraid of Chrono here?
See, Shad is showing in the lane. They might have to be afraid. Codex is a little bit away from his team, and they have the damage with this Ricky hitting from behind. Pablo's ultimate. They've got some stuns.
Him.
Oh, wow. That is a statement, Chrono. You can absolutely go screw yourself, says Shad. Because off the back of that kill, we're going to look for Roche as well. Ricky definitely not the worst person to be able to help with the backstab, so should be able to go down at a decent time. They got 30 seconds till the Timber's back alive.
I feel like people are way too worried about their Chrono in some games early on. Yeah, this is 23 minutes in, but if it opens up an objective, just use that Chrono, even in a 5. You get some gold, you punish him as well, you put him to death, like you put him AFK for a bit.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
You get some extra time to play around, and yeah, Chrono will come off cooldown eventually. Ricky is hunting.
Yeah, he's going to be rewarded. Richmond, is he going to be cautious? I mean, he's got a shield rune. Could look for a coil into the fear. Taker going to be able to land it. Coil will expire. They're actually going to buy back on the Nature's Prophet. There's a fight they feel like they want to take. I mean, Jibe's completely isolated for the team. He's just going to try and fight and maybe bring the bear down with him, and he might be successful. Actually, bear stays alive. Now Shad, no Chrono, no cares, looking to jump in. Has he got a care though? I feel like he might need to be a little bit worried, right? It's getting scary. They'll deal with the tombstone. Like a double bash! No way. I mean, Puck's game. Are you serious? He lay into a Ricky. He just got double bashed like that. Now Shad's gonna jump to the Timber as well. I mean, Shad, what can he not do? He dipped him.
He's
Like,
so
yeah,
skilled
you
with
bought-
these bashes.
Dude.
I agree.
Oh my god. He's like, yeah, you bought a 4-staff. What's your 4-staff gonna do when I double bash you?
I don't know why my teammates aren't bashing as much, you know, pressing
Dire's
this
middle
bash.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, you need a pause. Someone's head's not on the right space. We're gonna blame it on Pig.
Headphone issues.
Yes.
That's usually what it is, right? Oh, but yeah, they're getting pummeled at this point. 9k ahead, 25 minutes in. It all spiraled down from this mid lane, really. Like usually you see this puck, and the puck is supposed to be just destroying everyone on the map, but this isn't that game. He's really not finding his place in the game. Lone Druid as well. I feel like, yeah, he's doing a lot, but what I do like about Radiant is they realized what they need to do, and that's not try to go for the Druid, but for the Bear. You know, you have this break, you have Viper that slows him down quite a bit, stacks up his poison attacks on him, and then you just kill the Bear over and over again. In that last fight, Lone Druid couldn't even fight for, I don't know, 10 seconds because he was thinking, do I resummon the Bear or do I back? Because the Bear was on 5% HP. He couldn't really do a lot after the fight versus Viper. I don't know. I'm looking at their items. They need something big to catch the Void, but they don't have it. He's got that Manta the Orchid that is being queued up by the Prophet. It's gonna come too late. It won't really matter a lot. They needed it, like first item on someone, maybe on loan, and then you would be able to catch both the Void and the Ricky. But like this, it's not gonna happen. And Hensken has been having such a great game anyway. Even if you do that, he's gonna decrepify and save the target.
Love the reason, question mark.
Yeah, Nikita. Hit them with that reason.
Lags. There you go. There's the reason. So it's like one of the three, right? It's either Discord, lag, or headset. You know what, G? Good to go back in. Let's see what you're gonna be able to do, because you just lose that team fight without even your Chronosphere on Shad. And he's getting very close to a BKB. They've also found the real Bear Man.
Is under attack.
Away for the boys.
That's a solo, right? Is that a solo?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's a full solo right there by Ricky. Yeah, smoke screen. He's got that Kanda to work with. This is like I feel Otakar. Like I feel bad for him. I know how it is. Like you're having a good game with the Lone Druid, but if your counter is having a better game, it doesn't matter. Like he's still gonna solo you. Look at this. Look at his damage. Even Undying dies in 3 hits.
Dire's top tower
Is Nature's
under
pro?
attack.
Okay. I say, is he dead too? But no, he's fine.
Why prolong the
This
like-
is.
Yeah.
I was gonna say this is what Ricky needs to do, right? Like again, we brought up earlier. This hero doesn't farm. Like you have to get kills. You need to be like 8-1 and 0.
Yeah, but it's dumb. Like, it's dumb how good of a pick this was for them. Because it counters the lane versus a hero that's one of the strongest heroes in the game right now. And then it also counters their carry. You know, it's also really strong against their carry. So it was like the best pick they could have gotten out of that mid lane.
Can they? They'll kill the Tormentor. It's gonna. I thought maybe kill one of their own members, and man, does it get close. Unfortunately, Ricky is not in prime position to be able to capitalize on some weak heroes.
This is a good shard though. Like a good shard for Undying. Like you can save someone with a tombstone. It doesn't get silenced, right? Like the tombstone, there's no way. So you can get in the tombstone even through the smoke screen, which is nice.
We have seen Tombstone has kind of been one of the weaknesses as well so far this game on Radiant, with like the way to address it. That's going to be a little bit different once Zube like finds more levels and items, as Xanthic's going to find another kill. 4 hit, okay.
He's also queuing up the Ghost Scepter, thinking about getting that.
Dude, he sees Taker again. That observe what he had prior.
Tower is under attack.
He might just run underneath the Dire Observer by the gate. No, he's not going to.
Dire's bottom tower
And they're going to miss on the Sentry D-Ward from Filmini as well. So maybe Taker's actually going to think he's safe.
Yeah, no tier 2 tower.
Dire's bottom tower is
Oh
under
my
attack.
god. He's going to kill him too, man. Okay, never mind. Alright. Well, oh, hang on. They're coming. The boys are coming.
He's got
Oh
smoke
no.
screen.
Oh no. So this is the classic. The assassin looking to try and get some kills solo across the map.
He can.
Is he actually going to die? Hang on.
This
That's
is
a
great for
huge
them.
Earth Spike from Pablo. Zibo's just able to beat into the lone druid and... I mean, now Codex has to TP out. Of course, he'll be successful. They're not going to stop it, but dude, look at bottom lane.
Yeah.
I'm trying to ask him, like, boys, dude, make some space, do whatever you got to do. We don't care if you even lose some members. We're going to get a full set of barracks for this. They're going to go mid as well.
This feels like it's even game at this point. Like the Void with the Aegis running out though in 3 seconds. So still has a Chrono, still has a BKB. You don't have a Ricky, but I feel like you can easily go mid as well.
Can't improve until you make a mistake.
No trade. They're just going for kills.
Shad? Okay, he's fine. He's well and truly fine, and they're going to get more kills as well. Once he falls back down, Tibersort going to be killed off and sent to the grave probably for the final time. See if they're even going to
Laundry's
call
up.
quits. Or...
Let's see. There's Lone Druid. You have the bear, but he has no true form. Okay.
Oh, coil into break? That's forced off the reposition, but now you've been able to kite the bear. Once the poison stacks up, Taker doesn't have a resummon as well. And now you might even lose the puck. Oh my god, he had to get Ogre Seal Totem just to counter some of the heroes that he's versing this game.
I really think at this point you kind of call it. You don't have a bear for 90 seconds. Otaker can't even farm if you wanted to. This is...
Dire's courier has been killed.
He's okay. He's morphing. He's gonna go. He's not giving up. They have Timber in 3 seconds. Let's see. He's kind of trying. Yeah,
Did you see that? I think the puck just forced him in. I mean, they know this game's over, but that is... It's like, let's just feed a little bit more. Yeah, so he tipped Richmond as well.
GG.
And there we go. GG's. So, I mean, game 1 was close, and game 2 was just an absolute masterclass performance and a bit of an advantage with the last pick, Ricky, as well. Being able to absolutely destroy the puck, and then you rinse everyone on the map as well.
Yeah, congrats to Rest Farmers. They abused that mid lane to the fullest. They had a really strong mid laner in the form of Ricky. I feel bad for Richman. He's that young upcoming player, and he looked really strong in game 1. In game 2 as well, he didn't look strong, but there's a reason why he didn't look strong. It was stupid. Like, you're playing into this Ricky Lion. You asked me at the beginning, is that enough? I really think that question is answered after the game. Lone Druid as well, even though it's like they're full comfort and the hero is strong, he's not strong into Ricky. You get jumped later on, he got soloed by him a couple of times, so just a really rough game too for Nightshade.
Yeah, unfortunately they weren't able to... We saw some signs of life for them in that game 1, but yeah, like you said, just a bit of a rough game too, and we'll see. There's still, it's double elimination. They're going to be in the lower bracket now. They're going to have to make a pretty crazy run if they want to get through some of these teams. Because, I mean, you take a look, what do they need to even make it towards the lower bracket finals? Because, of course, there are 2 qualification spots. So they need to win 1, 2, 3. They're going to win 4 series to be able to qualify. All the upper bracket finals, lower bracket finals, they are best of 3s. So no best of 5s here in Western Europe. But it's going to be a very long run for them. But, maybe they can... we saw signs of life for them in game 1. It's just like, how are you going to be able to bring that back and start the run strong? They don't know who their opponent is going to be just yet. Of course, that's where we find out in our upcoming series. And for us, we're going to be covering MOUZ with GHOSTIKLENOVO. So it's going to be MOUZ, of course. There's a lot of hopes for this team, this organization. They still have that kind of trio with Alternate Force and Narman, but then with Bengjin and Supreme coming in as well. So we'll see what these boys are going to be able to do and how they can perform, and what GHOSTIKLENOVO, how they're going to look as well. Because they're another team that came through the open qualifiers, a bit of a stack, some more unknown players on Ghostik. So MOUZ, we'll see how this introduction is going to be. You're back into the Dota scene for the org, and how they're going to be able to perform versus Ghostik. We'll take a look at the schedule real quick and what we have lined up for the day afterwards. We're going to move down to the lower bracket after, again, but it's TBD. We just don't know what that series is going to be just yet. But Lizard, quick thoughts before we send to a break on how this next series is going to look?
Yeah, just looking forward to seeing what MOUZ is going to look like. I'm disappointed that Team GHOSTIKLENOVO doesn't have Ghostik in it. I kind of expected he's gonna be playing there, but yeah, we'll see. MOUZ, there's a lot of players actually in this qualifier that have played in MOUZ before, not necessarily in this team or in this series, but even the Greek boys, right? Like they had a stint, I believe. At one time, Spartan was playing for them back in the day. So yeah, it's an organization with a lot of history, and maybe they can make it again.
Yeah, 2017 is when the Greek boys were on MOUZ. It was the old Greek squad there in for the MOUZ Esports organization. So yeah, we'll see what they're going to be able to do with some representation from all over the world. That's going to be the next series coming up shortly. We'll send to a break. See you guys soon. All right, welcome back. We got our second series coming up of the day. Two brand new teams and a brand new organization rejoining the Dota scene. It's going to be MOUZ taking on the stack of GHOSTIKLENOVO. There's a bit of a unknown stack from these boys. I mean, you got some, you got some people, a Peruvian guy, 2 Russians, got a Kazakhstanian, you got a Ukrainian as well, and then of course MOUZ, still with the core trio of Olnet, Force, and Narman, who we saw with the team Tickles, and of course who we saw have a lot of success with GeekFam last year. Had a really good run, almost made it actually out of the TI qualifiers. They were kind of a bit of a dark horse. That unfortunately wasn't enough. And then you've got Supreme and Benjen coming in, so definitely Benjen is a bit of a question mark for me. I mean, looking back at some of his like results on Wikipedia and games he's played in recently, he was on the Team Bold, a team a little bit in last year's DPC, and then he took like it was almost the whole year off pretty much after that. So he has not played a lot of Dota, only just recently actually started to play the Dream League qualifiers and the ESL 1 qualifiers. And for Supreme as well, I mean, really, we've seen him on like Alliance in the past, but recently for him was Into the Breach and KZ team as well.
Yeah, but these are all players that still continue playing, right? Like they might not be playing in tier 1 teams, but they're still playing in pubs, still practicing, still keeping up. Meanwhile, for GHOSTIKLENOVO, honestly, like this is some crazy ass mix. If you told me 5 years ago that we were gonna see, okay, Kazakhstan, Russia, and Ukraine, that's normal. That's like I've seen. This is all these CIS countries, like they mix up together all the time. But Peruvian as well in there, it's like, yeah, it's something a bit different. I'm not sure what to expect from them, because this is a team, honestly, like I see these nicknames, yeah, you can see them in pubs, but that's it. Like I haven't seen them in any of the pro games.
Yeah, no, so just, I believe they're
besides
carry
Adomi,
player.
right? Yeah.
Besides who, sorry?
Besides the Peruvian guy, like he's been around. What about the carry player? What do you know of him? Tell me.
I just know he's rank 140, so he's pretty high rank on Europe leaderboards. That is that's not too shabby, all things considering with how difficult Europe is, and with everyone being over there for Dream League. So yeah, he's relatively high rank, and you will see how he's going to be able to perform for GHOSTIKLENOVO, and overall how MOUZ is going to be able to perform as well. I'm like nothing. How do I say this? This is no like bias or anything, but just overall as an org, I hope MOUZ perform well, not only in this tournament and the next tournaments. I have the same opinion about Falcons and the same opinion about IGG2. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure maybe G2 dropped their roster. But I think it's just very good for the Dota 2 scene, having these big, like really big organizations come into Dota, and I think it's important that they have success. So hopefully they do relatively well. I know Team Tickles has been struggling when they did have Lorinov and Ducalis. Honestly, that was a team that I thought was actually going to be able to compete versus the likes of OG and Tundra, for example, in some of these qualification spots, but they've actually been bombing out. I was been very surprised at some of the lackluster results I've seen from them.
Yeah, I feel like it's more about these teams that you don't... these teams that you expect a lot from starting to perform. I think there's a little bit of that as well. OG looking pretty damn strong at the moment, much stronger than they have been in I would say years, like last 2 years. Tundra as well, perhaps not in the best form, but still looking good. A lot of European teams stepping it up. Even Secret playing well. When's the last time you saw that? I mean, relatively well to what we've seen from them recently. Since the, TI-10?
Yeah, TI-10.
That's the last TI they finished second or something, played really well. We see a different draft, by the way. Ghostik with Dragonite and Grimstroke. DK was banned out in the last few games, so that makes sense. You get Grimstroke with the Dispel Shard versus Bane. You get the Soulbind with Dragonite. You get Inkswell with Dragonite, which is also pretty good. What's their banner, by the way?
5
What
seconds
is that?
remaining.
Someone throwing a keyboard into the screen after losing? Is that what it is?
Radiant team
Yeah,
pick.
so that's what it looks like. That's their banner, and then their like little team flag is
that's-
like you see the face. Oh, wait, what's going on? Is this a TV support?
No, that's Ghostik. Now it all makes sense. That's Ghostik on the image, and I believe he is throwing his headset and keyboard into a Lenovo monitor, PC screen. So that's why Ghostiklenov.
Okay,
10
we
seconds
pieced it
remaining.
together. There we go. Now we cracked what
code.
the team name
5
means and
seconds
everything. Now let's see if we can crack the team draft and their play style and everything. Maybe it gives us a bit of an insight to the players.
Yeah, I feel like we already see this Sven is going to be the carry, right? Like Sven mid, Sven safely and Leshrac mid. Meanwhile, if you're Ghostik, you can pick something into the Sven and put TB on your support. Like you can put TB support, pick something that
Dire
I don't
team
care
back.
armor, I kill Sven, and that's what they do. They also get a hero that's decent against Leshrac. I like this. Like TB, yeah, you get kind of countered by Lesh, but you're a support, you don't care anymore. So I like the adjustments from Ghostik.
10
Yeah,
seconds
we saw Lifesteal have a
remaining.
lot of success at Dream League as well. So let me actually see what the
5
stats
seconds
were on this
remaining.
hero. But I know it was picked a lot more than what people were expecting. At 23 games, 69% win rate. So I mean that ain't too bad at all. I mean I think a lot of the buffs were the Radiance item getting buffed is really a big one. I think Sanj getting buffed, so making Sanj and Yasha viable, making your potential Hellbid viable, which now goes back into like this Sven matchup, because we've seen in the past like Lifesteal is really like going your Armlet, Radiance, Hellbid to deal with the Sven. You're actually able to you itemize well against him, and you can your natural playstyle feels pretty good against him as well. So
Radiant
I don't know if
team
you
that's a
check-
couple of big reasons.
If you check the items, do you see anything about the Aghanims? Because the Ags on a Lifestealer as well is, for me at least, it looks really good. Like you can.
Yeah, no,
fest it.
I was gonna say I agree. I think Ags is very, very strong.
It's
10
it's funny
seconds
though that
remaining.
they picked the Lifestealer into Bane. Like Bane used to be
5
the
seconds
counter for
remaining.
Lifestealer, but times have changed a little bit. It's no longer the case.
Radiant team back.
He still has that grip to mess with him, but you
Dire
get
team
Grimstroke, I
back.
guess, to deal with that a little bit and help you out. Now, if you're Ghostik, I guess you need to figure out what you're gonna pick mid, because this is the way I see it is DK offlane with either TB or Grim, most likely with TB. Your Grim Lifestealer safe lane, and now you need a mid for Lesh. But
10
interestingly
seconds
enough, they
remaining.
ban out the Invoker, so what they're expecting maybe is tiny Lesh offlane,
5 seconds remaining.
which is also viable for MOUZ. Like they could do that. I'd rather have just Lesh mid and pick a different offlane if I'm MOUZ, like something into the Lifestealer. I think Slardar needs to be banned here,
Dire team pick.
but instead they get Huskar out. Okay, let's see what they
Radiant
pick
team
mid.
pick.
Oh shit, dude. Oh, I mean, it's not bad.
For anyone unaware, Lizard is a Meepo player as well, just so we get that out the way.
10 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
just a player. I only have like 10,000
Spam.
games on the hero.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, just like 10,000, not a lot. 10,000 games. I've been playing him quite a bit recently. That's why I'm caught off guard a bit. I'm trying to think like, look, Lesh used to be the counter to Meepo, because you just can't do anything. You heal him up. If you're hitting him with your clones, you're healing him up. The trick, however, is you don't care anymore. If you're Meepo, you can buy eggs, and you will buy eggs. So you don't care that
Choose
much
your hero.
about him. I'm surprised. And Sven also cleaves through you. So Sven can be a problem. But again, you don't care if you go for eggs, because that's what you will be buying. And he has been nerfed a bit. Like Meepo has been nerfed a bit. But the Aghanims is, I think, like 10 or 20% less stats shared than it used to be.
Okay. We got a lot to talk about in particular, I think, because I know you've been saying you've been playing a lot of Terrorblade support lately, so I want to go through that and want to dive a little bit more into your Meepo spamming knowledge of the hero. Before we do that, though, I do want to say at least the heroes that MOUZ have in particular. I think Narman Tiny's always been one of his best heroes, like some initiating type. On that hit the scene with his Sven. Again, I will always go back to the last year TI qualifiers with GeekFam. Without a doubt, his Sven was by far his best hero. People even spoke about before he even hit any teams that I've heard even on Yaps or stream in particular. He was saying when this guy was like rank 600 or something, he saw him playing Sven. He's like, holy shit, this dude's Sven's actually pretty nutty. Force Enigma is also very, very good, and I'm almost certain Supreme is a very high level on the left track. So there's a lot of comfort from MOUZ. You've got a lot of AoE, a lot of BKB piecing control with the Life Stealer. Now with that all out the way, what the hell is this Terrorblade? Like, what's going on here? You brought it up. Last game, last series, you said you're playing a little bit Terrorblade support. We're seeing a lot of it. There's rumblings about it. People are talking about this hero and the power that there is to be played as a support. Firstly, is there a preference on a 4 or a 5 Terrorblade? Does it really matter? And then where do we even go from there? Like, what do you do with this TB support?
I think you'd rather have him on 4. The point of this TB support is actually very simple. Reflection got buffed up so much that on level 10, you take that talent and the downtime is almost inexistent. So you're just spamming Reflection in fights and it's super annoying. It's just doing way too much. So that's basically the main reason why he's as strong. And then again, of course, you have Metamorphosis in the lane. You have illusions to push out the lanes, to give vision, there's just a lot of things that make this guy a strong support. And then again, of course, you get Sunder lastly to be used as a save. I've seen some players even go for Aetherlands, something like that. But usually it's kind of the Boots of Bearing, Vlad's for staff, these kind of items. Maybe an Orchid if needed. You can even transition into a core if the game needs you to.
What's the skill build usually for the TB?
Reflection is to be maxed out.
30 seconds to battle.
And when it comes to me, like I'm switching up between the Metamorphosis and Conjure Image depending on the game. Because
would you say this game you don't want to max image because the Lesh?
Well, you still want the images. You still want to farm with them and push out the waves and scout. But it doesn't really change anything besides the damage and the mana cost. So I guess meta is the thing that you're going to be maxing out. You get the meta, but first and foremost, of course, Reflection. Like that's what you want.
So this is this new hero now. It's just purely Reflection and the level 10 talent in particular. Are there any other? I guess would you go for the 15 Reflection as well? I imagine.
Yeah, of course. It's all about the Reflection. Literally, that's what you're doing. You're being annoying in the backlines, just spamming Reflection in team fights. It's a lot of damage that it does, in fights. It applies all the debuffs as well, of course, from the heroes.
I know mid lane's always exciting to start with, but I want to look at bottom. We have a lane swap. It's actually going to be the Lifestealer running into the Sven. So we mentioned that this is Lifestealer Sven as the game goes on. It's very, very good for the Lifestealer. I've not seen this, though, where they try and put the Lifestealer into the Sven's lane.
I think it's not that much about Lifestealer into the Sven's lane as much as it is Lifestealer away from the Enigma lane. Okay, maybe that's the point. Just get him away from the Enigma, make his life a little bit easier so that he can actually have farm. You want to have a strong Lifestealer, but let's not kid each other. Like this is a Meepo game. Like you see a Meepo in a draft, it's all about him. Like, and how well he does. The matchup itself on the mid lane isn't that difficult to farm.
And as a game overall, though, like how do you rate this out of 10 for Meepo on being able to carry?
Like, I don't think there are games in which Meepo is really bad anymore. Like Meepo used to be one of those heroes that, okay, if I'm countered, I can't do shit. But I feel like it's all on Meepo now. It depends on how he plays. Like, if he plays well, if he executes properly, any game is good. Because you have Aghanims, you have Shards, you can deal with almost anything. And you can buy a BKB now too, so... This game is alright, like, sure, you're playing into God Strength Cleave and into Leshrac, AoE damage that heals him up completely, but... Okay, you're playing into that, but you still have Aghanims and Disperser to work with, so... You shouldn't be punished too hard.
Do you think people have misread Meepo with the nerfs, like with the big Disperser nerf and the Scepter nerf as well? Do you feel like this hero is actually still pretty viable in the right game?
It's been nerfed, but it's still viable. Like, even Disperser nerf, you can just use it on one of the Meepos, and then you have 2 Meepos running in, right? Because it's gonna work on the target and on yourself. So you can still use it. People aren't doing it. I don't know why, but it's still doable. But the nerfs have been significant. Like, he was absolutely batshit broken. He's no longer broken. Yeah.
But he's like, you feel like he's still in a pretty good position where maybe you're a little bit surprised that people are like not even considering him? Because I don't even know how many games he was actually played at Dream League, but at least the games I saw he wasn't played.
I think it's fair that it's been ignored that much, because there are heroes that are better. It's not about him being completely nerfed and destroyed, it's just that there are heroes that are doing a bit more right now in the game.
Top lane, Narman, really nice toss back onto Tiger. Gonna be able to get a kill, perfect timing with the Eidolon splitting, making sure they max out that damage potential with the Enigma. And let's see, like I was saying, this force back on your previous teams in Southeast Asia. Geek Fam, Execration. His Enigma was incredibly strong. Kind of wrapping on this Meepo mid lane as well.
He's poofing out, yeah, he's fine.
No, I'm a little bit too far away.
Still kind of bad for him to be in the base. But he smokes up. He's doing extremely well so far. Like, this is the best that you can probably expect from a Meepo.
Maybe he's gonna get solo killed. Oh, no, Benjamin actually didn't continue with the right clicks. Narman might be able to get him as well, but solve up a little bit too slow without the boots.
I love that he's using the set that I was using when I was spamming him. I like that.
The Terrorblade?
Nah, the Meepo. Okay. I mean, back in the day, like, he's using a very old key stealer, whatever set. A different sword, but yeah. The bandana.
How do you... Why can't I look at these items anymore? Did they remove that from the spectator?
For some reason they removed it, yeah. You can't do it anymore. I don't know why, though. Like, everyone wants to... Why don't you let me see what the item is so that I go into a shop and buy it? Maybe they force you to just see the item, then you open the shop, but you don't know what the item is, so you have to go through everything, and then you're like, oh, okay, I might buy this one. They're forcing you to browse in the shop, you know? I don't know.
I see,
That's my conspiracy theory.
You got any other Dota conspiracies? There's people have probably gone down a big rabbit hole here.
I have a shit ton, but I'll never get invited to events if I start.
That's a good point. We gotta keep them. We keep them for maybe some bar talk or something. You know, you get really drunk one time, you go back, you hang out. You start talking about some secret stuff. Your tinfoil hat goes on, but we got jobs.
In between all the arm wrestling, you know, and getting drunk, we can.
I'm scared to arm wrestle. I don't know, man. I'm just.
There's this one dude. He arm wrestled me after. What was the name of the tournament?
Say that again. What'd you say?
What was the name of the tournament? Put us on the camera so the people know what the biceps we're talking about. Let's go.
Hey!
No, I arm wrestled some dude. I'm so sorry, man. I won't name you for your privacy's sake, not because I forgot your name. He was where was it? The Bali Major, next to the pool. Were you there at the after party when we
Yeah.
swam in the pool until like 3 a.m.
Yeah.
The big Asian dude, what's his name? He's buffed as hell. I can't remember the name.
Is he Talon? Who is he?
He's not Talent.
not-
No, he's just... No. He's just
And
like
he's not Staff or anything? I'd like
No.
vaguely remember him.
black
What,
hair.
you-
Yeah.
I vaguely remember. I'm pretty sure he's someone's friend. Yeah, I vaguely remember him.
Yeah. Someone's friend. Who was it first? It wasn't him first. It was goddamned OG's content creator arm wrestled me first, and then this guy as well straight after. My shoulder was hurting for like a week after. I'm like,
Yeah, no,
why,
I'm good.
why am I doing this to myself? I don't want to be black. Like, if you remember what happened to him, like he had some serious injury, arm wrestling. It's not smart.
I don't want to be known as the person who arm wrestled and then like snap their arm or something. If I'm gonna snap my arm, I want to do it. Yeah, I want to do it some way cool or something. I don't know. I'm not going out for an arm wrestle. That's just not happening. It's not worth it. I can put my ego aside and be like, look, I'm happy to say I'm a pussy. I don't want to arm wrestle. I'm worried about breaking my arm. I got shit to do with my right arm. All right, there's important stuff. I gotta lift some weights. I gotta play some Dota.
We don't have to go into details. There is okay.
What do you mean? I'm saying I gotta lift some weights. I gotta play some Dota. I gotta play some chess. I gotta do this. I gotta box. This arm's gotta work. That's it. It's not where are you going with it? Where's your head going?
You're like, if it was my left arm, then sure, I'll wrestle. Yeah, but I think we're back into the game. So the pause is over. One of them didn't have any problems with their right or left arm. It was just the ping, I suppose, right?
Just the ping. No one was arm wrestling at boot camp or whatever's going on. No cat was scratching them. Nothing too crazy. So yeah, we should get ourselves back on our way. Regardless, pause is gone, but you guys are not missing anything. Don't you worry, there we are. Never mind, you are missing something. You're about to see DK get killed top lane. I didn't technically lie. Like, you guys did see it. Maybe you didn't see the start, but yeah, we saw it.
At least your beautiful narration helped us all imagine it. It's fine.
Stop, I'm blushing.
Very good. Where are we at in the game, by the way? How many stacks did this Meepo make? He made quite a bit. He farmed them already. You want to know a secret about Meepo, by the way you can know if he's doing well or not?
Yes, I would love to know.
So, up to minute 10, this hero needs to be the same level or above the level of the minute of the game. So if it's minute 5, he needs to be at minimum level 5 or 6. Anything above that is amazing, but the bare minimum is the same. So XPM needs to be in line with the minutes.
Okay.
1 level per minute. Yeah.
And that stops at 10 though, you say? So like 10 minutes, like ideal would he'd be level 10?
Yeah, at 10 minutes it kind of stops. Like, it's great to continue with the minutes, but...
Oh, he poofed in.
Yeah, he has to be here.
And he's also got the Grimstroke as well. Nice Nightmare to stop the Grimstroke spell casting. Potentially actually helps him get out of danger there. Not going to have a stroke or an ink swell. Now, it would be huge if they can take this stack. Supreme does run past his Watcher, so they are well aware. Supreme actually wants to maybe gank top lane because they saw those TPs to mid. Force is really close to level 6 as well. They might not need it though by the looks of it. Narman finds the Avalanche, tossed back to Supreme's damage. Beautifully done. And this is with a Catapult Wave as well, so it'll be a lot of damage along with the Vlads on Force. How do you respond if you're Dire?
You don't. That's the problem right now. If you're Dire, you can spam the Stroke of Fate, which isn't going to be maxed out. And you literally just have to wait for this Meepo to find his farm. But the problem is Supreme is in the jungle. This is something that they desperately need to prevent. Yep.
They're going to be able to surround the DK. I mean, they're starting to come back to top. Supreme and Narman. I mean, Force lands the Black Hole. It's at the remnants of his death that they even toss. Oh, no.
That was even a help.
Okay, so I must say, I'm a little bit surprised they left Force. I feel like that was an opportunity they wasted. Supreme went back and farmed the jungle. And Narman left as well and didn't instantly beeline to play with the Enigma. Like, that's a huge opportunity. You get a kill, you have a catapult wave, you're potentially going to be able to open up the tower. You know they're going to TP in to defend, and then you could potentially have your Lesh and Tiny ready to go when Black Hole was up. I feel like there was maybe an opportunity missed there to respond faster.
Honestly, I think the best thing that they could have done there is stolen some stacks with the Lesh, because he steals the stacks very easily. They stole only the medium camp. Meanwhile, there was like a quadruple hard camp right next to him. Unfortunately, he didn't scout it. It would have been even better than trying to go for that top. Stroke, will he die? Probably, right? Let's see.
Should with DD. The amp damage is going to be enough. They'll get that T1 tower. And maybe they'll just look to instantly go top now. Supreme still got full bottle. Clarity, Arcane. Even swapping out some of the stats as well to help out with the efficiency. So, yeah, this tower is still going to go down nonetheless. And I'm not sure what Dire are going to be able to do to respond. The TB has no TP. And I think Meepo is still in farming territory.
Oh, most certainly.
Nam again. Oh, popped out a dragon form. Oh.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough for them to wait out this Meepo. I mean, that's what they have to do right now. If you're Dire, you're just waiting for the Kipo to get his...
Did you say Kipo? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sheepo,
Sorry.
Kipo, Meepo, you know. What does he need? He needs Ags, I guess, right? Like, he isn't going for the standard build, at least not the current meta build with Diffusal. He's going for D-Lance.
What do you think about that instead of the Diffusal?
I mean, I really like the Diffusal. I feel like Dragonlance is strong. It always was, but I don't know. I like the Diffusal more. Allows you to actually engage. The Disperser is still fine, scales well, and most importantly, it doesn't take an item slot. You know, Dragonlance takes up an item slot, which is fairly annoying. Can it be a... Wait, Dragonlance... I'm thinking if he's gonna maybe do something like... Make an Ags out of it, like, can you disassemble it?
Bottom lane, Sketcher. Ah, nicely done. They're going to be able to get the Fiend's Grip to start, and then, of course, there is never going to be a question if MOUZ have damage. Wait, he committed the TP. Okay, not going to matter. Steps on away, they already used a lot of the spells, and no Split Earth. Supreme leveled up anyway.
Yeah, he knew that they can't stun him, they already used it. It was a spooky TP, by the way, I completely agree. I was like, okay, he's probably cancelling this. And he didn't in the end. The pressure is mounting. MOUZ, they have this Vlads on Enigma. BKB will be completed anytime now. Sorry, not BKB, Blink will be completed anytime now. And maybe a Black Hole here on top lane?
I think they need it.
Let's see. Yeah.
Supreme again is a little in the stun now, but it's getting closer to the T2 tower and threaded the potential TPs in to help him out. So, yeah, looks like DK is going to get away. But that was another Outer Dragon form kind of used more defensively to help with the range stun. Force has got a Blink now getting delivered as well, so it's going to be an easier time for him to potentially land these Black Holes.
Okay, so they are going to have a Blink on Enigma, which completely changes the game and the way they're going to play it. Meanwhile, actually Meepo bought a Blink as well. So Dragonlance Blink is very old school. And he's doing it. An instant smoke. Now he needs to completely dominate the map. One death or two with this Blink Dagger and his game is done.
Okay.
That's how I feel about the hero, so let's see.
This Force would be a big kill. You can have 3 points in the Ink Spell to help enable him, and they will without a doubt be rewarded. There's a lot of damage with this level 11 Meepo. Like you said, you gotta get kills. That's a good one to start. But you can't stop just yet. Would you like to see them just smoke again? I don't see the Grimshark having one, but like if you did, is this something you're considering?
You don't necessarily have to smoke, because you can just make plays anywhere on the map. He has 3 Meepos, which means 3 places to be on the map. He doesn't have to be around you to join and get a pick off, right? And he can do it kind of solo too.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
This bottom lane, let's say, Flash is pushing in, like he can maybe TP if his teammates are around and they can make a play.
A really nice crafty observerboard placement up by the Dire triangle. To scout out the stairs going down towards the secret shot, so it gives them some information about the reinforcements setting up for a defense. Hero we haven't spoken about too much is Onit here from this Sven. Of course, he got involved in that kill onto Sketch's Lifestealer before. But Onit's having a pretty good time to be able to keep up with the farm. It's going to be a classic Mask of Madness into the Echo Saber. A couple of disassembles, BKB Scepter as well. That's what this man is looking for. What's Sketch actually going for too? No armlet this game for the Lifestealer. Seeing that still be a nice like middle ground item before the Radiance, but he wants the to go straight for that Radiance. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, straight up Radiance into SNY. Like you mentioned, the item is feeling a lot stronger at the moment. And he has enough space being created by the DK and the Meepo. But I don't know, man. Like I see this team on Dire, and I feel like their draft is way too simple. I should say. If you're MOUZ, like you have so many ways to play this game. You just have to execute properly. Bottom lane, Black Hole.
Do a kill.
Can they...
Or DK. What are we up to? 4 deaths. He's gonna die, right? Blink up in 1 second. He's not gonna die. And they're coming in actually. Now does he blink in? That's the question. Okay. Not that aggressive. But you're happy with that. That was a black hole, unfortunately, where Force wasn't able to get the kill off. Still on the level 1 as well, so bit of a prolonged cooldown.
They're being a little bit greedy with the supports, like not connecting with them when these kind of plays are happening. Usually you see one support rotating in together with the mid laner, and then you have enough damage for sure. But Narman is farming. I mean, you can say that DK survives because one of the supports doesn't blink in or show up, but Tiny will have a blink soon, so that will be the upside of not joining these fights.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
How do we feel about the Terrorblade's impact through the early game? Do you feel like there was even much he could have done differently?
I feel like there was little to no impact from the TV. I mean, some reflections here and there, and that's it. Like, he did make a couple of nice slows, but that's what the hero does. Could he have done something differently on TV? I don't think so. I don't think he could have done more. Could more have been done if he was a different hero? Arguable. I think so. I feel like there are some weird games in which, like, when you're playing this TB4, you want to be dominating. You want to be pressuring constantly, and sometimes you just can't do that. I feel like there are some carries as well that you punish super hard, like while this Roshan is falling. Let's name a couple of them, like a Luna, you know, you use reflection on Luna, she just destroys herself. Or if you're playing versus someone like a Venomancer, you destroy him, but
middle tower is under attack.
some heroes such as Sven just don't care.
Oh, we've seen that first instant smoke with the Blink Dagger completed for the Meepo, but ever since then, they've been very, very passive on Dire, which has given Radiant an opportunity. MOUZ, you've found the Aegis on Leshrac, definitely one of the better Aegis carries. You're burning out all your mana pool and then having a secondary one to work with. And throughout that time, though, Lifesteal, of course, has been able to complete the Radiance. You have this Blink on DK, who's had it for quite some time, going into the Mage Slayer. But let's see how they're going to be able to respond. Again, we were expecting a little bit more out of this Meepo. He looks like he's going to transition into the Aghanim Scepter by the looks of it. Just a casual Eagle Song?
Yeah. Just a casual Eagle Song. I was just thinking about it as well and seeing it. So back in the day, when I was actually able to play on high level with the Meepo, my build was 4 ultimate orbs and a Blink Dagger. Just ultimate orbs, nothing more. And then transform him into Skadi, into Hex, into whatever. Tiny. This is
the wrong way.
And now he's doing
Supreme?
it with the Eagle Song, so...
He's got a shield rune for this fight. I like what the TB's doing as well, just sending the illusion at Narman so it's going to cancel his blink. I mean, well, they just took a tier 2 tower up top lane as well. We've got to keep that in mind. So, the little bit of chaos that MOUZ are making around the mid lane, you're forcing Dire to be hesitant whether they go back or whether they keep their heroes around mid, just means that Force is able to take that tower for free.
Yeah, they're just giving way too much map control to Radiant. The BKB will be built by Enigma soon as well. Like you mentioned, Force taking down the tier 2.
So, back towards this Meepo, like going this Eagle Song route, are there weaknesses though? Like, is he going to be vulnerable because he doesn't have the Scepter yet completed? Because he has gone for this more stat-heavy item that isn't building into anything currently?
I mean, he's gonna buy everything really quickly. That's the trick. Like, he farms super fast, so he will finish off the Aghanim's in a moment. Like he will.
This kill should help
on
out.
top, yeah.
Force, just run away, my friend, with the tiny die. Nothing
Like,
you're going to be able to do.
Realistically, that's something that he felt out of his. He's a grandmaster, Miko, so this guy played it a bazillion times, right? And he feels that this allows him to play a bit faster, to get his timings better. And when you look at his timings, they are nice. Like he has this Axe Eagle Song Blink minute 18, 19, which isn't bad. Maybe with an Axe earlier he could have fought though. Bot lane.
Yeah, they're going to get him actually. Nice stun, Supreme clips him on the edge. Pretty big range there, and actually now the Terror Blade as well. Can he turn for the... Nah, there's not even a thought that he can have this opportunity. So much magic damage for Supreme and no health at all for the support Terror Blade to work with.
Yeah, he was thinking to maybe sunder the DK. If he manages to sunder the DK, maybe they can fight there. That was probably the idea, but instead he just dies.
Very aggressive position from the Bang. Bangan looking to try and pop an aggressive ward down, will be punished.
Yeah, no one behind him to help him out. No teammates. Yeah, right now, what do we have? How much time on the Aegis? 1 more minute. So 1 more minute left remaining for Lesh to just completely dominate the map. But you know what? Like with this Bloodstone, even after the Aegis is reclaimed, if you go on him,
they're gonna jump down before the Aegis expires. Is this the play? I mean, if you can deal with Force, that's gonna be great. Sketcher has to use Rage really early on to enter the fight. Force tries to defend himself with the BKB. It's not enough. Now, they should lose Supreme, although it gets a lot of health back with the stun. Now, Onit's going to be able to turn with the God Strength activated as well. They want to deal with the Terror Blade after the Sunder. Now they'll get Sketcher. And DK, I mean, there's no running from you. He's going to go to the opposite direction and maybe buy some time for Tiger, who does actually step into the trees. Narman not going to be able to catch up to him, but nonetheless, a great fight for MOUZ. Yes, you lose Force, you lose the Aegis, but you get 3 and a T2 tower.
yeah, I think you're fine. If you're Radiant, you're super happy with what just happened. I'm not sure what they tried. Like maybe they tried catching the Lash off guard. But how do you catch him off guard? Even if you kill me there, he has Aegis. Right? It won't really matter. They did manage to kill Enigma, and that's what they probably should be doing in every single one of these fights. Kill off the Enigma first and then fight off of that. But Force, for some reason, I guess he got... Did he... Wait, let me just check. He was hexed. Did he hex himself? No. What hexed him? Am I crazy? I'm crazy.
He got hexed? I don't know. Did he get hexed?
No, he
Look,
didn't.
he did have Pig Pole. I know that was his first neutral item. I don't know if he just swapped it out for Philosopher's Stone.
That's it. He pick-pulled himself to get away, but he dropped way too low in the hexed state. And then he BKB'd after. I guess if he BKB'd instantly and then tried fighting, it would have done more. But it doesn't matter. The fight is still clearly won for them.
Nice scan. Oh, honestly, both sides. Nice scan, actually. Dies, connects, own it. Gonna posture aggressively and pop the smoke. Gonna need that Inkspell DK to jump in first, but Onit does have the BKB. Let's see if he's gonna be able to react in time. Oh, it's beautiful. What a counter. Narman tosses him into the lion's den, and the AoE just shreds them.
Yeah. Like, the way I'm looking at this game right now is it's on the life stealer to make some magic happen. Like this dude's catcher, he needs to somehow make a huge difference in these next fights, because his teammates, all of them, for me, look useless against what Radiant has got. Versus the Black Hole, that wasn't even used there, by the way. Versus the Black Hole, versus Lash, even the Tiny. These heroes just deal so well with what Dire have got, so it's gonna be kind of rough for them to take these engagements without the lifestealer. He needs to be the one. He's the chosen one.
It's how does he even play this game though as it goes on? Like you've gone Sanjin Yasha. I mean, I understand it, but also keep in mind it doesn't deal with Black Hole. That's status resistance. So, and you have no way to deal with the Black Hole throughout this game. So your Blink BKB's already there. Force is just going screw it, straight refresher. And you brought up he picked it into the Bane, which has been like a traditional counter in the past. So yes, Lifesteal matches up well versus Fen, but these are all other heroes that he's going to have some difficulty with. We need to look at this Inkswell. But you're jumping in, and Supreme, he just doesn't care again. They're going to be able to stand their ground against the damage. The lifesteal, it's just unbearable. They don't have the damage to go through it. Meepo comes in far too late. And he might have just buried his own grave. At least he's got the Scepter now to work with, so a little bit more survivability. But even then, it is not enough. It just showcases how far ahead MOUZ truly are.
Yeah, this even feels like game. They're gonna take at least one side, maybe the top one as well. There's a glyph. I don't think you care about this. You don't care about the glyph at all. This is still without the Black Hole even used, my friend, so... yeah, good luck defending. There's no God Strength for 30 more seconds. The only question is, will they try two sides or only one? I think one side and back. Let's see.
It was a quick Roche spawn, so they want to go back and even poke the head in then. Be able to get that second Aegis in the hands.
I don't know, they're
Oh, they see Sketcher outside the base, actually, yeah, okay.
No grip. Oh,
nice dodge. Actually gonna buy him some valuable seconds, and that is enough for the reinforcements to show up.
Meepo?
Oh, jumped in, but he's gonna be off the mark. God's Strength is back up now. I mean, that was the thing they were waiting for the damage. Gonna be able to pull the other Meepos in. Force again, ready with the Black Hole. It just might even commit it solo. In fact, he's gonna be able to land it on the Dragonite as well. And with Own nearby, they should be able to clean up the Meepo and then look for the remaining members. They did their best to try and protect Sketcher, but in fact, it's just going to put them in the firing line themselves, and us Own it will even catch up to the Terrorblade around their triangle as MOUZ once again lose no one. T2 tower gone, high ground soon to be sieged. They're still even going to run into Sketcher as well. Nice timing with the Rage. We'll get him out of danger, and yeah, they're going to call it.
You're not winning this game. Like, you asked me about the counters to the Meepo a little bit earlier, and I said he has no counters. The problem with this hero right now is, yeah, you don't have any more counters traditionally like you used to, but you also don't insta-win versus most teams. Like, you're not that all eyes on me hero anymore. Like, you're not gonna win alone. You might win some games, but some games you actually need your teammates to just pull their own weight, and this was a game in which they couldn't. Enigma completely unanswered. Even if you deal with everyone else, Enigma eventually wins this game solo, I feel like. And another fact was that Leshrac was also unanswered. Like, this guy goes in, they tried killing him, the Bloodstone itself healed him up throughout the whole fight. They couldn't damage him enough, so rough game. Meepo per se didn't play poorly. Nothing like that. It's just that MOUZ as a team played better.
Yeah, without a doubt. MOUZ as a team played better. We saw a lot of those solid rotations. I think Narman, how he secured Force's lane, and then we saw get very active to try and play with the Leshrac as well. Supreme and Bengen as well. Like, it was more of a quieter performance from the Bane, but he found some pretty good openings with the Fiend's Grip a couple times across the map. So for these two new additions, of course, they are... at the moment on trials for MOUZ, so definitely have to be very happy, and gives them some confidence on the start of the debut they've had with this team and with this roster. But very convincing victory, and this is honestly to be expected though when you look at the 5-man that MOUZ are playing with and the backing they have of them and kind of who they're coming up against. But we'll see what GHOSTIKLENOVO is going to be able to do heading into next game. Maybe, unfortunately for them, this is a team that there's not a lot of background knowledge of them. You are probably only going to get one opportunity to win with this Meepo, and I imagine maybe going into next game, it might even just be first phase ban. Maybe they're just like, we just beat it. We don't have to worry about it, but still, you're potentially in qualifiers. You just want to make sure you don't get cheesed. So maybe that's something you're thinking about for MOUZ. So unfortunately, they may have lost that one opportunity to be able to get a win on the board with the Meepo.
Yeah, it's definitely that one-trick pony hero. You pick him, you win with it, and then it gets banned out. You play something else. If I was MOUZ, I'd definitely ban it. No matter if I won or lost against it, I ban it game 2, because it is a hero that if it catches you off guard and you don't have the right pieces, it can win the game. Albeit it's a bit harder than it used to, but it's still doable.
Yes, without a doubt. Still in a very good game. We can see Meepo be able to completely take over. He had a good early game, was farming a lot, but unfortunately just weren't able to get enough kills off the back of, the blink along with the Grimstroke to help enable him with that ink swell. So for GHOSTIKLENOVO, they're going to drop down to a, their backs against the wall now. You lose game 1, of course, you're still full best of 3, but you are going to be playing with a disadvantage now in our second best of 3 of the night. We're going to send a break. When we come back, though, of course, we got game 2, MOUZ taking on GHOSTIKLENOVO. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. MOUZ, very good debut with the new roster. You know, clean performance from them. Nothing too crazy. No faults at all, really, to mention with their gameplay. But, of course, it's a full best of 3. We need to see what else we have in store for us. Need to start with Game 2, though, for the boys on GHOSTIKLENOVO. Hopefully they can find a way back in. It's all going to start with the draft, though. That is the most important thing. You know, they tried this sneaky Meepo pick. Unfortunately, you have a Grandmaster Meepo. It was not enough in the end. Lizard, have they got something else? Surely you know these boys, right? You're best mates with them. Maybe they're like level 30 Huskars too.
I literally heard only Lizard. Something else. Are Huskars your best mates too? What was it? Tell me again. Repeat the last sentence. What was the question? You got Roboto on me.
Am I Roboto still?
No, you're fine. You're perfect now.
Okay.
Crisp.
Okay. Just crisp. Just the way I like to be. All right. I was saying, you know, if they got any other cheese picks or any other, you pulled out the Meepo Grandmaster. It does get banned out first phase as well, like we were maybe talking about. I thought you might, maybe you know some brothers. You're friends with everyone. Your homies. Have they got some like crazy Huskar picks coming up or what?
I'm not a homie with these guys, but I can tell you that a Huskar can be picked very easily in this series, so it's definitely an option
10 seconds
that we might see. And I love the ban, by the way. Instantly, just get rid of that Meepo. Don't mess with it. Don't test your luck again, you know. Like, you won against it once, that's fine. Just forget about it. Ban it. You don't have to try again. And I do think that MOUZ are a really strong team, in comparison to GHOSTIKLENOVO. Just seeing the game 1 and how it was played out. But I also would like to see a normal game, a game in which there's no Meepos, no Huskars, nothing like that. I want to see a normal game to assess how strong these two are. Relatively to one another.
Yeah, well, at least regards to maybe some normal game. Again, no Meepo, and gonna have no Enigma for them to work with as well. So a couple of those cheesier style of heroes aren't available. They even want to actually get rid of the Dragon Knight, who you said was banned out in all of our first series. They let it through in the previous game. They bodied the Dragon Knight. Actually, I think he had 8 deaths in that game. Yeah, 8 deaths for the offlaner on GHOSTIKLENOVO, but something they still feel like is required to ban out. They're going to go back to the Tiny. Like, Narman, again, like we said, is definitely one of his better heroes. The response is the Conquer, though. So
yeah. Who did the DK have to play with? Like he had Terrorblade and the Grimstroke.
The Grimstroke,
like,
yeah.
Well, you're not gonna do a lot as DK in that game. You're just gonna be punished and pummeled, because Dragon Knight's whole idea is I want to be pressuring one side or together with my team, and meanwhile you have a Meepo farming the jungle. So if you're pressuring, they're already playing versus 4 heroes, so it's easy for them to punish you for that, and he was punished most of the time. He even managed to get some farm from the lane. He managed to get the blink, but it just wasn't early enough. Kunkka, though, picked up
10 seconds
by GHOSTIKLENOVO. First with Kunkka, how do you feel about it? Like, for me, it's interesting.
I don't know. I hope you can play it in multiple roles at least. Hopefully, you can play it in mid and off lane. It's
10 seconds remaining.
Look, I've seen like Falcons do it, and Amar actually, I'm very impressed with his like offlane Conquer performances, and he still likes his Scepter rush. People still feel like it's quite strong and warranted as a first pick, but it's definitely not as strong as what it used to be. I'm a bit on the fence about if Conquer's a viable first pick hero though.
Radiant team pick.
Yeah. It is one of those heroes that
Dire team pick.
Timber is banned out, I guess, so they snatch up the Lash as well. They make sure that MOUZ isn't playing it. They had some really good Supreme Lash that last game, so you get that away from them. I feel like Kunkka overall, for me at least, is you get your boat off and you're good already. You have some impact. It's one of those heroes that, sure, you need a lot of farm, but at the same time, if you don't have it, you're gonna have impact. Meanwhile, some heroes, you need a lot of farm, and if you don't have it, you won't have any impact 100%. Also, from Ghostik, I love the Arc Warden ban. You asked about these cheesy
Dire team
heroes. Arc banned out, Huskar as well could be.
Radiant
Would be the one that
team
gets the
pick.
ban hammer.
I like that pick a lot. The Shadow Demon hero, I mean, we saw Crit play it to a lot of success in some of the Dream League games. I think this is one of the better supports to deal with the Leshrac. You know, it's not as much of a Yorsep to buy it anymore as what it used to be in the past. So that was like a big one, like his defensive toolkit. But Lesh, like, doesn't particularly like to be kited. Purge can be very frustrating for you inside some of the middle of the fights. Can Bloodstone be purged off? I don't remember, actually.
Think not.
Okay. Besides that, I mean,
I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, overall it's still annoying. Yeah.
Radiant
I was
team
also going to add the save versus conquer. I think is very valuable with the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, the purge on your own heroes as well is pretty good. His second spell, Soul Catcher, is different completely, so you get that to play with. But Ghostik, they have maybe a bit of a stronger team fight than they did in game 1.
10 seconds
You have the
remaining.
Phoenix, the Faceless Void, the Lash with a lot of damage, the Bolt in the
5 seconds remaining.
in that chrono, and their lineup is kind of funky. I have a feeling they might be hiding something again. Like, you could possibly put this Kunkka Lash on offlane, Phoenix Faceless safe lane, and last pick some cheese mid again. Like, it's still doable. Like, they could still cheese the hell out of this game, and I feel like that's what we might see. I don't know why. It might not be Lash mid. I do love Lash mid in the current patch. I think it's really damn good.
You feel like it's still viable? Because I know a lot of people, like, you look at the Kaya buffs and that feels really good for the Leshrac, but then, you know, Bloodstone was really the hero with being able to keep the mana pool kind of sustained. You feel like does it truly matter though?
Team ban.
It does matter, but I still feel like in this game it would be solid. Now with the puck picked up, I love the puck, by the way. Maybe they might even think about... We've seen Ricky in that last game, right? It's not as great in this one, but I honestly
10
wouldn't mind
seconds
seeing it
remaining.
again. Like, you put some Kunkka Lash offlane, Phoenix Faceless safe lane, and you Ricky
5
mid
seconds
into the
remaining.
puck. You dominate the puck, you make Shadow Demon's life terrible. Warcry is a problem, especially with the shard, but I wouldn't mind seeing it. Meanwhile, for MOUZ, what do they need? They have their mid, they have their carry, the supports. The only thing left remaining is the offlane into Faceless Voids, right?
10
So
seconds
Visage banned
remaining.
out, actually, okay. I mean, Visage,
5
these kind of
seconds
heroes,
remaining.
Tide Hunters. Enigma is left in the pool, but it's not...
Dire
No,
team
actually, it's
ban.
banned out. And it's not
Dire
as good.
team
They ban
ban.
out the Tide instead. Makes sense.
Radiant team pick.
All right. I saw game I casted for started Dream League. Miero played the Omni Knight offlane, absolutely just bodied. I'm sure you've had it in a couple of your pub games as well. Hero is in a very interesting
10
position
seconds
currently.
remaining.
Dude, fuck this hero.
Yeah, all right.
5 seconds
I
remaining.
absolutely hate it. It's like, it's not even about his global, not global, his ulti that's so strong. It's like he one-shots heroes at this point. Like, there's this stupid build with, what is it, like Kanda and something. I'm not sure, but I'm not sure if we're gonna see it here. But there's one stupid build with Omni right now that he's a bigger nuker than a PA, I swear. He dishes out so much damage in these fights that it's kind of stupid. Like, the bonus on his Purifying Hammer, or whatever it's called, of his base damage, it just makes it, I don't know, it just makes it deal way too much damage. If you're a support, you're dying in his combo 100%. So if you're GHOSTIKLENOVO, you might think about some dispels here now as well, purges, but honestly, I'd be all down for some Ricky mid / offlane still. Crush the puck. Omni hates playing into Diffusal Smoke. If they could play Ricky, like, this would be a good game. We've seen it in the last series.
Alright, let's see what route they want to go down. We've seen in the past Sniper be, for Liquid in particular, they really like this versus the puck. I think it might have some weaknesses though with like Tiny Sven. But maybe you have enough heroes to potentially protect the Sniper. And they're just going to go a support route. And I mean, it's a very good Rubik game. There are some great abilities to steal. I think all of Puck's abilities are great. You offer catch versus the Puck as well, which is really the most important thing. You're instant stunned with telekinesis. Avalanche is great. Stormhammer's great. You know, if you can get Shadow Demon's ultimate. There are some really, really good Rubik abilities this game. So let's see how he's going to be able to perform. This is an ultra last pick support as well. We've got to keep in mind, like we very rarely, I should say, do not get a last pick support. So it's a good Rubik game, but you know he's really going to have to show up big here because his Terrorblade last game was very lackluster.
Yep, it's a hero that can definitely make a bit more impact, a bit more flashy impact, at least in the game. And there's just a lot of stuff, like you mentioned, that he can steal. But he has to be also very careful about the order in which he steals it and how he uses it, because he's also playing versus a Shadow Demon with Purge. So it's like, when I see Abaddon or Omni Knight playing against me and I'm a Rubik, I know what I need to steal. That's only their spells. Like a Photic Shield or the whatever the Repel is called now, Heavenly Grace, whatever the hell. Like you steal one or the other and you're happy. And you can keep it literally throughout the whole game, cast it on your Void and you'll be fine. So still though, you're playing into Shadow Demon, so you gotta be careful not to wastefully use it. Overall, I like the Rubik pick. I think it's kind of sketchy a little bit at least, because it boils down to the way the player performs. And in that last game, I didn't see like some amazing performance.
Well, hopefully it's not a repeat heading into the second game though. Again, you're one game away of being knocked down to the lower bracket. Now is with the debut of their organization, they'd love to be able to find a victory. Of course, with the open qualifier squad, love to be able to prove to be a bit of a blockade in the road here for MOUZ as a whole. So see what we got set up for us. Do they see that? I think they maybe have an... I mean, the Phoenix smoke pop. Maybe they think he was the one holding the Observer, so we'll see if they actually place Sentry down or not. But anyway.
I may be faceless, but I'm not maceless. Why didn't I see that before? I need to spam more voice lines on heroes.
Here, I've never seen this Faceless Void set. Maybe I have, but I don't remember. But it looks very unique.
Yeah. He looks like some anime character. I don't know.
You an anime fan? I don't remember.
No, I hate weebs. Weebs out.
I don't know if that's actually true. I feel like you could secretly be like one of those like jacked anime fans.
No. The only anime... It's not truly an anime in my eyes.
The only anime. And it starts with one, and then you list off a couple
more.
No.
And
then they all get listed off.
Dragon Ball. That's it. And the creator of it died, by the way, a few days ago, so rip.
Yeah, rest in peace. I did see that news. It's very tragic. Dragon Ball was a show that was in a lot of people's hearts.
Yeah, of course, man. I grew up watching that. And Digimon, but that's it. Those two, and that's
there
it.
we go. Let's add some more. That's all right. We started with a couple.
Look. As long as I'm not using any, as long as you're not using any waifu pillows, you know, or singing anime songs as you're going home from school, in my eyes, you're not a weeb. You're fine. That's it.
Yeah, my body pillows in my room go kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie. I like cuddling up to them at night.
I can see it in your eyes. I know that you do. I met you.
Oh, come on, man. They're not that bad. Ooh, that's a lot of damage on the Rubik.
Yep.
That's first blood. Oh, it's going to find it. Calculates the damage. Secures his own kill. Making sure Benjen doesn't snipe the first blood gold. As a good carry should.
There's a reason why some of these Rubiks start with at least some mobility early on, but I understand him. He's playing into Shadow Demon, so he thought that stick would be better. The problem is if they get on top of him, he dies.
How some of the other lanes looking at the moment. The bottom, Sketcher this time playing back in his home of the safe lane. This was forced to avoid the previous one. You mentioned kind of the Omni Knight and some item builds we're seeing out of him right now. I did see the one game I casted of him, and then I saw another game that Miero played. But the one game I casted, he went for actually top lane. Element, okay. Sven went a little bit too far fishing for this kill. Bengen might just be able to get them both. He's still only got 1 point in the poison. Unfortunately, he's lacking the mana as well, but a right click's going to snipe Loopsy in the trees, but you still do lose the carry of MOUZ.
Nicely done by them. At least, you know, they make this comeback kill. By the way, I love how you mentioned Omni Knight, and I checked his skills. I love that I went Heavenly Grace, even though it's back to Repel. Whatever the hell, you know, like the hero keeps on switching that I'm no longer confident in the name of the spells.
Yeah, I actually thought it was still called Heavenly Grace, to be honest. I knew it went back to some of the old, like, spell attributes of Repel, but I thought it was still called Heavenly Grace too. But there you go. That's Repel, and yeah, we'll see what the item build's going to be for Force. I saw Miero go for the Echo Saber, you know, into Agshard, then I believe it was the Harpoon in one of the games that at least I cast of him, but then I saw a different game where he actually just went for like the what is that upgrade? Oh my god, why am I forgetting? What's the one that does a bunch of single target damage? Kanda.
Kanda?
He went for that.
Yeah.
He went for like Shard Kanda instead of the Echo. So I think there are like two kind of builds, but I know which one's better.
Literally both of them kind of circle around the same idea, and that's that your Hammer of Purity gets propped on the right click, and then you just destroy your target.
That's a lot of stack, dude. Man, Bengen is putting in huge work here with his Shadow Demon early on.
What's happening? Like, why are they even allowing him? It's just so many stacks from the Shadow Demon. Okay, Tiny did rotate in, but he only rotates in because he can leave his Omni down bottom. For now, at least, it looks like he can, but honestly, I'm not sure how much I like this rotation, because I'd rather have a very big Omni Knight in the mid game, because Sven is going to go AFK farm anyway.
I was actually going to bring that question up to you, because I feel like there's kill threat down bottom, no? Like, 2 points in Purification, Hammer of Purity, you do a lot of damage, especially with like a tiny combo. I'm a little bit surprised that Nalman's not playing down bottom. I mean, top lane, with him being here, it's going to help them get another kill. This time it's going to be onto Loopsy. So, Rubik should go down to the duo supports. Again, Bengen is very high level on this Shadow Demon. This kill is going to make it even higher. And this is a support that does a lot with gold as well. So, it's really not the worst that the Shadow Demon is getting a lot of the kills.
Yeah, he's feeling himself. Level 4, 3 kills, 1 assist, and maybe a kill on, let's see, toss back.
Nice timing. And they will TP, who are they TPing him? You got Tiger, you got Rubik looking to rejoin the lane as well. Maybe MOUZ being a little bit hesitant now, seeing with the extra support come from Tiger, which does now leave the Faceless Void solo down bottom. So let's see what they want to do with this information, if they want to fight top, because Olnett running in really aggressively. Kind of pay a bit more respect. They almost get the kill into the Conquer though with that poison, but not enough.
Yeah. I think maybe Void is one of those heroes that you can, early on at least, you can leave him against Omni because of Time Walk. Like, he goes in to purify, heal, and nuke, and you just time walk it away. The cooldowns are definitely on Omni Knight's side, because he has 2 spells to use against you. But still, it's not the worst. There are some lanes that heroes find it unlaneable into Omni 1v1. Not terrible. Again, top lane, by the way.
I mean, this time they're going to actually have to TP in the Leshrac, which should get a response kill. Importantly, it's going to be able to own it as well. Even though the Conquer might go down to the poison, at least he got the X off. And in fact, he won't go down. Pops the stick. He's in okay position. Supreme is really going to be lacking damage here with the Park. Level 6 doesn't have the spells, so his rotation is going to be completely wasted. First core of the game gives them nothing.
Yeah, they really had to punish though, right? Like, so many times this Kunkka has been at least zoned out of the lane, so they needed to find a kill on the Sven and the SD. Look at Narman trying to snatch the rune.
Dude,
There's
even
lift
the Lesh
though.
is coming.
Dude,
Oh my.
he takes it. He steals it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, the worst thing is, like, you have these two supports that desperately need levels on Radiant. Like, that's so worth it for him.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, you take a look at you compare the levels. Bangin level 5. That's really the big one for me. And like you said, Radiant supports are... And they need them. They need them to be able to play the game of Dota. So, unfortunately, they're going to have some difficulty with finding experience. It's kind of nice, at least you have a Leshrac with a Fairies Trinket, which helps in rotate back into the jungle early on. But we'll also scout up the Lesh, TP him back into the lane, so they're not going to be caught off.
And the ward instantly got scouted. You know why? Because as Lesh was TPing into ward, Supreme already used the orb. So the orb flew over the place where he's... over that cliff, right? And that's why he saw it. Like any other situation, if he TPs and wards there, it's fine. It probably doesn't get noticed. Very unfortunate for the ward, but yeah. They are pushing in the tier 1 mid.
I wonder how they're going to respond to this, though, on MOUZ. We did see, like, with one combo, Lesh brought Supreme down below half, and Supreme has no bottle sips now.
The thing is, Shadow Demon is about to hit 6. He's farming the jungle, so once he hits 6, like, you can respond very easily. Purge the Lesh and just run him down. I think that's probably the option.
Okay. I was going to say,
It's
maybe
not even
even...
only Lesh.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I was going to say, maybe if you're even lacking damage, you could see Olnett consider about TPing in, but he used God's Strength to farm. Are they going to be able to get
Lesh?
the toss to break the coil? Looks like they won't be able to. He's doing a good job to play it on top of the neutrals. Meanwhile, Sketcher, early rotation with the Faceless Void, lands a chrono on both supports, and these are big support kills as well. Very high level. And great reaction out of the Faceless Void. Really no hesitation for him as well. He's happy with leaving bottom, recognizing he hasn't used Chrono just yet, and he wants to just get involved in this early game.
Maybe, just maybe, if they had that toss to break the coil properly. Too many creeps around him, I guess. They didn't manage to. Nice punish, really. Like, they rotate in. This is the best way you can use that chrono early on, right? Like, you go in, you catch 2 supports, you kill both of them. This is perfect from Sketch. And unfortunate for MOUZ, because they were having some significant lead, at least in the experience part.
They're going to run down Sketcher bottom lane, though. Because they're going to be careful how far they commit. With the Purge up in a couple of seconds, they should be able to chase him after the Time Walk. Vengeance shows early on, and even Olnett's actually going to TP through. So, well, they'll secure the tower nonetheless. Unfortunately, they won't get the kill into the Faceless Void, but happy with being able to open up the map. And you compare what Radiant doing, your both supports are actually farming together in the jungle. So they're just trying to get a little bit closer to 6.
Yeah, they can't fight without those levels. I'm surprised Sven popped his God Strength. I expected this scenario. Take down the tier 1 and go straight into the triangle to farm with your God Strength. But not like this. Like this, God Strength is used, and now he can't really even farm the ancient stacks. He needs to go back top. Still though, they opened up the map a bit. Force is gonna TP
Mid lane? Yeah, nice telekinesis and the instant break of the coil as well. Which was, once again, it's another ultimate. Not really proving to offer much to the boys on MOUZ. Coil, second one of the game. There was a DD rune as well for Supreme.
Radiant are scattered.
It's not the blowout game like we saw prior, though. Like, it's much even. Much even, I should say. Lesh top net worth. He got very lucky with his neutral item. Sketch up. He's going to have Chronosphere back up, very close to the Maelstrom. And this was the one thing, as soon as you saw the Faceless Void and the Phoenix, you said, you know, they've big difference into the previous draft is that this is a lot more team fight that they're playing with Conquer as well on top of that. Interesting build, him going Orchid. A lot of value versus like Shadow Demon versus Puck. I know a lot of people have mentioned like this probably one of the better ways to address the Puck. The Omni Knight as well. You're spellcast heavy, so it is like you need to get kills off the back of this though, which is going to be a concern. Like, are you going to get the value that you're hoping out of the Orchid?
Probably. I feel like it's one of those items that almost every offlaner is buying at the moment. I don't know if you noticed, even like some Slardars are building it. Like anyone that can initiate, if you need catch, buys it. Because the item itself isn't that bad on an offlane. The Cornucopia build-up, the Oblivion Staff giving you mana regen. It's truly not a bad item anymore as an offlane item. So makes a ton of sense. And now you have this catch with the Torrent Boat combo.
They're going to be able to find him. They don't break the coil. Jesus Christ. It doesn't even matter if they needed to execute the coil toss. They have so much damage. Now, meanwhile, Radiant, they've got a great Observer that's scouting out Onet farming the stack. Benjen is in a great position to protect him with the banishment and then get the reinforcements out. They'll drop the combo. Banishment, perfect timing to stop the boat damage, but that's where the Lesh is able to come into play. And with the Disco Pony damage, is it actually enough? Force tries to keep them alive with the Purification. Even Egg has to be used straight on the head of Onet. So much committed, which should mean the reinforcements, they have nothing to be concerned about in this next upcoming team fight. As Naaman will secure the kill onto the Lesh track. Sketcher is here though. This Faceless Void wants some revenge from the previous fight. It's going to land the Chrono onto 2, but importantly, that main target in the support is not in the bubble, so Benjen keeps Supreme alive, and now Sketcher, he is committed. Still's able to get some separation, but they are on the hunt. They want to jump. Oh, that's a huge poison. Benjen, I mean, this Shadow Demon just he's done so much for them in his team fight. Delayed the kill onto the Sven, kept the Puck alive inside the Chrono, and then blew up the Faceless Void on the retreat.
No, this Shadow Demon makes you want to play Shadow Demon. That's the kind of a performance you want to see on a player, right? He's literally making me want to start the game and pick Shadow Demon. So really, really nicely done by him. Good positioning as well. Knew exactly where he's supposed to be behind the Sven. And it's so significant buying enough time, you know? These seconds matter so much in Dota. You buy enough time, you force the egg. After the egg, you force them a little bit too deep so you can fight it afterwards. Like you mentioned, the disruption on the Puck, but not only the disruption on the Puck, he constantly kept on stacking Shadow Poison. He's stacking as well constantly. Like, this is your perfect performance from an SD. Stacking the Ancients. Yeah.
The same level as the Void.
Just too good. Glimmer Cape now completed on him too.
Maybe even setting up for another kill. Obviously down bottom. Looks like they will be fine. They've got a nice world top that scouts out the Conqueror and Phoenix starting to invade into Dire's jungle. And Loopsy actually using the Waning Rift quite nicely to get some distance away. So maybe he's going to signal that there was a potential MOUZ ward that was scouting him out. Would love to see Dire try and consider on how they're going to be able to take this T1 tower mid, especially with Chronosphere still down for a little bit of time.
Let's see, smoke up. No blink on Tiny just yet, but they're gonna run into Lash.
They got the damage? See,
Nice
Lash might be able to get the toss away. Orchid's actually going to prevent that. Still forced with an aggressive blink early on here from the Omni Knight. Not something you really see out of the item build on this hero. That was what they needed to be able to kill him off, and now they might even be able to look for more as well. Now got the damage currently from Sketcher, but a defensive Supernova. And there's no way they're going to be able to stop them from retreating to the opposite side of the river.
Yeah, they're just forcing all these spells to be used disconnected. Like the egg without the Chrono, the Lash dies first. And they're playing this map very damn well. And all they truly need on MOUZ right now are a couple of daggers to really seal the deal. And I believe those daggers are coming. Like, you already have the one on Omni, now you need one on Tiny, which is, what, he's got it after these couple of creep. Well, he missed 3 creeps, so he doesn't get it, but should get it soon. Same goes for the Sven. Like he's got a blink queued up. One more ancient camp, and he's got it.
Sketcher. So please don't die to the ancients. Very close. Had me worried for a second.
Yeah, he's the big difference maker, right? Like on Radiant, we talked about their team fight, and their team fight is insane if they manage to use all their spells together. Chrono, Egg, and you might be able to take these
Radiant's
fights.
top tower is under attack.
I have to see though if they can line these up perfectly for the boys on Radiant. They still have this really nice observe board of the ancients as well. It's gonna have a couple more minutes left. Actually, not even a couple, so only 1 minute. So maybe they're not gonna get enough value out of it. And we might see a fight break out around mid though, but now with these ultimates back up, and like you said, the threat of the team fight on Radiant, it is gonna be a little bit scarier. They might try and force a fight down bottom though instead, but Conker's gonna be fine. It's a nice spell to steal. The remnants of this ward, they see force, and they're not going to mess around. Chrono use on it. Whoa, that's a huge jump. Backlane, Phoenix gets blown up. No egg for you, my good sir. And now force, I mean, they evaporate Sketcher. Everyone is dropping like flies. The burst potential is through the roof, and it is only going to get worse as the game goes on. No one's going to die on Dire. I mean, you Chrono Force isolated from the team, but the jump in from Olnett along with Supreme, catching 2 heroes in the Stormhammer, was a perfect way to counter-initiate.
Just sad, you know, sad for them, because another reason why all of this is happening is because Shadow Demon is so big. Like, if this guy didn't have as much farm as he does have, maybe he doesn't glimmer him there. Because they played it well. They used the Chrono, and then Kunkka used the Orchid on the Shadow Demon, so he can't save the Omni. But it doesn't matter because he still has Glimmer to save the Omni, you know? He saves him another way. And then everything turns, like you mentioned, the damage and the silence from Puck and Storm, Puck and Stormhammer.
So I Force almost 3-hit the Rubik there. I
Yeah,
didn't know he had Glimmer.
That's the damage that was dealt in that last fight as well. It was Force, it was like stupid amount of nuke that this hero does, like. He is in a really good spot.
And again, we're just kind of... what's up? Who are we looking for?
No, I just wanted to say, where is my good old Omni Knight, you know? The Degen Omni Knight.
Oh no, shut up.
Get that aura with Turbo Venom, run people down for ages.
That was
good times, good times.
one of the most boring passives ever in Dota.
Yeah, but if you play it as like some roamer Omni Knight with Turbo Venom, it's so much fun running people down, man. Just look at them as they weep.
Force this time should be able to blow up the Rubik. And you've got some detection from a support. Make your life much easier to get kills. Meanwhile, Conker's also run into the Shadow Demon. Who's run into who, though? Yeah, I think maybe Dire run into you.
Yeah, this is just looking stupid now. He constantly has this Hammer of Purity primed up. Goes in two Hammer of Purities together with Purification. I don't know how much. Someone needs to do the math, how much damage he does. Let me show fight recap. 2.5k damage in this last fight with 2 Purifications and 2 Hammers of Purity. 2.5k. Bring back Loda. How is that fucking balanced?
Oh. Well, Supreme's gone.
Yeah, not easy for him. He needs this BKB. He needed it like 3 minutes ago, but now he needs it desperately. I'm not sure, like there's just way too much stuff on MOUZ. Yeah, the teamfight on Radiant is great, but your teamfight is counterable. Like you have Omni to counter you, you have Shadow Demon as well to counter you with Disruption.
Dire's middle tower is under
I know,
attack.
man. It's looking grim. It's a very, very rough position. Just you gotta get your ultimates off inside the fights. Like that is it. This is the one thing you're going for. You almost have Torrent Storm. We have not gotten any value out of this Orchid from the Conquer. So man, I haven't even known, dude. Sketch's net worth, these deaths that has been accumulating on the Faceless Void. Like he had a really good
Why
first
did you?
chrono of the game.
Don't look. Don't
what
look
a-
at his net worth.
The Shadow Demon just overtook. Yeah.
Yeah, why did you mention it? Like, I wasn't looking at Void's net worth. I was like, it's
Dude,
all
what
fine.
happened actually? I thought it was okay as well. And then I'm like, hang on, he's just got like a couple deaths in a row. Then I look down, I'm like, hang on, I was looking at the graph, I'm like, where's the Void? I just want to double check where he is. I keep going down the list, I'm like, hang on, man, he's not doing that bad, is he? And then I see he's like right next to the Shadow. I'm like, oh shit, it's no good.
Shadow Demon was above him. Like, they're actually the same net worth. Look at that.
Dire's bottom
The same
tower
net
is
worth
under
on Shadow
attack.
Demon and that's a position 5 Shadow Demon, by the way.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Just go crazy, land some chronos. Oh, I think he saw the courier actually. Supreme was able to react in time. And Manem's still hunting. This Conquer just gets in range of the sentry. Bengen, of course, going to be able to protect him. And if they keep committing on Radiant, MOUZ might actually find the opening to jump. Core is going to break. They still have the Sunray. Is it actually going to be enough? It's a nice use of the Storm Purification to be able to repair some of the damage. Torrent Storm as well will make Dire think twice.
Oh, no.
Oh, no,
no.
no. Hey, at least you have the egg. So maybe that's actually going to be enough. Force is falling low, but again, man, it's always Bengen keeping people alive with the banishment. And now it's just a lost cause. Supreme, he will have free reign of the fight. There is nothing you can do versus the puck. Force is still able to jump in as well. It is just one report. It's just one thing for the next, right? It just goes worse and worse. You miss the chrono. You don't execute on your first initiation. Bengen keeps the puck alive. Then he keeps Force alive as well with the banishment. Now you steal the tormentor. Like it's just and own it as well gets the shot. It's not the worst shot as well here with the war cry. So it's like it's just going from bad to worse and horrible. More adjectives, more way to describe it. It's not looking good.
I truly expected report Void GG. That's what I expected. I didn't expect them to continue playing. But they are continuing, so maybe they can...
is under attack.
I don't know, maybe they can connect a chrono on 1 or 2 targets. It makes no difference at this point. Like, your Void is just not finding the farm. He's even building... the BKB is not completed, they may jump in.
I might be dead again. Yeah, he's gone.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Truly,
attack.
at this point, all Dire needs is some Aegis. They're running into the pit right now. Rosh is on Dire side. You get that Aegis and you're slowly ending the game. 20k ahead, 25 minutes in. It's like,
Radiant's top tower
Void,
is under
for me,
attack.
is the ultimate carry of this game because of Chronosphere. There is nothing that does as much on the carry role as much as that Chronosphere. It's like super late game. Plus he scales really well,
Radiant's top tower
right?
is under attack.
The problem is you are playing that into the Shadow Demon and into the Omni Knight. It's never going to do as much as in
Oh, look at this
some other
read.
games.
I mean, such an awesome read. You're taking Roche, you've got a great understanding of the enemy team's probably going to the opposite side of the map. And they didn't have any observers that scouted out them running over to the triangle. And Naaman's got Blink and Yules to help with all the control they need.
Under attack.
A little bit awkward spell casting. Somehow Conker's able to slip through the trees. They might just get the Rubik instead.
Dire's bottom
Looks like that will indeed be the case.
Not sure why he didn't catch Kunkka there. He had Yules. He had Yules,
Mercy.
he had Toss. Mercy, yeah.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, just let him go. Let him go, he's not big enough, you know. Let him get a bit chunkier so you feed better off of him later.
Oh my god. I think Another thing as well with the Faceless Void is like your late game matchup is very good versus Sven. Like this is a hero that needs to right click inside fights. You have this ultimate that gives you a shitload of damage, and then you go up against someone that can bash you through BKB and also ulti you through BKB, and you're like, cool, you have all this damage, but I can't even right click. And like that's another big thing about this late game Faceless Void, in particular with this matchup. We're not going to see it though this game. It's not even going to get anywhere near that stage.
It doesn't look that way, at least, because Daedalus completed on Sven, he needs to hit you once. He doesn't need to be hitting you 12 times. Just once is enough. Now Armin, top lane.
Well, this time they'll get the Conquer. They showed him Mercy previously, but they just wanted him to farm up a little bit more. Slightly, a couple extra cents to the dollar for that kill.
God, strength, Rubik, let's go.
Very cool. Oh.
Let's go. Rubik plus 171 damage. He's gonna carry it. Don't worry. He's got this, man. Trust me.
You're fine with that, brother. Come on, what do you think about yourself right now?
I almost feel bad.
Come on, man. I see you with this much damage, God Strength activated. You're just sitting in base.
Yeah. Shameful, right?
Yeah.
Smoke up.
How dare he?
They know exactly where Tiger is.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Wow. I mean, this is not even that ultra late game puck as well. We don't even have Plasma just yet for Supreme. They're gonna get the Lash.
Radiant's top tower.
Naaman, along with Bengen. Just the two supports. They got a stun. I bet they do. Alright, Onit's even hunting the Conquer top lane. They're gonna be able to TP into the outpost. So,
Yeah, Conquer was actually going for him first, but now the tables have turned. You know, it's the Tiny that joins.
Oh, that's all good. It's gonna matter though. Maybe? Nope, yeah. Onit was a little bit hesitant with the BKB. They do have Force coming over. Maybe that's the damage they needed. Dude, and he hasn't even gone for like the full damage build as well. Again, like no Echo, no Kanda.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like he didn't even go for the full damage build, and he is still
Radiant's top tower is under
he's still nuking too hard. Just I don't know. I love Omni at the moment. I feel this hero is not underrated because he is picked quite a lot, but he's in a really good spot. Parasma, by the way, you mentioned it. Completed now.
Alright. By SketchUp once again, we have not seen the team fight ultimates used in conjunction together. They've just had no opportunity. They die one by one. You buy back on the Phoenix, but the Void doesn't have buyback. Now Supreme, it really has nothing to worry about. You're going to use Orchid behind the T4 tower, but there's no more stuns. There's nothing else to follow up. Bengen's always here to be able to protect. Look, it's kind of nice you stole Guardian Angel, but really, it's a 33,000 deficit 30 minutes in. That's not going to do jack.
I mean, they're not giving up. They're still keeping themselves in the game. I mean, they aren't really keeping themselves in the game. It's hard to call this keeping yourself in the game, but they want to try it once. I guess they have this Chrono and BKB on Void. They want to attempt a fight. Good luck to them.
They're clumping up.
Let's see it happening. They need Lash.
They got the Torrent Storm ready as well. Okay. And again, I mean, look at Bengen's position. He's so far in the back line. They're gonna get the Chrono one too, but the Guardian Angel was put on the Tiny beforehand. Omni's falling pretty low. He'll secure the kill into Naaman. As soon as Force pops out, tries to activate the BKB, but Onit, he sees a big opportunity to jump in. They all clump up. God Strength cleaves down one, crits down a second. The red numbers are huge. 1,600 damage he's doing for a crit. And now the Leshrac, I mean, they might just feed him the Rampage. A celebratory prize for Onit and the boys on MOUZ. Oh, that's a spite. Let him get it. And there we go. Rampage just before the death. A tip is well deserved, and the victory is even more deserved, as well as MOUZ going to be able to find their first series victory as the organization.
Just Yeah, congrats to MOUZ. Was that is this their first showing as the org?
Yes, yes, it is.
Competitively? Nice. I'm a part of history. Congrats to them, and congrats to Bengen. This guy just banged them with his Shadow Demon. It was too strong. I feel like he finished up being third or fourth in the network charts. Like extreme performance from him. This last fight looked even a little bit better for Radiant than all the other ones, but that's only because the spells were on cooldown. They didn't even have God Strength for the majority of that fight. Yeah, today at least MOUZ, they were just much stronger. Game 1, Meepo, didn't work. Game 2, normal Dota as well, just completely didn't work. Omni Knight looked so strong that you could even call it a cheese.
It was incredible showing from MOUZ, and again, we got to keep in mind as well, like Supreme and Bengen, like these boys are on trials right now for MOUZ, and they're not locked in with the roster, but man, they had some great showings today. The previous game with the Leshrac for Supreme, the Puck this game as well, but it really felt like Bengen had a pretty solid game 1, nothing too crazy, but this second game on the Shadow Demon, lot of impact, without a doubt. A lot of impact was, I would have probably say, MVP performance, honestly, from him. I think just incredible what he was able to do from start to finish.
This dude had more impact in one Shadow Demon game than all my Shadow Demon games professionally combined. Like, yeah, I think the MVP is definitely very well deserved for Bengen. Nicely done.
Dude, that must feel so nice. Again, you was trialing for a team and you come in and you just have a performance like that where just all your movements are perfect. You're calculating everything where you need to be. You're getting the saves off, making sure you don't get caught to start, protecting people with banishment, finding big kills with poison, getting your early 6, stacking as well for your team. It just felt like he could do no wrong this game.
I think someone probably gave him the scenario of the game. He knew in advance where everyone is going to be. Felt that way. Yeah, but sometimes it's really just like that. You're playing a game and nothing can go wrong. But you know what? It's easier to stay in front when you are in front on certain heroes, especially on Shadow Demon, because you get so many items. Like, let's say you get a couple of kills in the lane. Suddenly you have Arcane Boots. With Arcane Boots, you can leave the lane and farm the jungle. He was level 6 before some of his cores were because of that, And then you snowball off of that, you get that purge, you get to actually enjoy the game. In comparison to some Rubik that's level 4, minute 11, just chilling, There's what can he do? He can lift someone. Nice
Indeed. So, all right, in the end, MOUZ is going to be able to take their first series victory, rejoining the Dota scene. So very exciting for them. And of course, they're going to move on in the upper bracket too. We saw the bracket previously. They are going to... All right, my Liquipedia froze. Never mind, I can't confirm who they're matching up. We can take a look at the schedule in particular. Next up for us on this stream, though, we're going to be facing MarsBet team versus Nightshade. So, of course, we saw MarsBet on the other stream, who lost 2-1 versus Entity. I'd say that's pretty solid to be able to go the full Game 3 versus Entity, but there are some very good names on this MarsBet team. And we saw Nightshade earlier as well, up against Rest Farmers. Had a good game 1. Game 2, unfortunately, was very lackluster. So for us on this stream, we're going to have a new face of MarsBet, which is going to be exciting to see how they're going to be able to perform. Keep in mind now, we're going down to the low bracket. So there is no more safety line, nothing like that. A loss here will send you home and out of the Elite League Western European Closed Qualifier. So with that being said, we're going to send a break. When we come back, though, we'll have our third and final series of the night. It's going to be in the low bracket. It's going to be a spicy one. We'll see you guys soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We've got our last series of the night ready to go. We're going to have one team that we saw earlier on in the stream, Nightshade versus a team that was playing on the other stream, being MarsBet team. And now this is a team that should have some pretty decent results here. They've got a lot of big names on this organization. It's been an org that's kind of been knocking on the doors in Western Europe for trying to enter into the tier 1 scene. Of course, they're still going to need to be able to get some victories under their belt, get some reps under their belt, but it's going to be an organization that's led by Nande and Wish, who of course previously played together with Manaspa in particular, and that was with some of the Greek boys as well. Interesting addition is actually Bignum in the position 4, who really is probably the most experienced out of everyone. I mean, he goes back to playing on like Moscow 5, even Power Rangers over in Eastern Europe. So yeah, that's a long time ago, right? That's some really old organization names.
Yeah, that's some really old organization names, like both him and LeBron, I suppose, right? Like these two guys are probably that's how they ended up together. One of them asked for the other. I'm sure of it, like. They go way back. I'm not sure if they played together before. Probably in some stack. I'm not sure, but kind of the same caliber of players and same age group of players, which is my age group, which is basically boomers. But yeah, gonna be fun to watch. I feel like both of these teams. We haven't seen Wish and the boys. We haven't seen MarsBet today, at least the two of us. We haven't covered their games. But we did see Nightshade and what they can do when they have a decent draft. Like that game 1 from Nightshade was the one in which they almost had it, and then they dropped it out. So we do know that they have some good plays, some good stuff in their arsenal. Let's see what MarsBet can do. I do believe that MarsBet is, just looking at the names, a little bit stronger here.
Yeah, definitely just looking at the names, and it's going to be a question of just, can we get the draft? That was really the big thing for Nightshade in the previous game, and for MarsBet, I mean, they took it to game 3 versus Entity, which I think is saying something, because I think Entity are probably going to be the strongest team in these qualifiers. It really depends on how good. I know MOUZ looked very good in that previous game, but still, with their other roster, with the other 5 men, they were very lackluster in Dream League qualifiers in Birmingham and in Bepim Dacha as well. So we'll see what that new MOUZ roster is going to be able to do, but I really think Entity is the team to look at. And MarsBet, they went to the full 3-game series. Unfortunately, of course, they did get knocked down, so they're going to be playing the lower bracket. They'll need to make a crazy run through the lower bracket. It needs to be 4 series they have to win in a row to be able to make it into the main play of the tournament for Elite League. But we'll see if they're going to be able to do it. Like you said, they've got the names. Just we need to set ourselves up with a draft, and in fact, we do have our draft ready to go.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, we've got some meta bans already coming through. Like you've got your Timber, you've got your Chen, on the other side, the Undying and the Pango. Heroes that these two teams play, but also heroes that have been played by almost everyone recently. Dragonite. What else is there? There's some like Lina and Lesh that are still in the pool, that are picked. Puck as well, that are picked quite often.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of other heroes.
No,
I
there's
guess
just
I was going to say, I guess some of the other heroes are just a little bit more like first phase dependent on what the teams are.
Yep. Terrorblade also picked quite a lot, but I'm not sure if every team should play TB. I feel like TB4 is good in pubs and good for specific teams that can really dominate with him. Because the problem with TB, like when you're playing in pubs, you have so much space. You just farm with the illusions. You turn into a core eventually. You can't do that in pro games. Like they tried it in one of the series, right? No, actually, it's not them. It's the other team that tried it. It wasn't Nightshade. But in any case, Mars is a much better ban. So he goes out. I still like the Prophet. I still feel that Nature's Prophet is a top tier pick. But MarsBet, they go with the Scent.
I mean, when you got the Timber, DK, Mars, and you're banned out, you need to probably get the other broken or very, very strong offlaner.
Dire team
And
back.
that will be the center. Looks like MarsBet at the moment in the previous drafts, just looking at real quick, they first picked Timber and then Mars in game 2 and game 3. So it seems like they're, at the moment, really like drafting this, tanky offlaner. The Timber even in that game was the offlaner too. They put the Pango mid, so really like drafting Mr. Lux here early on.
5 seconds remaining.
I do like it. I feel you can lane very easily with him with a lot of heroes. You have to cover him up a little bit, like some life stealer ban maybe, heroes like that, and then he should have a pretty good time. Meanwhile, if you're Nightshade, what did they play? They played Brewmaster on offlane. I really did like that Brew. Did I like the Lone Druid? I think I liked the Lone Druid as well. It was just that Puck got crushed too hard on that mid lane. So Richman, right? Richman. He got kind of bodied on the mid lane. Kind of, not necessarily completely his fault. He was playing into a really bad matchup, so that looked rough. But I do respect the Lone Druid ban. I think it's smart. Smart.
Smart?
It's very smart, yeah. Get that out.
Respect as well. You're like, alright, it's kind of like what we saw in the previous series where you pick me per game 1, doesn't work, but we're gonna make sure we ban it out first phase game 2 just so we don't have to worry about this hero later in the draft. And MarsBet, obviously, looking back at some previous drafts from Nightshade, I see this Lone Druid. DP ban's very interesting. What's your opinion currently on the Death Proc? I've heard kind of some mixed opinions overall about this hero.
I like her. I think she's solid. The only problem I see with her is that there are some heroes that are in the meta that are good against her. There are some Linas and snipers that can be picked, make her life living hell. But besides that, I feel that hero is alright. Especially when you're playing versus a lot of tanky boys, Even versus something like if you let the Lone Druid go and you pick the Death Prophets only, you have the Siphon versus the Bear, you heal up, you're unkillable. So I do like her. Don't mind her at all. What's surprising for me, at least so far, is the Techies is still in the pool. Like the hero is unbanned, unpicked. Even with the changes, the hero, I mean, what changes? The hero is just stupid strong, yeah. And it's still in there.
Yeah, I think it's probably. I mean, honestly, Nightshade can pick it if they want to. I think Techies 5 is definitely not the worst. I'd probably prefer it on MarsBet. And they're going to go TB. I know Oteka really likes Terrorblade. So, he's very, very comfortable running the Terrorblade as a 1. I have to imagine you're picking in this position, though, if you're going to flex it. Because I don't think TB1 is, like, that strong at the moment where you're going to pick it right now blind.
No, yeah, like, you can put it on 4. You can put it on 5. Last pick your carry. You can also, just like you said, have Otaker play it. It's all up to them, but what it gives them is that flex. So now if you're MarsBet, you can't just pick a carry that's bad into TB. Have to worry about that as well. So the mind games are what's really valuable about the second pick TB. If I'm MarsBet, I'm so picking Techies right now. Yep. Like Centaur Techie is super strong. Like you called it yourself, that you'd much rather have it on 4 and they have that 4 opening still free.
Dire team pick.
Crystal Maiden.
Tech is CM. Okay, Tech is Rubik. I mean, yeah, Rubik's fine. Whatever.
Yeah, like Rubik Centaur, old school lane, right?
Yep.
Like a lot of new.
10 seconds remaining.
You get that. If you want to, you can lift into stun. Like Centaur doesn't even need the setup for the stun anymore because of the changes, but still, it's solid. And then you get, as Rubik, you love playing with the CM because you always have enough mana to spam spells. Nothing really amazing to steal right now. Of course, versus Tiny, maybe some Avalanche or Toss is nice, but Reflection, if you manage to steal it, it's also okay-ish, but no exceptionally strong spells. Let's see, Nightshade with the next pick. They could get something that jumps these guys a little bit.
Radiant
Or they
team
could-
pick.
Yeah.
So I was just going to say the real big question for me is that are they going to reveal the Terrorblade on Flex now or not? And if they want to save the mid lane until last.
So basically, the Flex TB allowed them to see the two supports and also to bait out two supports that don't do anything to Lifestealer, and now you have the Lifestealer into the Centaur lane. Like, one thing that you hate is Cent is playing
5
into
seconds remaining.
a counter such as Lifestealer, and this is probably the worst counter to play into. So if you're Nightshade, you're setting yourself up for a really nice safe lane. The only question for me is how much TB is going to be able to do there. You know, if TB doesn't do well, then maybe Lifestealer cannot just... But even solo Lifestealer, I feel like he does a lot there.
Yeah. Using a lot of their reserve time though, so hopefully they get to this last pick and have an idea of what they want. We're going to get a Nyx Assassin. Alright, so this game is going to get very messy. What is it, a Nyx core? Are we running a Nyx Terrorblade support duo and a tiny mid? Like, it's very, very crazy.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I have no
Dire
idea,
team ban.
but it does strike me like a tiny mid and Nyx TB supports and some offlane. It does strike me that way. I might be wrong. Like, Nyx core right now with the new buffed up Dagon might be even worth it, but I'd rather have Nyx TB
10
supports
seconds
and tiny
remaining.
mid than one of these three, I don't know, like a
5
Nyx core and
seconds
TB
remaining.
tiny supports. That just sounds super bad.
Radiant team ban.
Well, MarsBet, they get the pick of the litter on whatever carry they wanted to respond to the Lifestealer. Definitely Slark's a pretty decent one. And not much he has to be too worried about at the moment. So I know Nande really likes his Slark hero. So let's see, they're going to have to ban out some of the range offlaners. It looks like it. Enigma's going to be one of
5
them.
seconds remaining.
Ooh, what else are we looking at? Enigma's definitely the one you want to remove. I don't know if there's any others now.
Radiant team ban.
Guess we can look up. Yeah, go, sir.
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking you're playing into Slark. Like you said, some ranged guys are probably the best in that lane. You already have a vessel for the Lifestealer. That's the Nyx. You
Dire
have a
team
hero that you
back.
can jump into. Razor also decent. What else is there? There's like a Viper, I guess, not as great. Trying to think of any other offlaners. Like a Brewmaster that they played before
10
is
seconds
pretty good
remaining.
here. Like, you get the Cyclone, the lane into Slark isn't
5
that bad.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind Brew, actually. That's something they played before, right? Like, they played it on the offlane. I think it would be decent here.
I guess for MarsBet, we're looking at their mid laner as well. So, wanting some ranged nuker, spellcaster, maybe to help deal with the Terrorblade. I don't know if there's a mid laner that gives you BKB piercing control. That would definitely be nice, but I can't really think of any off the top of my head.
Like, if you're saying you want a ranged nuker, like, that's Lina, right? Like, she's in the pool.
Dire team
Mirana,
Radiant team pick.
still in the pool, picked quite a lot. And also this guy, this girl, that is like, yeah, she also fits that.
I guess the big thing about that ranged nuker is the Nyx Assassin. You know, very good against some of those intel spamming heroes. So that's kind of where the Wind Ranger comes into
10
play. You also
seconds
don't
remaining.
100% know your mid matchup, and Wind Ranger's kind of going to do fine into a lot of
5
mid heroes.
seconds remaining.
I guess you could Puck here or even Lina if you're Nightshade, right? Like, both these heroes are still in the pool. Like, one or the other. Oh,
Choose your
wait.
hero.
Ah, yeah, the tiny is mid. Sorry, my brain just went full. The wires got crossed. Yeah, they go with the axe. I have
Okay.
seen some axes do pretty well, like in a couple of games recently. Into Slark as well, like, sure, he's taking your points, but you can spin quite a lot. I do like it. I feel like there's a lot of burst damage, and they get that necessary catch. You get the Blade Mail into the Wind Ranger and the Slark. Not too bad, like, a lot of catch. Like, my favorite thing about this game for Nightshade still is the Lifestealer matchup. I feel like that's something they won super hard. The rest, I'm not sure. I think the Slark at the moment in lower tier games is broken, because you get the shard, you get the Aghanims, you just change the game. quite a lot in the way that you play. So if they manage to dumpster the sacks in the lane, I feel like the game will be super easy for MarsBet.
I don't know. I just have concerns that I see. Like, I mean, 5 melee draft is always
Metamorphosis, he's not melee. Come on.
how dare I consider Filmini to be a melee hero? But like, you guys can't see it currently. I mean, this TB has a pretty dope set, but is that going to be cool enough to get them over the finish line? I don't know, because there's a lot more question marks. There's a lot more left to be desired on what potentially they could have drafted for Nightshade, but you will see that you could have a lineup that just absolutely gets kills across the board. This tiny, very volatile, maybe you get Blink and you get a bunch of kills. Nyx Assassin with an early Dagon and hunting the map. You Axe as well. Who knows? This person's a big question mark. So I just think MarsBet, their lineup looks much easier to execute. But, you know, Nightshade, maybe you can just get a bunch of kills and blow this game wide open.
If they manage to do that. Like, if they manage to stack up... get a big axe with Nyx Assassin, like you said, wandering around the map, you know, creating space. Like this Nyx, he's a hero that can just win the game on his own sometimes, you know. He just makes so many good plays. Is he a grandmaster? He isn't, but he's what's this? Is it a grandmaster or not? It's no. Okay, so close. He's close. Let's try have fun.
Okay. That's I don't know if I want to word it like this.
What?
I was going to say that's kind of some like loser mentality stuff right there. I don't know if I want to see that out of my my offlaner saying that. I know it doesn't mean it. I'm sure he's joking. So I'm just looking into it too much.
They just had some old chat with that's too many melee heroes. They've been called out for that.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, I didn't even see that. Oh, was this in... Wait, this all chat goes really far. That was in the draft they were all chatting.
Yeah.
Stop with melee heroes right now. Okay. Okay, there you go. Did I take a team with them? I'm trying to remember. I don't think so.
What?
I'm trying to remember if I take a team with any of the boys on MarsBet for a little bit, but I don't believe so.
Yeah, not sure. But they're always in these tier 1.5, tier 2 European teams, so it could be like it could be the case. Could have happened.
Oh, we got a first blood though, so that's a good way to be able to start us off here for the boys on MarsBet. Very happy with that. I believe it was, you know, Slark was the one that was able to get it as well. It's gone no tangos, 4 branches with an orb of venom. This is a very, very aggressive start to the item build on Nande.
Yeah, no region. Doesn't even matter because he got that first blood, right? So what's he sending to himself? Is it region or is he sending boots?
Boots. Wow.
Boots, right? Yeah. He's got the Crystal Maiden to feed him tangos. Come on.
Yeah. Reason? Lags. There we go. Do you like it? Yeah, this is it's a very, very aggressive item build on Nande.
It kind of feels bad for the Nyx. This guy wants to... feels, of course, bad for the Axe as well, but not as much as for the Nyx. Like, you want to be poking a bit, and you don't really do a lot early on, but then you have this Crystal Maiden with Frostbite and Stark with Orb of Venom boots hunting you down. You might start feeding here, or you might feel useless, not able to creep skip or anything like that, so... I'm trying to find the reasoning behind it. I mean, I don't mind it because he got the first blood. And remember, we were talking about first bloods and how little of impact sometimes they feel to have, but sometimes they're just insane on some heroes, and Slark is one of those. Like, he gets the first blood, it's like, oh my god, I have to play versus Slark, taking stacks away, you know?
When you see him go for the no tangos, though, are you considering about just like instantly using Battle Hunger on him and like Impale?
You can. When you see these no tangos, keep in mind that the support will give them tangos usually. Will provide the tangos, the region. And also keep in mind that most likely if it's branches, he's going for the wand. So it's not like he won't have any region. He'll just have a very fast wand.
I mean, already say Crystal Maiden's brought out another set of tangos in a Selv as well. So this is obviously something that they've definitely communicated where CM is going to try and fly out as much region as possible early on so Nande can go. And goes also going to keep close attention on how this position 5 Terrorblade goes as well. We saw in that previous series that was played, really did not have a good game at all. So you're hoping for Philmini and the boys. I know they didn't play the Terrorblade in that game, but hopefully we're able to see a little bit more on what this hero is able to do.
Even the lane itself, I feel, is kind of... it's not much better, actually. For some reason, I saw it on Dire's side for a bit, but it's still better. Like, Terrorblade in this kind of a lane should be able to contribute a bit more.
Seems like a rough lane for Rubik, no? You just get run down by TB with 315 movement speed and 9 armor? Like, what's Rubik actually gonna do?
This is just a terrible... Overall, should be, let's say, should be a terrible lane for Dire. Like, Lifestealer just loves playing into Centaur. Rubik doesn't do a lot to the TB, so... Yeah. Overall, Radiant, I feel like their lanes are set up well. Like, set up for success.
Philmini? I'd actually go down. Another double edge. Blood Grenade still got some duration left as well. And with the slow, Mr. Luck getting range. Oh, he's got less movement speed. And yeah, Philmini's just gonna creep on away.
Just as planned, right? All according to the script. Yeah. 5 more movement speed. 315 versus 310. Okay.
Online as well. Taking a lot of damage.
They're trading much better than I expected them to. Like, so far. Like, I guess the Fate Bolt makes a significant difference. Lowers the damage that Otakar can dish out. So.
And mid lane as well. Wish, of course, on the Wind Ranger, very comfortable with this Master Tier against the Tiny. So we'll see how this is going to be able to perform. Tiny, I don't know. This hero, I'm used this word multiple times. Very volatile. Can have a good game if you snowball. It's can feel very, very lackluster if you have a couple deaths in a row.
I don't know. I think we're gonna get a good Tiny game. Don't quote me on this, but Richman, he strikes me like a good Tiny player. He strikes me, just give him anything that can be flashy early on, and he's gonna find some ways. Because he's so young, man. Like, I base my opinion completely off of his age. I feel like he's 16, top lane, Nande.
Really playing on the edge, far out. He might die to blood. Oh, no, Tango regen, not enough. Yeah, battle hunger.
Oh, he's not dead.
Is he dead?
He's not dead. Fine. Almost. He stopped, like, when he was fighting there, he stopped and he started attacking Axe. If he continued attacking Nyx, then maybe that's doable, but you can't hit the Axe. The spins are gonna destroy you.
Really gonna need to give some solo experience to Nande as well. Hoping that the Slack, this is always the big thing about the hero, that you want to try and ferry out as minimal amount of resources as possible to just get you to that level 6 mark, so you don't have to invest as much gold to be able to play the lane. So we'll see. Of course, that small camp's always going to be very important for them, for LeBron to be able to drag the wave back into a position where Nande's not too opposed.
Yeah, they didn't manage to completely connect the creep waves, so this is actually pretty good for MarsBet. The waves are gonna push in, plus there's this
bottom lane. Oh my god, the burst on attack is actually gonna go down. Just a right click from Bigden. One more from afar. Oh my lord, he survived. And now Mr. Luck Almost goes down to Filmini as well. Wow.
He's gonna dive him. Scent is going in.
You can't
Look at that.
improve until you make
Well,
mistakes.
again, not enough movement speed maybe. Oh, there is.
Alright. And with the extra damage from the creeps, another double
Blood
edge in a
grenade?
couple seconds. Not going to be able to cut through the trees, and you have Filmini. I guess if he turns around though to blood grenade, maybe that helps him close the distance. Again, Filmini's going to survive on his slither health. Now Taker, he runs back to the lane, eats a fate bolt, doesn't die.
got
This
rage.
is going to
He's
be
got
a
rage.
full wave he's going to miss. Nice rage. Blood grenade. Dude, what is going on? He's missed like 3 full waves. We're missing action top lane as well. I want to stick on bottom still. Never mind top lane. Nande. Oh my god. Pounce just survives on 30 health. What's going on in the side lanes?
Yeah,
Dude, this is worse than Oteka dying. What's going on?
Yeah, at this point it's worse. Like, at this point, just die, man. Like, you're not farming at all. The salve is just gonna heal him up a little bit. It doesn't really work that well when the ally is doing it. So. This lane, Nande killing spree top. 12
He's got a lot of
stacks on him.
essence.
Yeah. 33 edgy at this point.
The bronze here. Maybe once the creep wave dies, they actually might be able to kill Codex.
That should help.
See, the essence might expire by then though, but do they want to make the go? They'll do just that. Nice opportunity for them. And even nice dodge the call as well. Just some poke and prod. Codex got the Lotus to work with.
Yeah, and nice little jump away from the impale. Like this lane, these lanes definitely didn't go the way that I thought they would. There's just some craziness happening. Down bottom, I feel like Lifestealer should do much better versus Scent, but he didn't even go for the Orb of Venom. So this Centaur is not really punished. No Orb of Corrosion, no Orb of Venom on Lifestealer, just the right foot stop lane.
Just making an early rotation, but the Arcane Rune's going to be rewarded. The Tiny tries to mirror that movement, but doesn't really do too much. I don't even give him the Wisdom Rune as well. Meanwhile, they snipe it? No, Filmini didn't snipe the opposition's Wisdom.
Yeah, it's crazy lane so far. I guess the bottom line is we have to wait and see how much Richman is going to be able to do on the Tiny.
Top lane. The diving Codex.
Again.
Yeah, and this is the big thing about the level 6 early from Nande, is he can poke and poke and poke, and then all of a sudden you're just diving with all the essence. Oh, he's got 4 kills, man. Oh my god.
Yeah, this top lane. And remember, like, they knew exactly what they're picking the axe into. They saw the Slark, they had the last pick, they picked the axe into him. But it's a really snowbally lane in one way or the other. That's the problem. Windrunner? Tossed.
Are they going to be able to get the Tiny? Nice telekinesis. Wow, that was perfect placement.
No mana on
Doesn't
CM.
look like it's actually going to matter though. Wish is still poking. Wish. He's got some one charges. Man, it's making... Dude,
fine.
that's so risky using the power shot.
He's fine, not even close. But yeah, I feel like if they use the bottle a little bit earlier on LeBron, he's able to frostbite the Tiny in the river, but he wasn't close enough, so they didn't manage to kill him off. Still, everything going well for MarsBet, really. Top lane, Slark now completely free, farming axe relegated to the jungle.
Radiant's top tower
Mid
is under
lane,
attack.
Tiny didn't really manage to do quite a lot with his rotations. Bottom lane, Lifestealer didn't manage to zone out the Centaur. If you're MarsBet, you're super happy with how the lanes went. Top lane, Axe again.
Ah, it's just so much space though. Well, they actually will get the Crucimated. Okay, so at least they're going to get a kill. They're going to get a dunk charge as well, so a little bit of extra armor here for Codex.
Radiant are scanning.
Do you like the way that he's harvesting armor now? I mean, not now. It's been
Radiant's
involved
middle tower is
in the
under
game for
attack.
quite some time, but we have now edgy harvesting, right? No, actually not edgy. We have stats harvesting. No, edgy harvesting. We have intelligence. We have strength. Now armor as well. We don't have damage per se, right, Richman?
Should be rewarded with a kill. Nice sidestep. Wish just gets out of range.
Oh, nice.
How did that connect? Over the range on that to get Filmony as well. Perfect from Wish inside these couple of team fights. And he's still got the wind run as well to be able to escape from Codex, who's just begging someone to get closer, but they've got the Stampede and Anande. The Slark's going to show up as well. Mega kill streak. And he's still got Pounce as well if he can close the distance. A little bit more difficult with it being daytime. You got to be cautious about the Tiny respawning in a couple seconds as well. Sees an easy kill in the Nyx. But even then, it's not going to be too easy for Nande.
Oh, Paul is there. Do they have a sun?
Nande?
That's a good kill to give away to Tiny. Suddenly his blink is much closer. Nicely done. Well, nicely, I guess, nicely done by Slark, sarcastically. By the way, there's one hero that takes damage. That gets damage at least. That's Legion, but she doesn't take it per se. She just.
Guess you can. Well, it's not permanent though. I was going to say Venge, but it's not permanent.
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah, I mean to answer your. Oh, okay, never mind. First Vendetta of the game. Are they going to be able to kill him though? Okay, yeah, never mind. They will. Miss Light goes down. So this is really the one lane that's gone well for Radiant. And with that being said, I mean, I think Centaur's actually gotten a lot more out of this lane than I was expecting. And somehow is actually even more net worth than the Axe, who's almost dying to Ancients. Meanwhile, Nande should be able to get the kill into Filmony. I mean, this is just free perma agi here for Nande. He's just licking his lips with a Mage Slayer already completed.
And Diffusal getting really close, like 1,000 gold on top of the Mage Slayer. Yeah, he died once, but this is really damn good. Slark performance, meanwhile, also the Ancient stacks have been stolen by Bignum and the Crystal Maiden. This axe might die. Doesn't have a tower here now.
Yeah, without a doubt he's dead. Kill the T1 tower. He's got a lot of creeps, and let's see if he's going to get enough spins, though. Actually, not enough creeps, not enough attacks. Not enough health to be able to survive against 4 heroes up in his face. I mean, maybe Nyx Assassin, but I don't think he's at the stage where he can find this cheeky kill and get out.
No way. He needs like a Tiny to help him out. This Tiny is getting closer to the blink. TB.
There you go. Couple Orb of Venom slow. And that's really all they need. Nande once again is going to be cautious. Activates the Shadow Dance. And now they're even got a Stampede to try and get on top of the Tiny. Even Lifesteal is looking at TP him with a defensive Infest. I wish... Is he going to go for the kill? He's going to be cautious, man. Out of this T2 tower. You are playing with fire. Radiant, they're respawning as well. LeBron's like, alright, you guys got ways to retreat. I ain't got crap. We're going to go deep like that. How am I getting out? So he's killed off. Wish is just hoping there's no sentries nearby. He's fine.
I think if you're LeBron, you're happy. Slark, mid.
Nande doesn't know how to stop, man. This guy just sees one hero on the map. He's ready to go. That's a great blink reveal. You could not have asked for a better one from the Tiny. And now Nande's in some trouble? No, he's not.
No, I feel like you hit the nail on the head with they don't know when to stop. And that's really what it is. Like, they just don't know when to stop. In that situation, maybe it was better to just chill out, go back. Now your Wind Ranger died. And perfect, like you said, perfect reveal of the Blink Dagger. Together with the Axe, like he was right in the correct position to get that dunk.
I think we have some technical difficulties. It's going to be a bit of a radio cast, Mr. Lizard. Don't you worry, though. We'll make sure everyone is well aware of all the crazy action we've had going on. Because, again, it's been another game where, I mean, it's 7 kills for the boys on Radiant. And then 12 kills for the boys on MarsBet. So Nightshade, you know, they've been trying to fight back over the past couple of minutes. They're making an attempt onto Nande as well, but he's going to be able to activate the Shadow Dance. So around this top side of the map, 3 heroes from Radiant wasn't enough to be able to pressure Nande, who is continuing to have an incredible game.
I have to say, it's no wonder we're having difficulties when we're still using Firefox, you know?
Are you wait, what do you use?
Oh, I used to use Firefox before it became garbage like 20 years ago. It's Chrome now, but I don't know, maybe Firefox is better again. Not sure.
Damn, so you're versing production. That's what's going on. That's crazy.
I would never. I love you, production. You guys are the best.
Oh, Nightshade won. Oh, never mind.
Never
0-0.
mind. 0-0, yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. They're actually predicting the future and saying that they won.
It's all scripted. It's all scripted. Everyone knows. Everyone knows.
Yeah,
I mean, they might win. They're not looking like they will, but it is possible. Radio Cast, take it away.
Radio Cast, I got it, brother. I mean, we got like we saw down bottom previously, Nyx Assassin has a little life stealer inside of him, hunting across the map. While that's going on, though, they're just getting a free T1 tower mid lane. So, you know, cool attempt on trying to get a pick off. He's even trying to steal the wisdom room. No wisdom room there to snipe. So, yeah, they're grouping up. It's nighttime now for MarsBet, so and we're going to be able to jump back in. You guys really did not miss anything at all. But just that tier 1 tower going down mid lane. And now we got to smoke as soon as we are back in. So look at that. Perfect timing to have things fixed. We're ready to go. Who are they hunting? This would be a big kill. Nande. Just going to get a glimpse of him with that nighttime. They're going to go for it, though. This is pretty deep. They've shown so far they don't really care about going deep inside Radiant's territory.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Slark is in.
Nande. Oh, this looks they need a power shot him or something. I wish he's going to turn his attention to the heroes instead, but meanwhile, that's a big call. Nande activates the Shadow Dance, and he's okay under the protection. Otaker's going to look for some revenge, but the Life Stealer is just... He's slapping him. It's just nothing. Doesn't have the damage just yet to be able to get some return kills, and even with the missed luck kind of butchering his initiation, it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, that initiation wasn't the best. Usually getting stuck on a cliff behind a tree, stuff like that. Not what you want to have happen to you, but yeah, he did what he could later on. And they kind of ran into him anyway. X, unable to do a lot, he needs this blade mail desperately. But they are hunting again. Nyx Assassin and Dota.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, wait, what?
Carapace. He used it after. He used it straight up after Vendetta. When you're playing into Rubik, the moment you use Vendetta, you use Carapace after.
I thought he used it as soon as the spell steal was used. That's why I was so confused. It's like, damn, that was pretty quick fingers if he got that off in time. But they're setting up on Otaker. Nanda's actually doing a pretty good job to like scout out any heroes playing behind the Life Stealer. Try and force some reactions. That's really the big thing. I mean, this Echo Saber build up from Nande is pretty interesting. Not going Diffuser Blade this game.
I guess it maybe has something to do with the fact that he had such a good start. And then he can afford to. I guess probably he wants Axe to spin a bit more, you know. Bot lane, jump in on the Nyx.
And Nyx going to be killed off as a result. They're starting to come down though on Radiant. Infest bomb with... Oh, nice timing. I think they may have just got lucky that they've needed the Stampede to catch up to the Nyx Assassin, because over on the other side, the north, when Codex jumped in with Blink, that Stampede actually enabled the Wind Ranger just to get out of range.
I've seen so many games where that happens, you know. You use Stampede for a kill. At the same time, it helps out someone else. Oh. Nice jump still.
That's a beautiful jump. They'll get the kill on the Rubik. Nande again able to activate the Shadow Dance before the stun lock. And they're gonna... They tossed him in. See you, brother. Good luck in the firing line. We don't give a damn about you. Apparently, it's not gonna matter. He's fine. Codex chilling. Nice thunder from Filmini. And now... Yeah, Tiny's going to look to chop as well. Oh, has he gone a bit too far, though? Inside the river, and that is no man's land for the boys on Raider. You're 5k behind. You can't be playing that aggressively. They'll drag back the Slark into the stun lock. Nande without the ultimate might go down, but he just got the shard delivered. What a perfect timing of the Courier to come out, keeping Nande alive. They've got the Frostbite for the Terrorblade as well. They'll stop his TP short. Man, dude... What is that timing on the Courier delivery?
They're definitely blessed by Gaben in some of these fights. Like you mentioned earlier, the Stampede with the Wind Ranger, and now also the Courier Shard being delivered in the right moment. At the same time, what needs to be said is you're playing into a Slark. These prolonged fights are never in your favor. Like going in and out, it never works versus him. It just gets too much. He's getting the stacks constantly. So overall might not be the best, brightest idea.
And taking these ideal fights is going to get easier now for MarsBet. You've got a gem on Nande's Courier. So even though it's daytime, you're up against 5 melee heroes. As long as you don't get bursted from 4 to 0, you should be able to easily have these long, prolonged fights like we've been seeing.
They're going in. They have Dagon now on Nyx. Maybe Rubik is a kill again. He's definitely a kill. Let's see.
Yep, he is definitely a kill. Nice response. He's not definitely a kill. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, not like this. Dude, he just ducked behind the trees for the split second. That's it. That's like the third thing in a row. The third like minor thing, that pathing to lose vision with the fog, to stop the burst. Oh my. And Anande is just going to kill Filmini too. Never mind.
He got blocked. He got blocked by the Ancients, so he couldn't. Yeah, he couldn't finish him off. Mr. Luck working in different ways for MarsBet. Like you said, that vision behind the tree. And also Centaur being right there next to the Rubik. And they didn't see him because he was behind the trees farming the hard camp. So he jumps in and counters them instantly. Just perfect situations for MarsBet in these last couple of fights.
They're not going to stop. You have such a huge net worth lead. Doesn't matter that it's daytime. Doesn't matter that you're so close to Lincolns. They're ready to go. Radiant. They hoping for a rebuttal though. Smoked up. Infest ready with the axe. They're going to try and get the double call. It'll be on the mud to set up for the Impale. The burst is just the thing that's lacking. If you don't kill anyone there, when are you ever going to find a kill this game? Like, that is your ideal jump, getting 2 cores, and the damage, it's just not there for them. And they're even going to try and Stampede to get the Nyx Assassin. That is a statement ultimate usage. We want all 5. We want the map free for us.
GG.
And they call it. All right.
Oh, that's rough, man. Like, it's I don't know. The way I saw this game is the bottom lane needed to go much better. That's first and foremost. I feel like bot lane didn't go well. Bot lane needed to be a disaster for MarsBet, and it wasn't. That's one thing. The other thing is the X lane shouldn't have been a disaster, and it was. Like you saw what you're picking it into, you picked it, and it still got completely destroyed. I feel like there's some miscommunication there. Something went wrong for them, and maybe they overcommitted into the Slark a couple of times. And of course, there is one thing that needs to be said. Slark got the first blood. So that makes everything a little bit harder in the lane. It makes it harder for you to approach it, to dominate it. And a lane that might have went your way without that first blood suddenly is really difficult. Because Slark is that kind of a hero. He gets 1 or 2 extra items and just becomes incredibly difficult to dominate against him.
Yeah. From start to finish, really. Was not the signs of life we were hoping for the boys on Nightshade. Again, we saw, their previous series, they got 2-0'd, but game 1 from them was much more competitive. This one was just not the case at all. There was a very, very dominant performance for the boys on MarsBet. So, they're going to be able to find game 1. It's a big question of can they continue with this, though? That looked like this is a team that, again, we said they brought it to Entity. They went the distance in 3 games. Unfortunately, weren't able to take it up against them. But, this is still a formidable team, and they proved that to be the case in game 1. So, we'll see what we have in store for us. I should say, if this is going to be another 2-0. Because on this stream, we've had all 2-0s currently, and it's looking like that might be the case as well with how good MarsBet are looking. But of course, all our questions will soon be answered. We're going to send a break, and when we come back, game 2 right around the corner. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. MarsBet team up against Nightshade Esports for the Elite League closed qualifiers in Western Europe. We've seen some pretty much every game since the first game of the day, honestly, has been very, very one-sided. That first game, went 68 minutes. Ever since then, though, it has been, one team just completely running over and outplaying the other. So, which is what we saw last game. MarsBet, incredible performance from them, from really the whole five-man. Everyone, played the role that was required out of them, got the early GG from Nightshade. And we'll see if that's going to be similar heading into this game. Of course, we will have the draft up on screen pretty shortly. Listen, what do we think about the 5 melee hero strat? And I kind of want to lump the Terrorblade in there as well, because this is 2 games now where the TB supporters
we've done nothing.
No impact. Yeah.
I think it's time for these teams at least to put it in the dumpster and forget about it. Like it's
Dire team banned.
it's a bit weird. Like, you need to, I think you need to have a good idea about what you're doing. It's not only Sunder and Reflection and that's it. Like, you need to know what lanes are good for him. You perhaps need to know. Wait. I see some Discord messages, so I'm reading them. Anyways, just put it aside. It's not working. At least not for these teams.
You got all your lady friends messaging you, brother. What's
No, it's the producers. The producer had the Discord message. I was looking at our screen.
Sorry, I'll keep you updated, brother.
It was in Spanish, Peruvian, whatever. I saw it.
You speaking Spanish now? ¿Hablas español?
5 seconds
Sí, por supuesto.
Wow.
Mi amor.
Wow.
Yo soy tu padre, mi amor.
Okay.
Hermano.
Yeah. You know more than I expected. You know a little bit of Spanish? What's going on?
I used to watch telenovelas with my grandma when I was a kid.
10 seconds remaining.
What? And you picked up a bunch?
Dude, I could almost speak it fluently when I was like 6 years old. Yeah, I mean, I think it's super. That language is, I don't know.
It's easy. It's easy.
Yeah, exactly. But I can only speak gibberish now, like everyone else,
I mean, all things considering, like let's be real. Like, learning a language is difficult, but if you're wanting to learn a language and you want to start somewhere, Spanish is definitely one of the easy ones. A Weaver. All right. I mean, this has been like known as, it's like a soft counter-ish to a Batrider, but I don't know if like they're maybe even considering about playing the Weaver as a 4 just to assist in this difficult Centaur Undying lane. But I'm very intrigued about the Weaver.
Yeah, I guess it's not as good as it used to be, like when the sticky napalm was the play with Bat. You get wand, you heal up completely with Weaver, you get on top of him easily as well. Now it's not as good, but it's still strong. I'm not sure how they're gonna fix the Centaur lane. I feel like Undying plus anything will deal with Cent plus anything, so I don't think Nightshade Esports is winning that lane. But by the way, when we were talking about languages, you told me you're learning something. Which language are you learning?
I am. Well, I've been learning Spanish for a very long time. My Spanish is okay. It's like mediocre. But I've changed to German because I am speaking to a lady friend. So.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you're breaking my heart. I thought I was the only one.
I'm sorry, my love. Me or more. I'm sorry, but yeah. So I switched to German like a week and a half ago. And dude, German's hard. German's not as easy as Spanish. So
I mean, it's a Germanic language. It's very different. Have fun.
Yeah. Thank you, but. We'll get there. I'm doing like 3-4 hours a day, so I mean I'm improving fast. But yeah, no, I'm going over to Europe soon, so I'm gonna go see her, and I'm gonna go see her again, and hopefully I'll at least be able to speak a little bit of German.
Dude, you're learning 3-4 hours a day for this girl. What the hell? Like, everyone should have a boyfriend like you.
Well, look, I was doing like an hour and a half every day of Spanish, so it's just like I've changed my priorities. Like I was telling you before, I'm not playing as much chess now because I'm just bumped up the German. But yeah, no, language learning, guys, everyone give it a go. I think it's a very, very beneficial thing. I think your mind thinks differently, but you know, but this is a completely different topic. I don't want to dive too deep. I could definitely speak about it for a while, but you know, with this draft going further and further along, we definitely should get back to this one. You got Doom and Morphling picked up from MarsBet, and
I'll just say before we go with the draft, ich wünsche, was it dir or ihn? Ich wünsche dir sehr Glück, mein Freund. There you go. Anyways, Kotl and Morph both picked up. Like I was expecting more Morphling, by the way. Today we had no Morph so far. This is the first game.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, how do you feel about the hero overall? Do you feel like it's undervalued? Do you think it's still needs to be kind of the right game?
Well, according to Dream League and the games, he's in a good spot. Like no, not too bad at all. I expected maybe even more of it to be picked today. That's why I feel like it's one of those heroes that just carries games very easily if played right. He will have to play versus an early Vessel builder, which isn't great. And I feel with recent Dagon changes, we'll see more Coddle, but that's what I felt, but that's not what happened. I don't think they have anything for Keeper of the Light at the moment. So if you're MarsBet, you might have to pick some. I love the Storm ban. Heroes like that, like Storms, Quaps, you know, like these kind of heroes would be amazing for MarsBet to finish off. Like a Puck would be Puck banned, unfortunately. A Void Spirit, maybe? Not sure. You know, like these kind of guys. Good to catch Void and the Kotl. That's what they need.
Yep. I'm trying to think of any like other jump initiators that are possible. Is Primal Beast still in the pool? Dino is something you could maybe look at. I'm surprised they banned Ember. I've heard people say Ember's kind of poopy now with the changes, but let's see. Yeah, Void Primal is maybe what I'm looking at for MarsBet. For Nightshade, what are we looking for? Still a support. Maybe they're 5 or 4. I don't know if it really matters too much.
5 seconds remaining.
Something that goes with Void or Sent. They can combo something in the. They can get a combo in the Chronosphere. Like what did we see today? We saw some Jakiro. I didn't like it too much. Phoenix is all right. Not great versus Morph, but not too bad, especially with the egg. I won't mind that. Yeah.
Sunray vs Doom doesn't feel that much value, especially for the Doom target, but it's just if you have Weaver Phoenix support duo, your only stun is a Centaur.
Yeah, you could get a stun, like a melee stunner. You kind of get that with Marcy, right? So not too bad, I suppose. I don't know. I feel like their draft was good until I realized that their 2 supports are. Actually, we were in Sent.
Okay, yeah, I'll play Marcy. So let's see. That's a very cool Marcy set. I haven't seen the black top before, but.
I like it. You know why I like it? Because we said that they can't win this lane versus Undying with Centaur, right? Centaur plus anything loses versus Undying. So they put the Centaur on 5 and picked Weaver plus Marcy. And these 2 actually do well against Undying. So yeah, I like their approach. I like the way they mixed things up.
It does, even the because Marcy being strength, you still have no.
It's much better. It's a
better?
much better
okay.
lane.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not amazing, but it's much better. Yeah.
You're going to be a Tombstone hero to address that as the game goes on as well, which is of course you're going to have a lot of value with that. The Weaver's going to be able to deal with it too. So let's see. This Conquer last pick though. I know we were suggesting. You brought up the Void Spirit, I brought up the Primal Beast. Conquer also kind of similar in the aspect where if you get X on Coddle, it feels great, and X versus any Stampede. Any hero that's trying to get away is always gonna have a lot of value as well. So yeah, I like the Conqueror a lot. He's going to be able to play pretty active here. You've got supports to potentially play with him, like depending on how early of items the Bat Rider gets. So Let's see. I really don't dislike the Conquer at all. This series is going to be able to have a lot of impact. I do definitely much prefer this draft from Dai than what we saw in the previous game from Nightshade. Like I think it's just a better draft overall. Whether I like it for them, whether I think they're going to win is a different story. But I feel like the ability for them to actually compete this game is going to be easier.
Yep. No, I completely agree as well. I do have some issues. Like you mentioned Kunkka and how good he is for MarsBet. Like he is, yeah, it gives you catch versus Void. It gives you catch versus Stampede versus Kotl. But usually what I see is these Kankas, not what I see, what I feel as well, what I played against is they struggle against Kotl in the lane. Especially when you get the Vessel. Like with the Kotl, you get... I don't know, a lot of magic damage plus Vessel versus Kunkka. He's not having, let's say he's having a blast mid lane, just not the good kind. That pun was so bad he died. My co-caster died.
I didn't even want to just... I didn't want to say anything. I wanted to just... Yeah, nah, let's I'm still trying to avoid that.
Yeah, the point stands though. The point stands. We'll see how the lane goes. I don't have big expectations for Kunkka in the lane itself, but later on, X marks the spot, just changes the game and the way it's played, especially for the Kotl.
Right, well, let's see how much impact we can get to that, if we even get to that stage, and what Wish is going to be able to do off the back of that. So, how do you even feel about this Kotl hero? Because I'm personally not the biggest fan.
In certain games, I like it, and I feel that he might be good again with some different item builds at the moment. Maybe getting a Dagon a bit earlier. I feel like he might work. But I haven't been a big fan, just the same, for a really long time, because he got nerfed here and there. The items that he bought got nerfed too, so there's a reason he's not spammed mid like he used to be.
Oh. Let's see how some of these other side lanes shape up as well. Doom Hero 2 somehow... at least it's not as... The pick rate isn't as high as what it used to be, but...
Yeah, because he's banned all the time.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's true. That is true. So, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it's gonna perform. Do you still... What's your opinion on the Doom? Do you still feel like this hero is pretty strong overall?
Of course. Nothing has changed. Yeah, sure, some things have changed, and the Veil Shiva's build is a bit more expensive, but he still does what Doom does, and Void is not gonna have a good time this game. He shouldn't have a good time, but we'll see. Last game I also felt that way, and then they got outplayed, and here we go on dying for the first time. So that call was correct at least.
Congratulations, mate. Bet it feels good to be right for
the first time.
Yeah, for the first time. I know you got some difficulties with that, but it's all good.
I like to participate. That's what I do the best. I'm like in those US schools. I just like to participate. That's it. Doesn't matter if I'm right or wrong.
Man, LeBron. Another toss back onto the tower, and this time the Tombstone is very close to Dai's side of the map, but with Sakuchi still on cooldown, they'll get the kill into the Weaver. Unfortunately, I don't think they get Codex. Although Nanda's really... Dude, Nanda plays aggressively. This is... I only got to watch a handful of his games when he was on Manaspa. Any last words, Shody? Wrong, no way.
You can't
That's
improve
such a
until you make
crazy thing
mistakes.
to say.
Yeah, these mother...
Dude,
I don't expect anything else, honestly. I don't expect anything else. Yeah, he's pretty dead. He does have 9 charges on his magic stick. Same thing for Weaver. He had 9 stacks just before he died. I was thinking maybe he could click those sticks and survive for a bit longer, but he didn't want to. Or he just wasn't fast enough.
Does he even die then if he has these stick charges?
There's a decay. There's a decay in 2 seconds, so it's a lot of damage coming from Morphling. The only positive side, I guess, is the tower is finished killing the melee creep, so it's gonna start hitting either the Morphling or the Undying, which will help out. Does Morphling has what? Adaptive Strike Agi. I think he dies. I think he should die on Marcy, but
You reckon?
I'm not sure. It depends on the aggro and if they continue diving him.
You can't improve until you make mistakes.
Okay, do you reckon if he dies, do you think someone on Radiant will die as well?
I think no one dies on Radiant, but I'm not sure. She has sidekick though, right? Like she could use sidekick, lifesteal a bit.
Alright, quickly decide which one. Maybe even top lane. No, that's no kills there. Alright, yeah, quickly decide. What do we got? What's final decision?
My final decision is no one dies here.
No one dies. Oh, so you're copying me now? I said I didn't think he was gonna die.
Okay, never mind. Marcy dies. Marcy dies. Everyone else lives.
Okay, let's see.
Never mind. No one dies.
That's where you question mark and be like, I thought I was gonna die or some crap. And now top lane, yeah, we can take a look at this one. Looks like there was actually a lot more damage than I was expecting with that jump from Filmini, but running into level 2 Scorch Earth and you're taking a fight just before the Lotus as well. So with the damage that they're able to do on MarsBet, help secure the Lotus for Mr. Luck.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
What a nice stun actually, yeah. Mr. Luck still doesn't have the Scorch Earth to work with. Should not die to the time dilation. You're going to consider about actually going back in. You got to be cautious though. They got the damage to kill Filmini before the hoof stomp comes back up. Looks like they do.
Very nicely done. Bottom lane, they're going on LeBron again. They kill him.
What was that range? Huh? Did you see that, or was it just me?
I saw it. I saw it. We all saw it. Don't question Gaben. Don't question Ice Frog. It is how it is.
What?
Yeah. It looked weird. It looked super weird. I know.
I had to run by eyes for a second. I was so confused. Oh, alright, well. Anyway, I like this from the Batrider. Bignum's just looking to try and scout out some stacks. They're even going to try and take him as well. I mean, may get some of the smaller, poopy little creeps.
Dire's structures are
Might die here if he's not careful.
Dire's middle
Blast.
tower is under attack.
Okay. Actually, Kotal helped him there to steal 1 or 2. That blast got them just low enough for Batrider to steal them with Firefly.
It's also nice he just gets some experience as well, right? Like, this is also another hero in regards to the support experience in gold. He can do a lot with it, so if you're able to take that away from the Kotal, it's going to be nice.
There's a couple of players that just destroy with this position 4 bat. I've seen like Saksa in one example, like they just do too much with the hero.
Yeah, I don't know. This Batrider support's pretty dumb. I know Chris been playing to a lot of success lately. When I was casting, I mean, I know this goes back, but when I was casting the last year TI qualifiers as well, Team Zero with Ice, of course, previous TI winner for Wings. Also, so just like solo carrying games on the Batrider. Was actually like very impressed with some of his performances. I don't know. The hero is just like, yeah, when has Batrider not really been in the meta? I don't know.
Yeah, just one of those heroes, I guess. You know, never out of meta. Meta. Why did I say it like that? Meta. Never out of meta. Codex. Can he trade this? Kinda. Like, they're doing really well. Considering you're playing into an Undying,
Dire's middle
you're...
tower is under attack.
Like, you could even argue winning this lane. LeBron? Do you really want to go?
Looks like he's okay. Unday does a good job to be able to wait for him aggressively. Acting as a deterrent, so Weaver's not going to keep going. Of course, they do a lot of damage to Marcy.
I feel like at this point, the dire offlane is consisted out of 2 position 4s. Or 2 position 3s, as you wish. Because they kind of have the same amount of farm, more or less, same amount of levels. Marcy is tanking so much that it feels like Weaver is the one that's offlane. And you know what?
Wow.
Like, Weaver isn't even the worst. Yeah, Mr. Luck.
Nice rotation.
Mr. Luck?
You gotta kill him. Oh, no. Oh, man. Okay, they got him. Fire out. Dude, that would have been... Oh, that would have felt so bad. You TP the Coddle in, you don't get a kill. But... with how long it took, they were able to at least get the rebuttal, but... Is what it is.
LeBron
even going for LeBron, and he's probably going to find another. Not steps out of the blast range.
Yeah, couldn't see him from the fog, so... I'm actually very impressed by Richman,
Radiant
considering
structures are fortified.
how young
Aren't
he
they dead
is.
bottom?
Illusion.
They're actually going to continue chasing. Rebounds back up if they guess correctly. Goes to the right side instead. Now waveform back up aggressively onto them.
Dire's
Imagine if he
middle tower is under
waveforms.
attack.
Into the rebound.
Yeah, into the rebound. That would have been...
You can't improve
Sick.
until you make mistakes.
Okay, well,
Guess-
I was going to say, we saw that previous rotation work out for the Coddle, and you've got Chrono now for the Faceless Void. And Coddle's got Boots of Travel as well, so... If he wants to consider about moving to top lane to make another play, this could be it could be an angle.
Yeah, there's a lot of angles now that you can play around. You also have Doom on MarsBet, right? Like Mr. Luck is also level 6. So you can be aggressive against the Void. Most likely, Void will rotate down bottom. Because that's something you can do. Boots of Travel on Kotal, plus the Chrono, take down the Morphling and the tier 1 mid, tier 1 bottom. Because if he stays top, it's dangerous. He can get doomed and killed.
Yeah, let's see where that first rotation is going to be for Wish. Of course, he's always really wanting to slow down the Coddle's farm, and he might be able to do so now. Be able to get the X with the Tombstone. Pretty close to the tier 2 tower. Is he tanky enough to be able to survive the boat combo, though? Looks like that's not going to be the case. So Take is still going to be able to land a pretty decent Chronosphere onto 3. They'll deal with the Tombstone first and then try and go for the heroes next. But even Mr. Luck is here for the team fighter, and they're going to get no kills off the back of the Chrono, so... Oh boy, you TP a hero in, you use a big ultimate, put on cooldown, not the worst, it's early stage, but still it feels bad that the Void's not farming.
No, of course. It opens up Morphling as well, right? Like, he's farming now, and he's like, okay, so Chrono was used, I'm fine, right? Guys, I don't even have to leave the lane anymore. Gotta be a bit careful with the Marcy and level 6, because she can just, with Unleash, even take you down. Weaver Marcy are strong enough, but overall, that was quite a big deal. Especially because Doom wasn't used as well. If you run back top into the lane, you may die.
Yep. And especially with that Conquer rotation. Again, I'm just really waiting to see what Wish wants to do. He's trying to put a lot of emphasis to slow the Coddle down, but you can't blame him. This big reason why you pick up the Conquer and trying to max out the X. I think they want the kill, they want the triple stack. Both are going to feel quite nice. It's like Philman, he's trying to soak up some experience because he is really close to level 6, and in fact, he just gets it off the stack getting killed. May not matter though with the combo connecting from Wish. Timing's actually off the mark. Never mind. Okay, LeBron gets the kill. Now they're going to have the run buff and a great Tombstone location as well. The ward just expires, so they're not going to be able to deal with the Tomb, and now they need to retreat, but this is where the X comes into play. With the Arcane Rune Wish, he's making perfect use of this. LeBron gets the double kill.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
They're truly outplaying them. They're for some reason, they're just forcing them to play on their side of the map. And this Keeper of the Light has Boots of Travel. You could be pressuring Morphling playing down bottom, doing the same thing that they're doing to you, but in their jungle. You know, actually using the Marcy. Like, Marcy, this is the first time she's done anything in the game, you know? This is the first play. But they have no... They have no Stampede. Can they get him? feel like, yeah, he turns into Weaver and he's out. That's the problem.
Thinking about going in.
It's like, I'm not sure why Nightshade are allowing their side of the map to be pressured this much with travels on one of your heroes. I guess it all comes down to that first fight and the chrono being wasteful. Suddenly, MarsBet, they're not afraid of anything, they're just bullying you.
How do you think they need to respond differently then? Is it you just maybe need to bring the Marcy?
I think instead of bringing the Marcy, you play on the enemy side instead.
Okay.
Like you have the strength, you have the heroes. If you did it, but you kind of caught yourself constantly responding to some stacks being taken, you know? They're just running circles around you.
And now, unfortunately, might be a little bit too late. Because with all the space you're getting, we know what this Doom hero is able to do. The Vow is almost maxed out. You know, he's got Veil. You're hunting or Taker as well. And this is going to be Dead Faceless Void too.
Yep.
So, you compare the carries. You've got your Faceless Void getting invaded inside his own jungle. And then Nande is fine down bottom. Continuing to free farm. Second in net worth. Able to go back and get the farm behind the tower.
Yep. You have Nande farming almost optimally, meanwhile Void farming what he can. When I say almost, because he's not necessarily farming every single lane creep. He's still being pressured a tiny bit at least.
Finally, first real big movement out of the Coddle. But... does not feel good. Very cool Purge also picked up from Mr. Luck. Instantly gets rid of the Solar Bind. So a lot of the burst potential. Chrono just on the edge clips the Doom, but are you killing this man?
Nah,
1500
there's no way.
health. Are they lacking TPs? Undying's got one if he wants to come down. Looks like they're a little bit hesitant. They're going to jump the Morphling instead. Doom's going to be used, but Marcy's already popped Unleash. So Doom doesn't really provide any space for the Morphling to get out. Mr. Luck, TP, in fact the portal through I should say, will just make it.
That's pretty good. Like, okay, you didn't manage to kill off the Doom in the Chrono, but I think what happened is Diffusal caught Morphling off guard. Remember, he has no wand. If you look at his items, like no wand, no stick. So he couldn't even waveform away after Diffusal took all of his mana. Nicely done by Dire. Finally, you know, playing on the enemy side. And you see this circle, this is... they are here, they're playing here, they have vision here.
I must say, I didn't even notice that Codex is a Grandmaster Marcy. Like, I feel like that's the first person I've seen. I know Ari's actually pretty high as well, but there's not a lot of people are Grandmaster on this hero.
You played a lot of games on her to get to that level this early on. By the way, check our Grandmaster Undying. He's got, well, he's gold Undying. He's got Atos.
What, dude, are you blind? Grandmaster and he's gold.
I know, I'm kidding. Grandmaster LeBron is buying Atos. Some more catch.
That is a Chad item build. And this Tombstone is going to be devastating unless they're able to deal with it. Which they will do so straight away. Lasso even spitefully onto Filmini because he dealt with the Tomb. And now though, it's a big jump in from Chodex, and again, Nande, he's out and mana. And as a result, your health is gone. And the Bron's going to be killed off as well. This Diffuser Blade is really paying off in these back-to-back fights, and it looks like they're going to be able to catch up the Wish as well, who's top net worth hero. So this is a gigantic kill for the boys on Nightshade to be able to find.
I don't know, man. Having a wand instead of that clarity would be very helpful to the Morphling. I feel like he's kinda griefing himself by not having it. Just no mana to get away from the Diffusal Marcy. It's not gonna get any easier as well. They had such a good start, such a good game, and it does look. They're still ahead, 4K. They're still in control of this game, but it feels a bit throwy.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, maybe, you know, Shiva's Mr. Luck's going to start getting a little bit more involved. Conqueror's kind of closing in towards the Scepter as well, just under 2k. Still have this big net worth lead. Now we got some time as well. What do we actually make of the Atos for LeBron? Are we a fan of it?
Look, you can build a lot of things on Undying. I'll just put it that way. When it comes to catch, they have X on Kunkka and they have this Flaming Lasso plus Blink Dagger on Bat. They have two things. Is it enough? Probably not. So getting something extra versus Weaver versus Kotl versus Void isn't bad. And Undying is a sort of a support that you literally can buy anything on him. Any sort of utility and it will be good.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I'm not sure I like the... yeah, sorry. I'm just not sure how much I like Blade Mail after it. Atos, top lane. Oh, Doom? I don't like that.
No, especially if they're going to be able to respond. Again, the Purge though, but like, I really am liking him holding this spell though. Completely nullifying what the Kotl was able to bring, especially with this Vessel as well.
Yep, no Tombstone, no Doom.
Now they're going in though. Kotl over position. They see an opportunity to be able to deal with the mid laner, and Nande with the damage cleans him up. Now Codex is gone as well. Finally, Nande hasn't got to worry about the Marcy burning her mana. We see how different the fight can look as a result of that.
Nice bait, by the way. They had this sick observer ward on the high ground, and they had no Tombstone, they had no Doom. They still won the fight. Why? Because they could jump the Kotl easily. Batrider had perfect vision. He jumps him, lassos him. And the fight is pretty damn simple for them. As long as they can catch the Kotl, they're winning these fights.
Yeah, I was actually gonna say, like, do you have to go BKB on Kotl? I didn't know he already had it queued up in one item bought, so it needs his defensive item to be able to respond, which means some of the damage is going to be lacking them without going, you know, like an aggressive Dagon or anything like that, or, you know, even this game, you're probably going to be looking at a potential Hex, maybe to deal with Nande, but that is like ultra late game, and yeah, we'll see. Otaka's been a little bit silent. He's definitely keeping up in farm, which is kind of impressive, all things considered, but, you know, Maelstrom, Mask of Madness, top lane. Codex. Oh my god.
Yeah, he's another one that needs that BKB. Needs to have the BKB to be able to sustain himself and take these fights properly, and then the Axe becomes such a nuisance. Like, I hate Axe on her. Like, the pulses of silence every time. Just, forces you to BKB, basically, no matter what you're playing.
Regeneration.
Even that doesn't help, right? Like, it's whatever. She's still destroying you with the right click.
Yeah, no, this hero is in a very interesting position. You know, we've seen in the past, I think maybe it was actually even 9 that was like attempting, in fact, I think it was, that was trying to play Marcy mid a little bit. Had some games where it worked out. I know, Lasso, that's on a big target. That is a huge kill. And Nano's making sure they all know about it. Every time MarsBet find an initiation on the opposite side of the map, well, this man is just free farming. He's just always using the same voice line.
Boiling rage.
He's got to let him know that he's free farming and they're dying.
Yeah. I mean, it's probably the best feeling as a carry, you know. You have your teammates killing the enemy carry, meanwhile you're stacking the Ancients, feeling good. Farming the enemy side lane that's pushing in. And he is catching up with farm. Like, he's top 3 net worth, gonna pass Doom very shortly after the Ancients, and a couple of stacks have been farmed. He's got that Manta in, what, a few more creeps. Like, really in a good spot on the Morphling now.
And it's not only just that, but it's like the supports net worth. Brought up earlier that this Batrider and what he's able to do with gold. You blink and almost 4 staff completed. Undying again, he's been able to be very greedy. Wish is in some trouble. Does get the boat off before the chrono. That actually might be enough to keep him alive for the reinforcement. They got 2,400 health they need to go through. He's gonna die, but what does it cost him? He even gets a Torrent Storm off as well. Weaver somehow stuck on the high ground, but importantly, Oteka in some danger. Doom doesn't have the greatest resources for the team fight, so it's really gonna be all up to Nande. And meanwhile, Nande, he's having his own fight over to the right side, so they'll kill off the Coddle, but man, that went much worse than I was expecting for Nande. Nice juke back. Is it going to matter in the end? His time dilation is really starting to rack up. And Mr. Luck still, he doesn't have the Doom. He's got the Purge maybe to offer some assistance. Nande chucked left, right, and center. Waveform in a second. He'll get some distance away, but he's probably going to be chased down nonetheless. And Mr. Luck, I mean, he's still hanging around. He's probably going to think about his own life pretty shortly here. And yeah, we'll start to move away. So really was expecting that fight to go much better for MarsBet.
Yeah, same here. I think maybe this is even rush opening for them. 30 seconds without Morphling. They could go in, but yeah, no. They're just falling back, all of them. Manta was being flown to Morphling, so if he got that a bit earlier, maybe he could juke even better, but no such luck. He did juke them really well, that needs to be said. One thing that also needs to be said is this Kunkka hates life. Like, he got chronoed, and he used the boat before, so he was like, okay, I'm fine. But he couldn't even use Torrent Storm. He was just bashed after the chrono. Like, he didn't even use Blade Mail. Like, just absolutely nothing that he could have done. Constantly bashed after bash. So annoying for him. How did Weaver end up on a cliff? Was it Flame Break? It was, right?
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
So even that was perfect for them. Like, Weaver gets flame broken on a cliff where the tombstone is. Okay, this shouldn't happen. Like, they shouldn't get this. They shouldn't be getting this chrono. Sorry, this rush. But they are. There's no chronosphere, I guess, so that's why.
Yeah, no chrono and no response, even though it's scanned. MarsBet want nothing to do with that fight. So Aegis going to be given over to Nande now. Are they still in a position on MarsBet to take 5v5 fights? Well, I say that, they're actually going to look to try and smoke it. Was underneath the Radiant Observer, so MarsBet, they can get perfectly set up for a team fight where they should be advantageous with the Aegis. And especially with the Tombstone on high ground. And you see the read as well. But meanwhile, you got to be cautious. The Lasso's there. Oteka gets a great chrono. But the Coddle is not going to escape afterwards. Maybe with the BKB can help get some distance. Oteka's trying to put a lot of work in onto the backline, but it is not enough to turn the fight. 2 heroes will go down. Are they going to be able to catch up to Oteka, though? It jumps over the south. Very close, Nande. Very, very close.
I loved the waveform into Centaur stomp that he attempted. Didn't work. This could have been even worse, I feel like, for Nightshade, because I don't know if you noticed the Doom. Like, he was chronoed with his hands in the air dooming the Void. You saw that, right? Like, his hands were literally... You know, when he casts Doom, he lifts his hands. His hands were at that moment, like, at that position in which the Doom is going off, but he got chronoed just a second. Second earlier. Yeah, I still like the fact that Nightshade went for that fight. This is the proper way to play the game. Like, you did let go of the Aegis, but you just waited for the right opportunity for the chrono to take that fight. Maybe they could have delayed it a bit, but it was just very unfortunate for them to smoke under the ward.
See, though, even though, you know, that fight goes decently even, honestly, well, I should say, against the Aegis, you're still in a position where how you're going to be able to defend this bottom tower. They are actually starting to TP in, though. So no chrono. They see it's an opportunity to maybe bring down Nande, but Bigden was always ready with the lasso. Nande's probably going to lose his first life. Oteka's joining the boys again without the ultimate. So it's going to be really up to the supporting cast to prove huge here in this team fight. Nande separates from the team. A great waveform timing dodges this stump, but the time dilation still proving to be a really big issue. This waveform on cooldown for a long time. They're going to use the boat up on the high ground. Very scary to run in the Tombstone location. Now MarsBet
Is this an area where they can take the team fight? Doom's up in 15 seconds. Meanwhile, Coddle, no BKB, and as a result, he's killed off Nande. Since it's a huge opportunity to deal with the main damage source on Dire, now will take us still. Chrono on cooldown for another 15 seconds. They've got the vision for the X. Filming, he jumps in, just... That is a nothing jump. There's nothing you're going to be able to do to keep your Void alive. You're just giving over a free kill for Radiant. And they will lick their lips at the sight of that.
In the end, the only one surviving is Codex with, or Chodex with his Marcy. Like, they managed to TP back. Like, he was there the whole time, but there's nothing that he can do. After he uses his ulti and BKB, he was left on a really low HP, so he just had to watch his teammates as they overextended, like you were saying. This is kind of dangerous. They're going into the tombstone. Yeah, it was. It is very dangerous, especially because you're also playing into a Morphling that didn't die. Well, he died once, but he's still in the fight. And he also morphed into Void. So that time dilation is going to destroy everyone on Nightshade. And when I say everyone, I mean Void and the Weaver. Like, these two heroes hate playing into time dilation. So, really rough for both of them to properly use their spells and dish out the damage needed.
Now you're having to contest against a butterfly on Nande too, so items continuing to be picked up. Wish has almost got Bloodstone. I believe that's Bloodstone. Is that Octarine? Oh, it is Bloodstone. Okay. Yeah, Bloodstone are almost picked up. And we'll see. It's a very difficult position for the Dire to be in, but I have still been quite impressed with how some of these fights have actually been going for them.
Weaver?
Nice
use. Not gonna matter. Maybe it will actually.
Here's the
This
gem.
bug is so annoying. He's so annoying to catch. Alright, they'll get him though. Drag back with the combat to lasso as well. That's a big screw you to the bug.
I feel like at this point you just use it, because if you don't, he might run away again. You might continue chasing him. It's gonna continue being annoying. Better safe than sorry.
What do we make of the blink on Wish? This is a bit more of like an unconventional item for the Conquer.
I feel like everyone on this team realizes that all they need is good catch, specifically for Void and Coddle. So getting that blink X marks the spot, maybe later on Hex as well, is really damn good. There's a reason why Undying went for Athos, right? Like, and it's the same one.
I'll say I'm a little surprised that Nande also hasn't bought the Ag Shard. Now this has made this Morphling Faceless Void matchup like quite solid for the Morphling, because you can always shift inside the Chrono. So I thought it was something that the Morphling bought instead of like waiting till ultra late for maybe to get it from a Tormentor.
I just noticed it. Like, literally the same thing. I'm actually super surprised as well. Like, expected him to have it. They will fight without it though. Mid lane, Weaver.
Ooh. They got a really good Observe Ward on Radiant that's about to scout out multiple heroes. This could be a big advantage that they're going to be working with. Luckily for Dire, they will just retreat out of the area.
And they have
Filmini
by the way.
will run past there though. There's the reveal of the ward. Instantly pings it out. Of course, they're going to lose a hero due to that one. Probably a T2 tower as well.
I feel like he expected that one. He expected to die there. That's one thing that needs to be said is this Aghanims is big on Marcy. You have an AoE Aghanims with Marcy jumping in with Enchanted Quiver. I feel like Morphling, if he's not careful, even with the butterfly, he just dies. Anyone actually dies on their side. There's a shit ton of burst damage.
Even Weaver's randomly got gold for a scepter. So you will see how those time lapses are going to be able to come into play.
Dire's middle tower is
Could be
under
something
attack.
to keep an eye out on. Besides some of the team fights, because you are a bit committal, right? I actually, how does time lapse work versus the Doom ulti? I imagine you wouldn't get health back, yeah.
Dire
You
are
would.
Actually, don't even know. You would. You would.
You will,
Okay.
you'll get your HP. I mean, I could be wrong, but I'm like 99.9% sure you'll get your HP because it reverses the time. You know, it's not. It doesn't heal you. You just put.
Radiant's top tower.
Well, this is a really nice freebie. Lasso's gonna make it take a little bit longer. Again, the Stampede in response to the Doom. Can they continue the chase? Nice use of the jump as well. Kodak's going to give that bonus movement speed away. And the rest of Dire are actually starting to swing on over. They're going to get cut off, though. But the reinforcements are there. So they'll act as kind of that body block. You're guarding this high ground, intercepting them from being able to connect to the rest of the team. Again, Phil Mini scouts out this ward on the high ground.
So support for support, right? And the Doom used. If you're Dire, maybe you can abuse this. You have the Chrono still. I mean, you're not in any major rush. Like, your Faceless Void with the Skadi will become even stronger versus the Morphling, so you don't have to... I do feel that Nightshade might scale a bit better just because of Marcy. Then again, you are playing into Doom. So it doesn't matter how much you scale if he dooms the right targets. If he gets some refresher, it will be hard.
How do you feel like Coddle scales? Because I feel like this hero really doesn't scale well.
It's yeah, that's a correct statement, I would say. He's more of a mid-game beast later on. It all depends on the items, and
Yeah.
this isn't it. Like BKB Orchid, it's fine, but it's not what allows him to, you know, like constantly scale, become stronger and stronger, like some Dagon E-Blade stuff. Hex.
Smoke up.
Radiant are scanning.
Nande up on the high ground. They're going to see the rebound jump, so it should give them some information. Nande, but have time to activate the attribute shift. Has to be off the Orchid because of the Manta use prior. And now they might just want to full-on retreat with this not available. It will give up Roche though, and they're not aware that Roche is back up.
Dire's top tower.
I actually love how Otakar didn't use his Chrono. Like, he's forcing them to come to the pit instead. Will they be fast enough? I don't think so. Like, this rush is gone. So they are
Might have to
coming
ult
back
on
in-
Codex.
Radiant are scanning.
It's going to be close, man. They'll get the jump on the Centaur. A pretty decent target. It's just a freebie. Aegis still does get claimed on the decks, and that's a great Doom target onto the Marcy. She's going to be able to escape, maybe not. Nande once again intercepting the path. No running away from you. And you've committed this buyback out of the Centaur. Otaka's going to go train through the portal. No way, brother. That is a prayer for you to try and get away. They've surrounded this Faceless Void. They'll deal with the Ages. I mean, Weaver's still sticking around for the potential time lapse, but he knows Otaka will die without a doubt. What a fight for the boys on MarsBet. I mean, you're going up against the Ages for free. You get the buyback out of the Centaur, and you lose no one.
I have to... That whole fight happens the way it happens just because of the Doom. Like, you called it out immediately as the game, what an amazing Doom, and that's what it was. If you manage to get the Doom on the Marcy, I feel like the fights are just over, even versus the Aegis. That was it. Like, that was literally it. The Doom had to be on one target, and that target was
Dire's
Marcy.
bottom tower
And
is
your
under
fight is
attack.
easy afterwards.
Dire's
Not sure why at
structures
least
are
no
fortified.
Chrono was committed. Like, he found no targets.
Okay, they're
Nice
just
ult.
in. We're gonna be able to get it. Nope. Okay, Codex. So maybe thinking they go back in if Wish gets a combo. Got Torrents on the boat still to work with, but you are a bit cautious about the Void respawning shortly, knowing that Chronosphere's
Wish.
still back up. Codex are gonna jump in the mid lane. Wish is in a lot of trouble. The rest of the team, they're over to the right side. They're not with him in La La Land, not paying any attention, trying to play with Wish. He's caught out.
Yeah, they can't really do a lot more from
Dire
after
are
that.
scanning.
Unfortunately for Nightshade, that's the only thing that they can get, but it's something, right? Like, at least they buy themselves some time, they don't lose the side. They're waiting a little bit more for this Skadi to be completed on the Faceless Void. One hero that's also saving targets that we haven't really talked about, of course, is this stupid Undying with bazillion armor, with a craggy coat, and also with a shard, like the Tombstone. Was the reason why Doom lived in the Chrono fight. After using Doom, he got saved by the Tombstone.
It's probably looking like 90% MarsBet. So
90, damn.
yeah,
But that's a
90.
lot. Yeah, that's a lot.
What would you put it at?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Maybe like 70, 75-ish. I feel like there's a lot of these mini things that can happen in the fights. Like we were saving someone, you know, he had some luck. He got a really nice tier 3 item. Sorry, he got a psychic headband. Like, one big issue with Weaver is you get this Aghanims, but your range is so nerfed that it doesn't really, like, the Aghanims is just trash because of the range. However, if you get psychic headband or if you get Aether Lens, now he has both. Suddenly this ulti is really damn big. It's really hard to silence you, it's really hard to catch you before you ulti.
This tier 3 tower top just took no joke amount of damage. This might be... Is this too deep? Oh, nice time lapse. Even better jump from Film, and he's still onto 3. Instant BKBs. Nane was the only person that didn't use it, and they are on all-out retreat.
Now imagine if they had follow-up there, if Void was actually in position. That was a 3-man chrono, hands down. Easy chrono. Like, they could have gotten a kill or two, but... yeah, I don't think this game is 90% in anyone's, you know, favor.
I'm just so concerned on the scaling for Dire. Like, I know Faceless Void is such a good scaling late-game hero, but... like, the morph matches are fine. I'm still so surprised no shard.
I think
But, like, it's not...
One thing that you're disregarding is the Marcy strength. Like,
Yeah, I am.
yeah. She's good. So we were...
Okay, I set a cap. Jesus Christ. And now back to top.
Now this is rough. Now I would say 90% that they take a side. You know?
They're definitely going to do a lot of objective damage here. Wow, they're actually even paying some respect too.
Dire's top tower has
Slow
fallen.
siege with the X. Are they even baiting that Manta X illusion? That's crazy. What are they worried about?
They're super afraid. Oh, I guess of the Chrono, and that's it. Chrono and Marcy is still pretty damn scary, but they're giving them way too much respect at this point. Now he goes in.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
Well, you'll get the range barracks at least. I'm trying to find the jump a little bit too far away.
Oh, Marcy.
She's an opportunity. Doom as well. And yeah, Marcy's gone. And she doesn't have a buy. Oh, that is a big pick off. Now you can stick around.
Yeah, that's Marcy, by the way. She died 2 seconds before Weaver came back. Like, if she does that just a little bit later, it's fine, because you have this Weaver ult. That's not the banner.
They just placed it too. Oh, yours? Tidal wave away? Okay.
Yeah, that definitely wasn't the best banner. Instantly dies. Nande's morphing is pretty good, by the way, right? Like, yeah, he died a couple of times early on with Diffusal, catching him without mana, but overall, solid gameplay.
No, I think this guy's a very, very good carry player. I didn't have the opportunity to watch nor cast too many of his, like, Manaspa games when they were kind of rivaling Western Europe teams at that time in DPC. I know they had a pretty good tour where they almost qualified to a major, I believe, but yeah, I've always been like quite impressed with his carry performance. So he's looking good. Previous games looked very good in this game as well.
What's this smoke? Like full smoke out of the base. But they're not even connecting. Like we were in Void on top lane, rest of them down bottom. Even if they meet someone, if they like, you can't kill them. You can't go in here.
They need to connect fast. They're
coming.
isolated to like 2 separate groups. Weaver and Void on the left, 3 others on the right. If a fight breaks out now, how are you going to rejoin the fight at a quick enough timing? They're gonna... Oh, Jesus Christ. I mean, finally, Kodak's able to use some spellcasting. You get the chrono to the Morphling as well. No, Shard, and not... Oh, he got it off. He got Satanic. No, he's fine. Oh, now it's a disaster. Use the chrono. That's your one opportunity. You get the Doom onto the Marcy as well. Almost was able to blow up Nande, but in the end, it backfires. Filmini will just be able to TP out in their face. Weaver will not tick out to the Infernal Blade as well. Not gonna matter though. Missed luck. Jump over the top. Sheet. It was plenty of damage. So close. So close.
I feel like that's the perfect execution for them that they could have hoped for. They eliminate the Undying without committing a lot, and then they go with the Chrono and Morphling that's shifting Agi, by the way.
Codex? A lot of damage. He's gonna get a kill, but he's probably gonna die as well. Bring another person in the grave. Nande sees some freebies, and he's gonna get another one as well. Lasso drag back into the death. I mean, Coddle and Centaur got some buybacks. Is it really gonna matter though? Void on the respawn will have no chrono for 70.
Yeah, at this point that's game, or at least Megas. Like, let's see. Maybe they try to play it super carefully and go for Rush first.
Alright, screw it, we all buy back, why not? I guess one thing Nande's a little bit out of mana. Nice timing on the X, not gonna matter. We have the run buff, missed the luck once again, another jump in. This time he's gonna use the Doom onto the Faceless Void. But it's really just space created, that's all they needed. Mega's acquired. Another kill into the Cotter, which will be a dieback as well, unless Weaver has something to say about it. Torrent clipping onto 2. Still no BKB. The mid lane is going to go down. Nightshade going to lose a second as well. Chrono 15 seconds. It's not going to matter though. It's going to take far too long. These are valuable seconds where MarsBet can deal with the T4 towers and look to end this game.
Yeah, this game is over. I'm not sure they're not calling it yet. But 15 seconds away from Marcy. Chrono is up, not only on the bat. And he won't even kill the bat. Yeah, Boiling Rage once again. He really likes spamming that one, doesn't he?
Yep, that he does indeed. GG's good luck next. Mr. LeBron. And yeah, unfortunately with that, we're gonna, it's a double, oh sorry, it was an elimination series, lower bracket. So Nightshade, they're gonna be knocked out. And MarsBet, they're going to move on. So, again, it's, we'll get to take a look at the bracket pretty shortly, I imagine. But, it's going to be a very long run for MarsBet. This was a good series for them. Something we were expecting. If we take a look at kind of the plays on MarsBet compared to Nightshade. And they didn't disappoint. This was a really, really solid series from them.
Yeah, I gotta say, Nightshade didn't disappoint. They had some chances here and there, maybe a couple of mistakes as well, but overall, nothing to be ashamed of. MarsBet just played better, and you can see that they have, I don't know, they are playing this Dota with a little bit more sense to it. It's not just a qualifier team, it's a team that can qualify, definitely. We'll see how they face off against, maybe if they reach Entity again, how they face off against them, but never mind, you said the 2 teams are qualifying, right? Not only one. So, in my opinion, it's probably going to be them and Entity. Maybe MOUZ has something to say there, but I feel like these two, they're bringing the biggest amount of flair and also understanding of what they need to be doing at every single point of the game. This one didn't look that easy for them, but eventually the Dooms, they just connected properly. They had the targets. They also itemized properly, you know. They realized, okay, we don't really have too much catch. Let's buy Atos. Let's buy some Blink on Kunkka. Let's make it happen. And they did. All 2-0s.
All 2-0s, brother. Means we're done for the day. Very early day for us here over on the secondary stream. So yeah, all 2-0s, and as a result, of course, we see Rest Farmers moving on like we saw in the bracket previously. They're going to play versus Entity in the upper bracket semis. MOUZ also waiting their opponent tomorrow. And yeah, again, to recap, unfortunately for Nightshade, back-to-back losses means they are eliminated out of the Elite League Western European qualifiers, which is a little unfortunate because these are qualifiers that get you into just under $1 million prize pool, and you're going to be playing against some of the best teams across the world. And for a couple weeks as well, we get to really see the first in a long time Swiss stage here in Dota. I know we have that a lot over in Counter-Strike in particular that comes to mind, so it's going to be interesting to play in that format and just as a team constantly be able to have games against the best and to be able to grow as well. But unfortunately for Nightshade, their run will be cut short on day one, and for MarsBet, again, they're going to have to make a very long run through the lower bracket. But Lizard, any closing comments before we send it over to the end?
Nothing really. We had some fun qualifier Dota today. Looking forward to tomorrow, where we shall meet again, my friend.
So we shall meet again indeed. We're going to see it's going to be MOUZ, of course. We're not sure who they're versing, and then also who's going to be down the bottom as well. Regardless, we know at least first series of the day we're going to be covering MOUZ, so that's going to be exciting. You know, we saw them have a really good showing versus GHOSTIKLENOVO, 25-minute victory, 31-minute victory as well. This team, you know, with the new additions of Supreme along with Bengen, looked incredible with Olnit, Force, and Narman as the Holy Trinity from Southeast Asia. So we'll see what we have in store for us tomorrow. Of course, this is just the secondary stream for the Elite League for Western European qualifiers. There's still, in fact, another stream going on. I think they're even still in their second series of the day as well, considering first one went 3 games and the second one is going 3 games as well. So they still need to close up on their second series before they even go to the last one of night. But for us on this stream, we are done. We're going to be starting at the same time tomorrow, so make sure you come back. We've got some more qualifier action for the Elite League. With that being said, we'll see you guys tomorrow.